take him down with ease.
I cannot believe what I've seen!
I've done it for 5 years and I've never seen anything like that.
Shutting them down one after the other.
That's Hardy for you.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is.
Hello and goodbye.
It's all over.
Don't be serious.
Come back around, full 360. Striker coming for the backside cage.
This man is absolutely insane today.
Oh, what?
Oh, it's nasty.
He strikes again!
That Papa don't miss!
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
It has been 6 long months since we crowned our Overwatch League champions, and now we are back to start the 2023 season in style. That's right, we're live in studio. This is going to be Watchpoint, and I will be joined by the 3 most lovable faces in the entire world. Let's just go with that, starting off strong. We have Danny Lim, we have Jake Lyons, and of course Jonathan Larson, our analysts for this season. Guys, I am thrilled to have all of you here. And Jake, you're making your debut and yet another title, you know.
I'm so happy to be here. I'm collecting all
You
the
really
possible
are.
jobs in the Overwatch League. I'm coming for everything, you know. I gotta try it all.
So dare I say, watch out. Might be coming for the hosting gig. Soon. Soon.
There will be a day I'll be sick one day, and that's when he's going to swoop in.
Zoe's the one I could never replace.
Oh.
Yeah, I was going to say, how about the translating? And he already did it. He already did it last season.
That's true, actually.
Yeah.
No, people got a big idea from that. Like, no way, man. Like, me and Pelican, he's my friend. He took it easy on me. He had me all prepped out. Like, what you do is different.
Dude, I love it, though. You make all of us redundant, and we're happy to have you here.
Yeah.
That's right.
Hold on. Wait. What about this ego? Keep it in check, all right?
Guys, my ego does not need any help. You gotta slow it down.
I thought we were going to gas you up for the beginning
my
of
head's
the
gonna
season.
explode in like 2
And then
days.
slowly
We don't want that. Yeah, we don't want that. Yeah, don't worry. We're
Don't
going
need
to
that.
knock you
Yeah.
back down.
Thank you. I need a little
in
bit.
just 1 or 2 segments away. That's right. Well, new faces, new places. Take a look at this wonderful studio, will you? I mean, we got an absolutely gorgeous desk here, but that's not all. We have plenty of tools to play with, to walk around with. And of course, the Overwatch League wouldn't be complete without our casters. And kicking us off today is our power duo.
Hi!
I know my nickname for you guys is not sticking, so we continue with Necra Kitty. Guys, it's so great to see your faces here.
I love seeing you guys. You guys look so good. By the way, you guys are all
thank
matching.
you.
Like,
Thank
oh my
you.
gosh, the studio looks so good.
It's awesome to see everybody in studio. And Jake, I think you're going to get a really nice ego check when it comes down to preds on the desk. That's my prediction for this day.
Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Maybe I'll just inflate it further by winning the pred game. But that's a big call. It's early days.
It's day one, actually. Well, guys, I love seeing you, of course, on the big screens. I would love to have you here in person. But silver lining for us, not really for you, is that we can telestrate all over your faces.
Oh,
so, Jonathan, please take it
Some
away.
new toys?
Some new toys? That's right.
There's more of them.
no.
There's more of the
There's
screen.
always more.
What is this?
Who let him have
Which came
this
true.
job?
What is this? Has someone been using this? This is mine.
No.
That is yours.
This is too
Sorry,
much
I
power.
touched
We
the
gotta
toy.
clear this away, okay?
Oh,
So
no.
I can draw a little
This
bit.
is
We can
too
draw
much
circles,
power.
around your faces. Oh, so pretty right here. Or we can zoom in. There you go. Gorgeous, amazing. So many tools to use here. Really showing up the best features of the show right here. So, I don't know what I'm gonna cook up this season. It's gonna be good. So, pleasure. Thank you so much for being part of this training here.
Yeah.
Illustration training.
Love that. Love the cooking there, Jonathan.
guys
Hungry for
later.
more. Of course, we're going to see plenty of Nekedy, Vikra. One of them will stick with me, I'm pretty sure.
Just keep
thank you
going
guys
with
so
it.
much. We're going to say goodbye to those 2 heroes for now. Cheers. Thank you so much for checking in with us. We're going to see you again later. Now, speaking of heroes, though, last week, we held the first event in the Challengers series. It was the Radiant Heroes Major #1. And if you missed any of the action, don't worry, because you can catch it all up on YouTube, on the Overwatch League YouTube channel, there's going to be VODs, so make sure to check those out a little later, of course. First, you're going to watch our show. But today, we're very excited to share even more news, or rather the news of an announcement which will hit you tomorrow in regards to Calling All Heroes. Yes, this is a classic esports announcement of an announcement. You're welcome, because we all love those, don't we? But make sure to tune in tomorrow for more information. Now, guys, is it just me, or is it a little hot in here?
Somebody's cooking.
Somebody's cooking.
Somebody's
Got a fancy
cooking.
new set, new look desk. So what better way than to start the season off with some great hot takes, which we know they never age well. So Danny,
I don't
you go
know
up
what
first.
you're talking about. All of my takes in the previous season.
Lukewarm at best. I'm sorry. I'm
True. But this season is different because I really studied up on this and I really thought hard about it. All right, and this is going to be a very, very hot take. Get ready for this. All right.
Okay.
So my hot take for the Overwatch League 2023 season is going to be, as you're seeing right now, someone from Florida Mayhem is going to be the season MVP.
Ooh.
Ha! Is that hot?
Another
No?
day.
I like
another
that.
hot take. Someone's gonna be
All right.
MVP. Danny, we have an MVP every season. You know.
Yes.
Oh,
someone from
come
Florida
on,
Mayhem
Jake.
is taking it
Oh,
up because
my
Let me just, all right.
You
we
get
know-
to do that joke once.
That's it. That's
no
worth
more.
it. I'm expending it. It was worth it.
Like, this guy has been great Winston. We know that he's a great Winston player, but I remember talking to him during the Pro-Am. He said his focus on the offseason was to deepen his hero pool, and we've seen that in the Pro-Am as well. Great tank line for the Florida Mayhem. We've seen him on Diva, Ramatra, so on and so forth. So I think this is the season where we finally see a tank player winning the season MVP.
Wow.
I mean,
That warms my heart, Danny.
And a guy like someone,
for you,
I don't think
Johnny.
anyone's gonna be
Just
mad
for
to
you.
see him succeed. He's such
No.
a character. He gets so excited when he wins. Like, how can you not support this guy? Like, you gotta cheer him on.
that doesn't feel like a hot take, though. It feels like a wishful kind of like, yay.
I like it. It's,
Another classic.
It's a classic Danny take.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll be back next season.
right.
I'll be back next
Nice
season.
try, nice
No,
try.
it's
Well,
better. You're improving.
Thank you.
That's all we ask. Jake, first hot take on the desk. Lots of expectations. Go. That's us. Go. Do it.
As my introductory hot take on the desk, my original hot take, so hot it was scalding. We had to redact it. So my
Actually,
That is
secondary
true.
hot
That is
take-
actually true.
My secondary hot take is that the Boston Uprising are going to crumble. This is a team of veteran talents, superstars. It's the strongest roster, pound for pound, that Boston has ever had. And yet, I think if they hit rough patches, there's too many leaders on this team. There's not enough followers. They're all veterans. They're all experienced. They all have their ideas how to play. And it's not clear to me how they're going to fare if, times get tough and they need to kind of unite behind one vision. That's where I can see a team like this having some trouble. So maybe they'll prove me wrong. I mean, like I said, this team definitely shoots back. Like, I'm not saying it's going to be easy. And I think for the weaker teams in the league, they will, be dominant. But I think when it comes to breaking into that top echelon, they could struggle.
But we need an actual confirmation though, like bottom 5 NA, bottom 5.
Oh, he's
Lower-
asking for the
lower
numbers.
half?
For me, let's.
Because
Bottom
this needs to
five.
be hot. Like everyone knows this team's gonna blow up.
My takes have nuance, Like I'm not here to.
Nuance? What's nuance?
I'm not going to be spicy for spicy's sake. I just think they're going to be below that elite tier. So I'll say.
So where's the
Not
cutoff
hot.
line on the elite?
I say
tier?
less than below in the bottom half.
I
think
bottom
I think that's hot enough, though.
But I think
considering
it'll
the
be the top
talent.
of the bottom
Harder than
half.
mine.
Yeah.
But with the talent, I mean, look at this roster. They have like champions. They have so many experienced elite players. I think if you just look at the roster, like individually pound for pound, they should overperform that. I mean, so in that sense, I
It's
defend
like-
the spiciness of my take.
It's like it's hot-ish, hot-esque for sure, but I do feel like everyone who looked at the names in that roster had the same idea. It's like, oh, that screams implosion. Let's go. But well, we see how well this is going to age. Jonathan, my last hope, just bring the spice. Do
Johnny,
it.
better be good.
Come
Better be
in
good.
hot.
I have been cooking
Okay.
Let him
in the off season.
Let
All
him
right,
cook.
and I've utilized Jake's favorite ingredients. Can you confirm it's hot? It's right. Don't touch it too much. But you can confirm it's hot. It's hot, right?
Okay,
Yeah?
there's something going on here.
Oh, it smells so good. Oh, yeah, it's fantastic. Okay, so my hot take is just for you, Jake.
There's nothing in there.
Every new player on the Houston Outlaws would have been better off this year if they stayed on their previous franchise. So let me break that down for you, okay? It's starting off with Pelican, okay? It doesn't make much sense for Pelican because Pelican was already on the Houston Outlaws. He's not a new player, but he got third last year in the playoffs. If I could just get third each year, I'd be like, sign me up. I don't care about winning the league. Just I'd like to get third. That was a great roster. We can get third again.
Thank you.
Splendid.
Wow.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect. But going down the line, happy, okay. I know that this Houston Outlaws team is considered a super team.
You want him on Justice?
No. I want him on Gladiators. Go back to Gladiators.
Yeah.
Come on. Happy on the Gladiators. And I get Shu. I get Shu as well because Shu is on the Houston Outlaws. So we got Kevster, we got Shu, we got Happy, we got a fantastic coaching staff. Funny Astro. Can we have Astro as well? Look, Happy would be better off if he was on the LA Gladiators than if he was on the Houston Outlaws.
Wait, so you mean and on the this year iteration of their previous teams? Is that your take, or on the last season?
Just on the franchise. Just on the franchise. If they was on the Gladiators last year, if he was on the Gladiators last year, Gladiators this year, he should have just stayed. Should have just stayed with the team, okay? Moving on. Fearless. He wasn't the Dallas Fuel last year, okay? If he wasn't the Dallas Fuel this year, he would have just been on the bench with Hanbin, just coasting. The APAC region is weak, just rack up the wins. Fearless, you don't even have to try that hard. Instead, you put your reputation on the line as the protagonist of the league, and you could just fail miserably with this super team. Come on.
Yeah,
Violet, part of the San Francisco Shock. Come on. I mean, that's an amazing roster, and they need someone like Violet to run it out. You get to play with Proper again. You bring in tons of great rookies like Heesang, Max Junbin, for example. That would have been a way better position for Violet. So my hot take is that all of the new players, they formed this super team called the Houston Outlaws. Should have just stayed on your old team so you would have been fine. No
That's
worries.
the weirdest take
You're living in the past. You're living in the past. The moment is now. It's a super team. They've come together to make something new and beautiful. You
they
just
didn't
aren't
have
ready
to.
for it yet.
Why make a super team? You didn't have to. You would have been fine.
Johnny,
you want to go back to Apex?
He just
It
doesn't like
exist
the new
anymore.
Houston Outlaws team. Is that his hot take?
I'm not entirely sure.
This is
to
a
be honest.
parallel universe.
It's just like
I mean, like the
roundabout
spiciness
way
is
saying
off the
that
chart.
you don't like the. You don't
Am
like
I
the
too
new Houston
smart?
Outlaws?
Am I too smart?
Johnny is smarter than all of us, I think.
Probably, maybe.
Or
I'm too smart.
It smells good. It smells good.
It's a
I can confirm
50-50
that.
chance.
Maybe
there.
he just cooked too much. Who let him cook?
he's been cooking for a long time.
Yeah,
Let
that
him
stew might
cook.
be over. Like, I don't know. Too many spices in there. Look, for my hot take, maybe I took it too literal. Let's just take a look at my hot take.
Oh.
That's it.
Oh.
Agreed.
Agreed.
That is
Wait,
hot.
I don't get it.
Come
wow.
on, Danny.
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 Oh, Danny.
That's all there is to this. Ben Best is back. I enjoy looking
Oh,
at Ben Best.
oh, okay.
I didn't really have much else verbally to support this hot take.
I'm right
but
here
we
with
took
you,
it.
Zoe. I'm right
Thank
here with you.
I like literal things.
It's
That's actually
great
very
to see him
smart.
back in the league,
That is-
honestly. Like, you know,
It really
a guy
is.
who I think
You had to make a gameplay related, didn't you?
I'm a total nerd for the
We
game,
have to.
Johnny, and I will put it out here right now. I'm on a show talking about
Winston,
Overwatch.
his Winston
Yes.
looked actually really
Guilty.
good. We do know him as that
Yeah.
Reinhardt player. I think what we've recently seen from Ben Best as that Winston. I think honestly, Washington Justice might have the best roster they've had in a long time. With those pieces, which on paper I initially wouldn't have thought. I have to make it a little hot, you know.
Yeah,
like, not just Ben
that's a
Best.
little bit spicier, but
we're good.
I can see your point. I think it's very possible they could do well this year. I think they've got a lot of great pieces, but I love that Ben Best as a player. You know, it's one of the hardest things you can do as a player to fall out of the professional league and then fight your way back in. I mean, really, it's like incredibly hard for almost every player who drops out of the professional tier. You know, you just never make it back. Like, people lose faith in you. They question, why'd you drop out in the first place? And so with all those headwinds against him, Ben Best is back. And so, you know, he's a player I'm definitely going to be cheering on this season. no
He's
matter what.
hot.
And what Danny said. I mean, my, that jawline. It truly is a work of art. And if you out there are an artist or an admirer like me, we've got something great for you. Because our fan art gallery is going to be back this season. And it's going to be better than ever. We have some major changes since last season. See what's new and share your art celebrating the beginning of the OWL 2023 season for a chance to be featured on the gallery, but also potentially here live on broadcast. We already saw some great submissions during the Pro-Am, so keep them coming. I can't wait to see more of that. Now, of course, got a new season. That also means we have a new format, so let's dive into that and explain to you exactly how it's going to work for our spring qualifiers, because there are definitely some changes you want to keep an eye out. Here in the West, we are kicking off our spring qualifiers today, with 13 teams which will compete in a round robin for 5 weeks, with the top 2 teams which will then automatically earning a spot in the mid-season madness tournament. Now, the remaining 8 teams will then advance to a double elimination bracket, where the top 2 teams will advance to our mid-season madness global tournament. And now over in the East, We have 12 contenders teams that are competing in 2 double elimination brackets, with the top 6 teams advancing to the knockout stage. And there, they will then face off against 6 OWL teams who are currently competing in a round robin for seeding. Now, the knockout stage will consist of 2 double elimination brackets, with the winners advancing to our mid-season Madness LAN. And we are thrilled to announce that the spring stage will conclude live in Seoul, Korea.
Let's go!
You, the fans, can be there to cheer on your teams. So let's take a look at what we can expect. The teams are competing for $900,000, which are on the line, and that will be hard fought throughout the whole mid-season Madness tournament in Korea in June. But we have to talk about the location. I mean, honestly,
finally,
this was a long time coming. We are back to the motherland of esports. We are heading to South Korea.
South Korea. I mean, I'm Korean, so I could say this.
True.
I know a lot of Korean Overwatch fans have been asking for a LAN or live event, Overwatch event in Korea. They're finally getting some. Very excited for them. And also, if you're thinking about going to Korea, guys, now's a great chance. You get to see Korea and also see Overwatch League in Korea as well. So best timing.
I was there in the off season. Seoul is just an incredibly vibrant and beautiful city. The food culture in Korea is out of this world, and just it's such an incredible experience. So, book your tickets now, make it a vacation, make it a trip of it. I can only say good things about South Korea.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who's competed in Korea before, like it's so much fun playing in front of the Korean fans as well. I don't know, you played in front of the Korean fans sometime?
Not actually in Korea, but I was actually at the Overwatch Contenders event in Korea over the off season, and it was just incredible, the intensity, the passion of the fans. I mean, people absolutely love Overwatch, and they're not afraid to show it.
Yeah,
and I just think that event is going to be a barn burner.
It's fun to spectate too. So you should buy tickets, even if you're not playing.
Wow, coming from the watch player at the end of the table.
Johnny, how many years has it been? Okay.
Anyway, yeah, so the LAN will be held in the Kintex venue over in South Korea. So make sure to grab your tickets. They go on sale on May 15th. Mark your calendars. Also head on over to the overwatchleague.com to learn more about the event and everything you need to know about that. Now, this week, as I already mentioned, Eastern Region contenders teams are competing to determine which one will face off against the Eastern Region OWL teams in a knockout bracket for a chance to compete in a mid-season Madness tournament. That's right. We're going to see contenders teams going up against OWL teams this season. I can't wait to see how that's going to go down. But here is our Eastern Region casters getting you up to speed.
Hey all, ZP and Hex here to bring you the breakdown on the Spring Opens and all the great Overwatch that's gone down this week. Starting with Group A, Hex, where things went mostly according to script.
Yeah, the script was followed by the teams that we all expected to go through. Of course, O2 Blast has now qualified for the knockout stage, along with Dreamers. A pretty easy path for them. They will be joining us in the knockout stage, but there is still one spot open in Group A, ZP.
Yeah, there is, and I gotta tell you, I've been buying what Avril's been selling. I gotta be bullish on Honeypot coming from Contenders Australia, just because it'd be a really cool story if they were able to get past SPG and make it further. But Hex, we got to cast Group B, and we certainly had some great stories there.
Yeah, Group B is pretty stacked, and one of the teams that we were really excited to watch is a team that is not from the Korean contender scene. It is going to be Rhodes, who is the top seed from Asia Pacific. A really interesting team. They have qualified along with heavy favorites Poker Face. Interestingly enough, still one more spot in a big-name team in the lower bracket, ZP.
Yeah, there is. Panthera getting knocked to lower bracket. They're set up to face against Team NT, a team that has been very mechanically impressive at points, not quite as consistent as you'd like, but something that Panthera really has to worry about going into next week if they want to make it through this bracket. It's definitely going to be an exciting match to watch. But Hex, that is going to do it for our recap. Still lots of great action left to go, and it's all starting up again next week.
Yeah, and you can catch our eSpring stage, of course, on May 1st and 2nd. I personally cannot wait for that. It's gonna be great. What a great time to be alive. We're gonna see contenders teams going up against our teams. It was already so much fun to watch the Pro-Am in the West. So now we get to see the whole spiel over in the Eastern region as well. And of course, with a lot of money on the line in a mid-season madness. That's right. So make sure to mark your calendars for all of that and check out overwatchleague.com/path2pro for more information regarding all of that shenanigan going on, for lack of a better word. Anyway, guys, circling back to today, circling back to the teams we have leading up to the mid-season madness, I'm looking at some wrinkly brain action from this side of the desk here. I need your takes here. If there is a specific roster, a specific team that you feel is absolute mid-season madness champion material. Gonna start off with you, Jake, and I have the sense that I might know which team you're going for, and I don't know why.
Surely it's not that team.
Surely not that
There's a
obvious.
handful of teams.
But if I must pick one,
Oh,
then,
wow. He's walking.
You're walking.
I guess let me
Where's he
take
going?
you on a beautiful journey up here
All right.
to the big
What do you got
screen
for us?
as I reveal my opinion.
Oh,
First
wow.
chance.
Oh, come on.
Anybody? Wait, no, it's the Houston Outlaws. I'm biased, I'll admit it, but I believe in this roster, you guys. I think, let me start right here on the support line, Violet and Shu. There's a lot of teams in the league right now that look strong. People are talking about their DPS, they're so good, their tank's so good. How many teams have a support line like Violet and Shu? This is the best of the best in the league, and I think having two players who can flex to everything you need is going to be really valuable. I think it's proven that in Overwatch 2, that's the best way to run it. Some teams have had other organizations, but I really believe in these guys. I think Fearless, not much to say about this guy. Oh, world champion, best Winston in the game. Winston, a hero that's been enduringly relevant in the Overwatch League, especially in Overwatch 2. His changes have made him a really consistent hero. And oh, Outlaws got the best in the business. Okay, what over here? What do I over here on the DPS line? We've got Pelican.
So
and Happy.
convincing. Oh.
Two hyper flexible players. These guys cover each other, not only in terms of their strengths, but also their weaknesses. Both of them can play Tracer, which in my opinion is the most important hero at the Overwatch League level. You really want both of your DPS players to be strong on that hero, and the Outlaws have got that. But beyond that, they do have incredible strengths. Happy, one of the greatest hit scans of all time, and Pelican, a player who specializes in heroes that many players are scared to even touch. So really, I think these guys have got the entire hero roster in the Overwatch League covered, and I think they're going to be competing at the highest level no matter what the meta is. So it's a bias. You can blame me all you want, but when the wins come, you come calling back, all right? Johnny, what you got?
Oh,
I
I just can't deal.
Take a moment, take a breath.
I just can't deal. Here's what you did wrong, though. You did one thing wrong. You say you did one thing wrong. Look at this roster. You did one thing wrong. You said that Happy and Pelican is the best in the business. Here's where we went wrong, okay? Roll it out. Take a look. Bam! Look at these two gentlemen. We got Shy, we got Leave, we got the 2021 MVP combining with the best long-range hit-scan player in the world. This is arguably the best damage duo that has ever been assembled in the Overwatch League. And then, yeah, you got these guys too. But Shy and Leave are just so good. How are they supposed to lose games? If this guy kills 3 and the other one kills 2, that makes 5. So they just do that, trade off and do that each other at times. All right, we got Gushue as well. I gotta talk about Gushue, all right? A legendary Winston player for this team. I think that we saw a bit of a revival for Gushue's career with Hangzhou last year in the playoffs as well. So can use some of that momentum on their favor. Of course, we got the World Cup coming up later this year as well. And Gushue is a legend from the World Cup, of course. So I'm looking forward to see Lengsa and Monk as well combined in the backline here. I really do think that they're slept on a little bit. Yes, I know that Shu and Violet has tons of name value, a lot of respect for those guys, but Lengsa and Monk, I think they'll really prove themselves this year. But Shy and Leave are so... Yeah, I think I got the message across, okay? Hangzhou Spark, I think they'll win the Mid-Season Madness. I just had to.
All right, Danny, which songs are you buying?
All right,
who
great
convinced you more?
presentation.
Come on.
Both of the students.
Hangzhou Spark, come on. Come on.
You know what?
No buttering up, no buttering up.
I'm gonna have to go with Jake's decision on Houston Outlaws. It's, you know,
well.
I agree. Shu Violet is pretty darn scary.
Oh, I mean, tried.
Pretty darn scary.
Johnny, DPS players, having elite DPS players, that's table stakes at this point in the Overwatch League. Every team at the elite level has elite DPS players. It's the backline. It's
Table stakes.
That makes it.
That's like Wagyu ribeye right there. You can't get any better.
But my point is,
how about you? How about you?
Oh, I'm a host. I have no opinion.
Unbelievable.
Anyway, I think you guys broke down really nicely why people should be rooting for Houston or the Hangzhou Spark, of course. And I agree. I mean, both definitely have championship caliber teams. Yeah. No argument there. Who's going to come out on top? Well, we're going to see it when it happens on the server for the mid-season madness. Now, before we get into our first match of the day, though, I do want to pick out a couple of key players, some individuals, which you folks feel like they might have something to prove this season. And we're starting off with an OG. I want to talk about Birdring. He took a break, and a break can be quite rough on some players. He came back into the Pro-Am looking like he's never stepped away. Does he have to prove himself again? Is he still proven? Where are we at with Birdring?
No. He's done. Proven, stamp of approval, done, ship it, send it. We're good. Done.
I've got no doubt in Birdring's mechanics. He's an individual monster. I think the question for me is really in the course of a long season, lots of meta changes, does he still have that motivation and intensity to compete with rookies who are trying to unseat him? I mean, I have no question Birdring's going to be strong, but will he keep pace as the game evolves, as the meta evolves? That's the real difficult part for a player who takes a step away and comes back. Like, we know he's going to perform on, Widow, Cassidy, Hanzo, like his experienced dominant heroes. But, what about potential new heroes that might come out? What about new metas?
I still think, I personally really think he's already been proven because, like you said, he took a long break, came back, and this season, even from last season as well, we've had some crazy good hit scan players, right? And just to be able to come out from the break and just perform on that level and just pop off in the Pro-Am like that, I think that's
already impressive.
Fact. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's already impressive. Well, time will tell. Moving on to our next player, I want to quickly highlight here, Punk. I think now that we live in this 5v5 world, there is a lot of pressure on tank players, specifically reinforced, since they have to pick up, all the duties. Off tank, main tank. You got to be able to play it all. Flexibility is key here. Does Punk have that?
Well, I think this is definitely the year for him to prove himself. I wouldn't say that he's proven yet. He did have a few good matches with the Boston Uprising, but I mean, he had some teammates that just weren't good, and so automatically he looks better than he actually is. And so now the question is, when he's the only tank on the team, okay, well, you can't fall back. You can't have anyone on the team look bad, right? So Punk, can you prove yourself as a standalone solo tank and fill all these different roles? I like what I've seen from him on the Winston so far. I will say that. Reinhardt looking the rough, my guy, but you'll fix that. You'll solve that issue, okay? So I feel like Punk has to prove himself this year a little bit.
Don't worry, Johnny. Reinhardt is absolute hero. You just play
It's not, Jake.
Guys, a spoiler for your
Johnny's gonna be so mad.
Don't play Ryan into Ramatra. It's looking bad for you. He just punches you through the shield, man. He just knocks you out. One hit. I'm sorry, Reinforce. I'm sorry.
I know
it's in
you're
the
right.
name, but it's you got to get with the times. Ramatra's an out of control hero, and Punk can pilot it well. I think you're absolutely right.
Should I rename to Ram Force?
Punk has been hyped for so long, but he's never been the one to take all the pressure to be the solo tank and to have all the responsibility. But his fans have been asking for that for a long time. So I think this is a very exciting player to see on solo tank. Does he really have what it takes?
We'll find out. Now, I do want to take a look at some backline action here because say one thing about the Overwatch League this season, say we got some scary backlines. Surmajet. Has he proven that he can roll with the big names out there? Because flex support players, we have a lot of great names. You're like, no.
I'm going to let Johnny take this one first. Johnny, I'll come in after you.
He has some good mechanics, all right? I'm not going to lie. He has some spicy mechanics, but this guy has some of the dumbest ultimates. In the Pro-Am, some of the Kitsune rushes, the fight is over. We won, guys. Hold on. I'm a Kitsune rush right here. Look. Majed, I get it. You have the mechanics. You have the respect of all your peers. But Majed, my guy,
it's a bit trigger happy. That's all right.
We need some more ultimate value, and then I'll consider you proven, Majed. It's all on the table. Go ahead, prove it to me.
You make a fair point, Johnny. I will say though that for Majed, I think his position on his roster is going to enable him really well. He's most likely going to be coming in for double flex support metas with Ultraviolet OG if they want to run a main support and a flex support. Maybe Majed will be used as a priority flex support in a Kiriko meta, but I just think he's going to be enabled well to stay within his comfort zone and not necessarily need to be like 100% playtime team leader, type player on the team.
I just need him to use good ultimates. I don't care about being a leader. Just press Q at the right time.
Fair enough. I mean, Kiriko, as a relatively new hero, we have seen a huge gap between different players in terms of their ability to get maximum value out of the ultimate. So you make a fair point. It's something that we need to see out of every Kiriko player. They make great decisions with arguably one of the most powerful ults in the game, if not the most.
He can prove it to me. Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
Those are players on a mission. That's right. And speaking of mission, we got something nice for you watching out there because we want to put you to work as well. That's right. If you follow the Overwatch League on social media, on Twitter at Overwatch League, you might have seen that they posted a bingo card again. That's right, they're back. We had so much fun with it during the grand finals last season. So we brought it back for the opening weekend. Let's take a look at that bingo board and all the fancy squares that need to be crossed out. Some of them are like freebies, like an Uberism. That's like everything he says is
outlaws. Yeah, that line is such a freebie line. So free spot, Jake Preds Outlaws. It's gonna be every single match. Someone dance party. If Photo Mayhem wins, it's always he's always gonna dance. Bird ring out of it's just
that's
bird
about
ring.
as free as the free spot.
You only need surprise caster's desk pet appearance. Right?
So I can just tweet at them, tweet at the casters to bring their pets into the room.
Matt to just bring his pet.
Well,
somebody will.
Casta's cats are not shy about it, right?
Yeah.
So they might make an appearance. I see that one happening. One square I definitely want to call out here is the Lifeweaver pick one. Now, Lifeweaver, our newest hero edition. I'm curious to see if he will be played on a pro level because, yes, there were some changes coming in. We see some buffs, some changes to his kit. But is it enough to make him viable? What do you guys think?
I like the changes. I think they're aimed in the right direction. It's a little bit of quality of life, a little bit of power level, but I say not even close to enough. I don't think this hero will be used at all. It's very vulnerable to being picked off and killed, very low survivability, and it doesn't really provide enough offensive utility to justify that. You compare it, in my mind, to a hero like Zenyatta, who, yes, can die easily, but also can absolutely put down huge damage in a match, can have a massive impact, and is worth defending and playing around. Lifeweaver, I don't think it's the same is true. You just don't do enough. It's very defensive, very passive. I just don't see it being played without some really significant buffs.
Well, I mean, at least we got to see a lot of fun Lifeweaver play in action in our ranked games and in our quick plays, I'm sure. So I'm excited to see more of that now with the changes coming in as well as changes coming in as well. There we go. That was a sentence. Anyway, speaking of fun things, you all get to share live owl action with your communities this season. That's right, because we have officially announced watch parties. They are now a part of our program, so we will now allow creators to bring awesome match action to their communities each and every day. All you have to do if you're interested in participating is to sign up using the QR code right here. I actually nailed that first try.
Wow, your position is on point.
Couldn't be prouder of myself. Mom, I made it. Can't take it. It's my QR code or yours if you want it. I give that to you. Now, the first match is just minutes away, and we will get you situated with everything you need to know right after this break.
you if you were scared at all having to go up against Birdring's Widowmaker.
You mean bird poop?
Oh, wee! Hydron, talking the talk. We're about to find out if he and his team will also be walking the walk. Welcome back, everyone, to Watch from 3 show. We have a match coming up in just a little bit, but first, let's take a look at the schedule to know exactly what is coming your way today, because we got some goodies for you. That's right. Kicking things off for the San Francisco Shock and the Toronto Defiant, followed by the Washington Justice, who will be going up against the London Spitfire. And our last match of the day will be fought out between the Vancouver Titans and the Florida Mayhem. But switching back to that first match, if we're looking at the San Francisco Shock roster here, I mean, quite frankly, their Pro-Am performance, nothing to call home about. What do we expect? What do we want to see from the San Francisco Shock heading into their matchup today?
I just don't want them to look like they're about to lose the Trick Room.
Fair.
That's the only thing I ask of this Shock roster. Look, they're a championship contender going into this season, but historically, they start these seasons slow. They learn what their strengths are as a team, and then they play to those strengths as the rest of the season goes on. I just don't want to see them, fall on their face here in the very first matchup. So as long as we see a great performance from this team, Proper is going to have some magical moments. How can Heesang integrate as a rookie into this team as well? And what does the Max versus Junbin tank situation look like? We've seen them rotate back and forth between Max and Junbin. Are they going to favor one over the other? I think there are a lot of questions about this San Francisco Shock team going into this season. I just want to find out some answers today and just have a decent, solid performance.
That's right. Reinforce wants some answers. Now we're looking at the opposition here, the Toronto Defiant. Jake, what stands out to you from that roster?
Well, I think the first most interesting thing is that we're seeing Sam coming in on our control map, which is surprising to me because, we've talked about this team using Speedily on Tracer. He mentioned that this was going to be his focus for the season. So for me, Sam coming in suggests they're probably going to leverage his Hanzo, which makes sense on the Antarctic Peninsula map, one of the best Hanzo maps. But it shows that these teams, I think they're going to have a very different vision of how to play this meta. So I'm excited to see if Toronto can execute. Are they going to bring out Echoes, Hanzos throughout the series? I'm expecting to see a more fast dive come from Shock. And I feel a little bit better about that style, but I think this will be a great match to determine what the meta ends up being.
Yeah, we're just taking a look here at Speedily on that Tracer, and that's a head-to-head we definitely want to take a look at because he will go up against Proper, an absolute menace on that Tracer. Who's going to get ahead in this one?
I mean, I think Proper is favored to win in this matchup because Proper is one of the best tracers in the world. If I'm Speedily, though, coming into this season, we've had questions about Toronto Defiant, who's going to be their tracer player, and it seems like it is going to be Speedily based on their Pro-Am performance. If just Speedily can hang around in this matchup, Jake, that's where I feel pretty good about Speedily's performance.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if they're able to run a double flex support comp, then you don't really need to force the issue as Tracer. Your role is a little bit more defensive, and so you just need to hold the space down. Hydron can pilot the Tracer too if they want to bring out a Speedily Echo. So the team does have some options, some depth, but I agree, going up against Proper, no one's going to look that strong.
Yeah, and that's pretty much all of that is most likely the reason why I feel like the majority of the desk should be favoring the San Francisco Shock heading into this matchup. If we're looking at our predictions, Shock is not going to be playing on ping like they did during the Pro-Am. There is no excuses. I don't think they need any. I think mechanically, those players are just so gifted, they should be pulling ahead. So I am all in on the San Francisco Shock until they prove me otherwise in the OWL setting. Danny, how about you?
I also thought about going with San Francisco Shock, and then last minute I made a change. I'm going to Toronto Defiant, actually.
Of course you would.
All right.
Of course you would.
Two main things, like Johnny said. I guess they didn't have
so many things.
I guess 3 things. All right. Ping. First of all, now they're in the. San Francisco Shock is now playing in the U.S., so they don't have to worry about ping. The main thing for San Francisco Shock for me is the team synergy. They're a newer team, right? So they still need to work on that teamwork, right? On the other hand, Toronto Defiant. They've already had that experience. They're a very close-knit group of friends. Power of friendship, baby, right? That's also a bingo card thing, right?
True.
So that's why I went Toronto Defiant.
Threw you a freebie there, homie.
And my prediction, I'm going to go with the San Francisco Shock. I think this is a very tough call for me. I could really see either of these teams taking it. I wouldn't really be surprised to see Toronto win, but we've got to make a pred one way or the other. And honestly, these teams have a similar story. You talked about the power of friendship, but this Shock roster is very similar to what was originally forged in Korean Contenders. So really, it's the rosters that grew from Korean Contenders versus the one that grew from NA Contenders. And I mean, just pound for pound, you probably have to favor Korean Contenders as the stronger proving ground, but it's been a long time. time. There's new members involved. These are new teams. I just think it's hard to bet against Proper in a meta where I see Tracer being highly impactful.
It's a proper diff.
There we go. There you have it. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are done here on the desk. We will check back in with you for the game break. But for now, we're going to bring in the two lovely faces who will give you all the action throughout this first match. So please say hello once again to Vicky, Kitty, and Necra. We're almost all aligned here on the desk. Who you got winning this one? Is it Shock or is it Toronto?
So this was really hard for me. I was going back and forth with myself. I changed my mind like 4 different times, changed it 3 times yesterday, decided today. I woke up and exactly what Johnny said. Dude, proper diff. I'm sorry. Like, I can see this going the entire mile. I have the Shock taking this, but I'm really expecting this game to really go the distance, Necker. What about you?
Same here. I mean, this is the first match of the Overwatch League season 2023, and we are in for such a good match because I think it speaks volumes that we've got 2 teams that people seem to have high on the power rankings going into the season start. So now that we're kicking things off here on Antarctic Peninsula in our first to 3 series, Vicky, I feel like this is where we get to see a lot of the rest of the series right now. We get a good taste here.
Yeah, I honestly highlighted it perfectly. Defiant have had so much history together. Literally, American Tornado is back in the spirit of the Toronto Defiant. But the Shock could say the same thing. Yeah, this is a team of rookies, but this is the team of rookies coming in from O2 Blast, the team that is known for creating legends. Proper coming in from O2 Blast the year before last. You know, you're going to see Finn coming out too, who stayed on the Shock with Proper. I'm so excited to see this look from Shock because no ping. Yay, we always love that. As we go into our first map here on Antarctic Peninsula.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you brought that up about the contenders talent because we do have that rich storyline here, but I think even more importantly, we're looking at some rookies making their debut on the San Francisco Shock, and don't we love those storylines when we get to see how these new players approach their Overwatch League careers. I love this shot, observers. You guys are giving us such a treat with the penguin in the background as we open the gates and get things started. This is a look that we were potentially expecting to see here come out from the Shock, maybe looking at a little bit more of just kind of seeing some of these cross angles being contested here on Icebreaker, Vicky, but did you have the Junker Queen on your radar? I don't think Shock did either.
Okay. No, they changed immediately. When you were mentioning, you know, this is a look that we were expecting for the Shock, the Junker Queen coming out, I was like, wait a minute. Nope, I didn't have that on my bingo card.
DPS. The DPS. Yeah, where was that on the bingo card for the opening?
I like the immediate swap up though, because now they were able to retaliate after seeing what Defiant was bringing to the table. Yeah, they got the point first, and we're already getting started here with Sam being on the Mei. He's going to be able to block some of those sidelines. Shock are going to be able to match that though with also putting down that wall. Look at the skirmish that we're seeing over on the side right here, but the Defiant are in control with Kalush being on that Reinhardt. We are going to see that Ram versus Reinhardt brawl out here too.
Yeah, I mean, Defiant able to beat San Francisco Shock to the punch here when it comes down to locking down that first point for control. And when you're also able to get this set up here with Ultraviolet's Batiste, that's going to be a quick amplification matrix.
So quick at getting that up. Finn's going to be able to match that immediately right afterwards. Jumpin has been living, but maybe with Vindame going down, Shock may be able to lose out on that support. Gonna have to do the reset with Defiant still holding true on top of this point. Finn is gonna be able to find Sam here. He was just about to get the Blizzard there too. Here comes Junvin. This is the issue that we were talking about before. Gonna be able to get saved there too with the mortality as the Nemesis is gonna get popped here for the Shock. They're continuously able to hold their ground on this point. Finding that immortality field, he's saying going down, but they've been fighting here for a really long time despite Vindame going down early and still coming down to bring in the sound barrier.
I mean, look at this. The fight's even still continuing outside of the point. Maybe Shock able to get the capture underneath the noses of the Toronto Defiant, but it's not too late after that you do end up seeing the point flip back in control of the Defiant. What a long, drawn-out fight, getting a lot of resources out of the pockets of the Shock in terms of the sound barrier, the Dragon Strike, and that Blizzard. But you're also seeing the Defiant still have tools to rely upon going into this next engagement in the form of yet another amplification matrix here to kick things off.
You talked about it perfectly there, Necro. It was the elongated fight from Defiant. They lose out on Sam here with Proper. We're going to find that pick, but it's the off angles that Defiant are finding. Kalush coming down with the Shatter. See Finn getting traded out as Hydrant goes down right after he puts down the Photon Barrier. Kalush falling incredibly low, but he gets saved by the Immortality field. With Ultraviolet going down, Defiant now down members. Kalush not having enough sustainability. Overtime ticking away, but the Shock finally managed to clinch it out.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're the Defiant, you've done a lot of the heavy lifting here when it comes down to being able to get that point up to that 99 percentile. You've put Shock on the back foot here, and especially when you are still waiting for them to get ultimates out, a big pick could really just open things up here, Vicky.
This is why I was expected to see Hydron and Sam. Jake talked about it on the desk. When you talk about Antarctic Peninsula, you have a lot of these open sightlines where Hanzo is going to be able to be utilized amazingly. With that first pick, they have the number advantage. They find Heesang, and now Shock are going to be able to try to kite away from the other side, get out of the line of sight of Defiant, but with 99%, they can't get away for too long. Overtime ticking away.
Overtime ticking away, and no one else can get back to the point. The final pick there onto Jumpin. It's gonna give Defiant that first round, but Vicky, it felt so convincing there from Toronto Defiant. Not only did I feel like maybe they surprised the Shock a little bit in terms of what they wanted to run, they sent Shock back to spawn to rethink their approach to that first point, but they were just able to run away with things in terms of the value that they got out from their ultimates.
Well, we get to look at the little quick cheeky replay from Hydron as he finds Proper right through the cracks of the ice. Such a huge pick for that final fight.
So good. Those sight lines. It's all about the sight lines here on Antarctic Peninsula. And so it was possible we would see something like a double sniper composition coming out there from the Defiant, but I think it makes a lot of sense that we may see a little bit more of a brawl come out here, funny enough. So we're going to see the Sombra choice here come out from Hydron, and this is actually a pick that we might have expected to see a little bit more from the Shock, knowing that they liked to rely on that composition when they really started to get their wheels turning when it came down to the Pro-Am finals. But we're going to see a bit of a switch here. Reaper not in tow. It's going to be more of the dive now, being able to coordinate there with the Sombra and Kalush's Winston.
And Nano Blade going to be that win con too. Hydron falling low, going to be able to get away in time, but Shock taking control over the point first, while Defiant made some of those adjustments into their team comp, trying to take a different off angle over to the other side. Here in sub-level, having that high ground area too, you have so many different angles that you could poke from, and the Shock are just trying to keep Defiant in check.
For sure, and I think that's something that I feel like you can kind of use as a little bit of a taste of your own medicine, right? Shock able to take that first control and now just really locking things down from all angles.
Just get hacked in the back. Junbin finds that pick onto Sam. That's going to be big because they want to build into that blade. Ultraviolet going down here too. Junbin going crazy on this Junker Queen. Yes, we didn't have this in the bingo card, but they made the swap up in the first round. The second round, they bring it all out here, and I'm excited to see that look from the Shock, especially Junbin already having the Shock steady at 45% and climbing for this first point.
Jumpin's Junker Queen is so smart when you're looking at such a talented backline as OG and Ultraviolet. You know that Ultraviolet is one of the best Anas in the Overwatch League, proven last year, and just seeing what kind of Ana plays we saw during the Pro-Am from the Toronto Defiant as well. So when you look at Junbin having the ability to basically just negate that damage in the Junker Queen kit, feels super smart.
Oh, I like the different angle. Junbin with the shout, trying to take a different off angle. The anti coming in as the Kitsune rush up, and huge EMP coming in from Hydron. Now the Defiant are going to be able to take control over this point. The rush was already used up, so was Proper's ult. Now the Defiant are going to be able to clean up shop from the rest of the Shock, but Hydron with that EMP Necker was what the nail in the coffin was for that fight.
100%! Hydron just finding the key moment to strike there, being able to grab such a massive shutdown onto the Shock. It's great if you have the Junker Queen to shut off the healing, but can't do that if you are dead. So Toronto now really looking at Sam trying to follow through with the Dragon Blade, and you also have the sustain with that Winston Primal Rage from Kalush, as well as the Sound Barrier. Toronto Defiant are still up against a wall, but they have the ultimates to try to keep the advantage.
Ultraviolet got hacked in the back, and OG's going to be able to pop the Sound Barrier. Kalush trying to take different angle to stop Shock from trying to split push here over in this choke point. I like Heesang also making that swap over to the Sombra. Huge as the blade is popped here from Sam. He gets moved over to the side corridor. Sam isolated here. The anti coming in huge, 4-man anti. Now coming in, actually, rather than jumping, gonna be able to get that anti with the shout here too. Defiant losing out on Sam and Ultraviolet. I was looking on the other side here as Ultraviolet gets taken down. Gonna make that swip over to the Kiriko. 88% to 50 here for Defiant, and the Shock still have the lead.
Well, Kiriko does give you the access to the swift step to be able to get back to your team as fast as possible, but with no sustainable ultimates here, you're really making sure you're not going to get caught by Heesang's EMP.
Oh, there's that EMP. OG goes down. Sam goes down too. Ultraviolet also in the line of sight of that EMP as Proper is going to clean up shop. Heesang going to be able to clean up the rest of the team as the Shock get that second round. But what an ult with the Rampage to take all of the Defiant out, get that anti on board, win teamfight after teamfight at the very end there for the Shock, making those adjustments to their own play. Even Heesang making the swap over to the Sombra to match that with Hydron.
Yeah, so like we were talking about, the Junker Queen choice here feels really intelligent, just being able to shut off that healing coming in from Ultraviolet, but when you are also able to pair that anti with strong DPS choices like Proper in the back line, being able to follow up not only on those antis, but also onto the EMP, like that's just an ace right there. That's the Proper we have all expected to come back in force when he won the MVP, and he also won Alarm Rookie of the Year.
He's a role star for a reason out here, and when I saw Heesang getting moved up to the Shock, he's got a nasty Tracer too, but that Sombra also something else. Making the change up now, Heesang being on the Mei. Sam gonna match that. With these close sight lines though, and these corridors, the Mei is definitely gonna have a lot to work with the walls, cutting off some of those sight lines that Proper and Hydra want to take here on the Soldier line.
Yeah, so we're switching over to the third level of Antarctic Peninsula, and this is one where you have a lot of different angles to choose from. And so I really like the Mei Reinhardt Brawl choice from the Toronto Defiant because you can play really close together, and I really like the Shock is going to match that as well with another brawl-oriented comp with the Ramatra at the front. It's starting to do some work here, Vicky.
Oh yeah, Kalu's getting called out. Sam falling incredibly low. Hydron being able to find Vindame with the trade here. Shock losing out on Vindame. Someone's still alive here, and Finn already has that Ant Matrix to match that with Ultraviolet. The Shock are going to take the point first, and they're already trying to boot the Defiant off of that high ground, and that's the name of the game when it comes to this level here of sub-level.
Of course, and you can see the rotations already coming through as well as Toronto Defiant tried to bring the Shock back.
Comes the Ant Matrix clearing out that corner here. Finn gonna be able to get out of that line of sight for the rest of the fight as the Hydron gets taken out here by Heesang. I like the positioning that Heesang is, and the Nemesis gets popped up from Junfin. Kalu's nowhere to go as he gets deleted. Defiant having to reset here while the rest of the Shock are gonna be able to move forward.
What a great example right there, too, about what Jake was talking about, the Ramatra versus the Reinhardt.
Yeah.
This time around, after the Shock were able to capture that first point, feels like it's a whole different ballgame than that very first sub-map that we saw on the Antarctic Peninsula with Icebreaker. You just, when you get control of the point, you're really able to keep locking down all of these choke points with the Mei wall, and then Jumpin just gets to punch Kalush in the face.
Yeah, literally punching him right through that shield here, too, and Jumpin's about to get Annihilation ready. Proper on the high ground, getting into position. Trying to get that overclock ready here too. Fully charged up here. Sam also has that Blizzard to look out for. The Shock just skirmishing down the sideline. Here comes that Mei wall and a Blizzard coming in to match that here from Heesang. Junbin in the line of sight now, gonna be able to retaliate. Nice immortality field from Finn to help him out, but Heesang unfortunately can't live long enough. The pin coming in from Kalush, Proper gets deleted. Defiant coming out on top after this fight, having the number advantage. They needed this here too, Necker, because the Shock already at 81%.
That was a really, really expensive fight coming out from both teams, but you're right about the Defiant needing that team fight win because Shock, they were going to be on that last fight territory. One more fight could still do it here as well, and maybe it's going to be Jumpin's Annihilation that's really going to allow them to get back into this one and take this first map of the season. But Defiant aren't going home without a fight right now, as Kalush still has the Earth Shatter available, could start to play really aggressively here and just bypass that Ramatra shield altogether to get all of the squishies in the back line with this ult.
The Vortex too, trying to push Kaluj over to the other side as the Shock take a different angle. Whether they want to rotate onto the high ground, they see that Defiant gave up that high ground, so now they're going to try to take positioning on the top platform. The Vortex right behind Kalush. Here comes the Ant Matrix from Finn. Heesang gets called off despite that Hydra getting a nice shot onto Heesang's head here. Defiant, I like the disengage here to then re-engage as Nemesis Form was called in. Here comes a huge shatter. Huge boop here coming in as well. Vin Dame helping out Junbin as a Nemesis Form runs out now. Defiant still not letting go over on this point. 97 and 98 now climbing overtime, taking away. And Defiant are still elongating this fight, but they lose out on Hydra.
Oh, it looked like it was going to be so good there when Kalush was able to land that Earth Shatter, but Sam is still going to be set up for success as Kalush is going to be that mighty shield. Despite that, though, looks like even with the Blizzard in play, San Francisco Shock, they're still in this.
Oh, and the wall here too, overtime now. Sam trying to stay alive. The sound barrier from OG as Defiant stay in the game, flip the points. The Shock are going to disengage here before Proper takes that one last pick onto Sam. It's back to the drawing board.
I mean, at this point, though, it's going to be everything in Defiant's hands. Chalk at 99%. Toronto still needing to win 2 more fights here. Hydron's been able to pop off when it's come down to these overclocks on the Sojourn, but Proper's nearing one as well, and we all know how that one goes when you look at Proper's stat lines from last season on this hero. So it comes down to these raw picks, Vicky, whether it's going to be with the overclock or not.
Oh, the thing is that Shock had the sound barrier. Vin Dame gonna help with that engagement right now. Ult coming in here too. Proper getting that pick onto Kalush the moment that shield gets taken down. He won't have the shatter for this last fight. Overtime still alive here for Defiant as Ultraviolet goes crazy, by the way. Finds the backline here on the Shock, and they're still trying to stay alive here. Necro Finn finds Sam. Hydra now trying to take a different angle, trying to call out Finn. That's over to the side room. He gets it, and that's a huge pick here. Defiant now at 78%. When you are going to tell me that this was going to go down to the wire, Necra, I wasn't expecting it to already start in the first map.
I mean, this is what we expect out of 2 of the top teams in the Overwatch League season power rankings so far, and boy, are they delivering. It all comes down to this fight, Vicky. Kalush still has that Reinhardt Earth Shatter, should be able to get something done if he's able to land that into the backline, but what about this Blizzard from Heesang could start to shut off a lot of the ability of Defiant to actually play together on this point.
99 to 99, last fight here as OG's about to round up with that sound barrier too. Here comes the shatter to isolate Proper, the real problem out here, who had an off angle. First pick out here as a Shock take control over the point. It's going back and forth. Jumping at Pop Nemesis, the wall came up and they still come out on top. The Blizzard getting negated and the Shock have the numbers, they have the damage, and they have the control over the first map, taking map number 1 over the Defiant.
Holy moly, was that last round incredibly close. And the map overall makes me so excited about what we have in store for us for the rest of this series, because both teams definitely came here to give us a great show to kick off the season and also to stake their claim as one of the best to look out for as the season progresses.
At the very end, Necro, with Ultraviolet getting that back line, getting those 2 picks as well as Kalush out here with the shatter, there was so much in that last fight that went down. Also seeing this cheeky play in the first round, seeing that pick from Hydron onto Proper, those little nice sight lines. That's why we were expecting from Sam and Hydron to be the starting lineup here for the Defiant. Nice EMP also that came in. We also saw a huge rampage as well in the same round.
I mean, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Proper, able to just like put up the numbers, get the picks, and you could see how much attention and how much respect the Toronto Defiant were putting onto Proper's ability to really help to lift up the team's spirits. They put so much emphasis onto picking him. You saw that from the solo Earth Shatter there from Kalush, just constantly trying to isolate him away from the fights just so he wouldn't have as much of an impact.
Yeah, he was also taking a different off angle too, so he would have been a real problem. So Kalush tried to isolate him, and it still was not enough. We're gonna go to a quick break. At the other side of this, we got another map in store for you guys. See you soon.
caution, cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for war, man, forget my peace. You take the west, I'll take on the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the. I hear him chat to the noise. And stop for the talking. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch Mount Fuji, caution.
Welcome back, everyone, to our first match to kick off the Overwatch League 2023 season. The San Francisco Shock. They're up after that first map on our Antarctic Peninsula, and we are taking a trip downtown to Blizzard World for our second map. And with that, Necra, we're seeing some changes here from the Defiant lineup.
Yeah, we're seeing one change in the DPS lineup of the Toronto Defiant, and it's going to be Speedily in, Sam out. Despite the fact that Sam was able to put up a good performance there with the Mei on Antarctic Peninsula, we are going to see Speedily come in, and we were talking about this a little bit, Vicky, kind of expecting to see some heroes that are more in Speedily's wheelhouse, especially on Blizzard World.
Absolutely. I mean, I heard it from Kaluj and Sam themselves. They claim Speedily to be probably the best Echo out here. So, you know, we saw Speedily a lot in the Pro-Am, rocking that Tracer, putting in work. But moving on to Blizzard World, this is the type of map that provides a lot of those up in the air, high ground sightlines that you could really take advantage of on the Echo. And then even in the case that we see the Tracer coming out, it's a different mix-up from the Defiant, so that way Speedily can work together with Hydra like we saw them earlier on again in the Pro-Am. But man, the Shock proper is different. He still remains different after his performance last year, moving into this year, Necra. It's difficult out here. That's why you saw Kalush try to isolate him.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why we did see a lot of that heavy focus onto Proper specifically, but I think you also have to give a lot of credit to Finn and Vindame. That backline for the San Francisco Shock really set them up for success when it came down to being able to basically put the pins up so that Proper Hisang could knock them down. And I think that when you see this double flex support meta, whether it's going to be coming in from like the Ana, the Zenyatta, the Kiriko, any of those heroes going in combination together, you're really looking at that just being able to enable the DPS a little bit further, basically kind of glass cannon in a little bit of a way. What I think is really interesting about what we're seeing from... No, I wasn't going to even go there, Vicky, because we're not going to get baited like that. What I thought was really interesting, though, is that when we look at the look from the Toronto Defiant, we're actually seeing Hydron on the Ashe. That's going to be the big one for me that I feel like I want to hone in on, is that, yeah, we were seeing a lot of Cassidy in the Pro-Am, but Ashe seems to be the flavor for this composition right now.
Yeah, after the nerfs that we saw there too, between the Brig, Cassidy, you know, seeing the Ashe coming up from Hydron, no surprise out here, especially taking control over this high ground, trying to enable Speedily from getting onto those flanking angles. Proper gonna be able to do basically the same thing. Shock were very quick to also make the quick swap-ups after seeing what Defiant was bringing to the table here too. Very quick to make that adaptation. As you can see, Proper already putting down some of that pressure onto Kalush, who's trying to take a different angle. Junvin getting hit with that anti, forces him out, and Speedily is the first one taken down. He's saying they gotta look over to the side. He's right here ready.
Yeah, at this point, you gotta worry about that Brigitte because that shield bash is still going to stunt your movement ability, which may give enough time for Hisang to make that snap reaction to be able to get those headshots and get those picks. So just like that, you're seeing Shock take an aggressive stance on the point where Toronto Defiant, they're gonna have to try to find a way to get back into this with the Nano.
Nano boost coming in onto Kaluj, right on cue. Look at the pixels away from trying to take this point, get that payload moving. Finn's also about to get that Nano boost ready there too. Can't get singled out by Speedily. Finn on that off angle, trying to provide some of that support onto the high ground where Proper it is. Nice anti onto Junvin. As the Nano boost comes in, Junvin gets immediately put to sleep. Comes the Dragons coming in as well. Speedly's gonna have that sticky bomb ready. Kalu's gonna get demeched immediately afterwards. Hisang is a problem that needs to be checked right now, and the Shock are gonna be able to get this payload moving.
Yeah, as soon as it gets unlocked, you're going to see an immediate step forward from the rest of the front line of the Shock to be able to keep Toronto Defiant from coming back into this one with their ultimates. What a really nice play as well. While we did see the sleep from Ultraviolet onto Junbin's nano-boosted Diva, we saw the Dragon Strikes from Hisang to be able to follow that up and actually push Toronto Defiant away into that health pack room, so they had to make that rotation around. It bought a lot of time for the Shock to be able to get this payload moving, and now they have a lot to be able to follow follow that up with. When you look at Proper with a pulse bomb, watch out backline, he's coming for you.
Oh, he's ready. Sneaky, sneaky, speedily. Ready to single out Finn, and he doesn't get the stick. Kaluj also gets hacked after Hisei made the swap over to the Sombra after having so much impact on the Hanzo. The deed is done. They got through that second checkpoint. Proper now trying to check Defiant over on the other side. It's Hydra that's forced to get away. Kaluj also gets hacked here. Fighting this 1v1 between Proper, though. He's got that support from Vindame over on the other side.
Yeah, so you saw the switch from Hydron as well, playing the Ashe at the very beginning of the defense, and now switching over to the Sombra. You just want to make sure that you can go toe-to-toe. So he's saying also switching over to pretty signature hero at this point, but fortunately we're not going to see any hits there from the pulse bomb from Proper, but it might be time for an EMP soon.
Hydron, Nano Boost, all right, trying to get that EMP online as quickly as possible. I mean, that's a good way, just putting in that damage. He's already at 93% and climbing. Gonna be able to try to get up to the high ground just in case. EMP at the ready. They were able to still hold the shock here despite getting that first pick on the Speedly. Here comes the EMP, finding 3, finding Hisei, which is big because now they won't have the EMP for this fight. Finds the backline, but they were able to get away just in time, but it still stalls out the shock before they go in for the re-engage. They have the Nano Boost and they have the EMP as well as Jumpin's ult ready.
Yeah, and that's something that Toronto Defiant can play around now. Because they were able to EMP Hisei, I'm sure that they were also tracking the ultimates, but now they have actual coverage and confidence that Hisei does have the EMP ready to go. So you can keep OG, you can keep Ultraviolet as out of line of sight as possible, but maybe you can even get a little bit of a cheeky Kaluj ult in there too if you really need it. So you can see that actually Toronto Defiant splitting up a lot with the information that the EMP is ready.
Oh, here comes the EMP. It's found Kaluj and OG here, but didn't get the impact maybe that they were looking for. Jumpin goes nom nom on the speedily pulse bump here. Comes the Nano Boost now coming in on top of Proper. He is melting down the backline. Somebody help them. The insurance policy is not in their favor. The remake also is going to be able to find Kaluj's mech there too, and the Shock are going to be able to clear out this next corner from the Defiant. That was all enabled with Proper having that Nano Boost on him and taking care of the backline that wasn't Defiant.
Absolutely, especially after, as you called out, the EMP maybe not being as high impact as Shock would have wanted. Toronto Defiant really playing around that with their positioning, but Shock had to throw a couple of other ultimates out there, like you saw the remech there from the Diva, and of course the Nano. And now Proper has a lot of setup with the Pulse Bomb ready to go again, maybe able to land that onto Ultraviolet or OG in the backline. That could really help Shock to push this payload forward. This is the hardest point for the attack to get through when it comes down to the defensive capabilities that are afforded on the high ground here. So they're gonna need as much firepower as possible if Shock want to sink this in.
I imagine the comms are going crazy right now. I like the disengage from Proper right there after Kaluj got put to sleep. Here comes the EMP. It found Hisei and Jumpin. Hisei got away just in time. Not going to have that impact either here for the Spy that maybe they wanted to keep holding Shock here. Here comes the rally activated as Proper is just trying to continuously harass this backline. Speedly finds Finn though, finding that impact with the Pulse Bomb. Defiant are going to be able to hold back the Shock a little bit in that next corner as right now Proper is going to take a quick nap. Gonna be able to try to get away just in time. The hack coming in as well on top of Vindame. And the rest of the Shock are gonna go for that reset here, Necro. Defiant are able to hold them back, and they do have that Nano Boost ready for the next engagement.
Yeah, they have the Nano Boost, but they also, more importantly, have the EMP. He's saying is going to be ready to let that one rip once again. So I love the disengage to make sure that they aren't going to keep too many members fallen, and they're also able to get back on their feet for this EMP that's about to come in.
You can find an angle here. He gets melted. So does Shunbin. Proper continuously putting in so much pressure around that next corner. Now trying to take a different cheeking angle. Hydron says, "You're not going to find me." Teleports away as Proper was trying to isolate him. They note that he has EMP. That's why he's trying to find him out. Comes the Nano Boost ready. Going to continuously harass that backline, but has to get rid of that shield bash. Here comes the EMP. Huge EMP coming in from Hydron. Found 4 while Proper also gets hacked. Defiant, while they were on the backline trying to contain Proper here, they're also able to hold on the fort in the front lines, and the Defiant are going to be able to hold back the Shock.
This is why this point is so difficult for the attacking team to ingress upon. Look at how well Toronto Defiant is locking down not only the flank routes of this final point, but also the high ground capabilities. So you can see Kaluj just kind of being able to dance between the ledge and the ground, but also it makes it way harder for something like a Sombra to be able to find impact when Ultraviolet and OG are able to play pretty close together. So that's why you're going to see Hiseng now switch over to the Hanzo, because that pick potential is enormous, and we saw just how much impact that hero choice had on that first point.
Well, that Nano Boost ready here too as Speedly finds Hiseng. Kluge gets demech, goes for the reset with the Diva Bomb, clearing up all that extra space here. Ultraviolet is going crazy. Such an aggressive player, shining right through, being able to find some of these picks, but also his positioning too, to deter Proper from trying to isolate him when he is slightly away from OG.
Yeah, really great way to be able to keep each other safe and also make sure that Shock aren't going to be able to get this payload to its final destination. But they still have stuff in the tank here, Vicky. I'm looking at Proper with another Pulse Bomb.
Proper getting ready as the rally gets popped up in Dame. Overtime ticking away. He's just still trying to call out Ultraviolet, but he hasn't been able to nail him down just yet. The rally gets activated from OG. He's still trying to split some of that pressure and that attention over to the other side. Kalush gets hit incredibly hard. The Pulse Bomb does get stuck. Immortality Field coming in from Finn, helping the rest of the Shock move forward. Proper needs some of the extra help, but the EMP, huge, finding the backline of the Shock, finds 3 members, losing out on Finn Dame. Proper got hit with that anti at the very end, and with no supports left from the Shock, Defiant are going to be able to hold back the Shock from getting to the finish line.
Jumpin's trying their best right now, but he's unfortunately not going to be able to do enough except secure a couple of extra meters. But that does mean, hey, there's a chance that Defiant could take this map and tie up the series now, Vicky.
Trying to highlight those individual plays speedily with this Pulse Bomb picks there too, as well as Hydron's EMP. Huge looks here looking at the Defiant. Even every time that Proper tried to get onto the backline of Defiant, Ultraviolet was never called out. Unless there was that Nano Boost that we saw that one other time, even when he got hit with the Nano Boost the second time, he still couldn't call out Ultraviolet. The positioning from Ultraviolet and OG is fantastic because it's not close enough to OG where they could be shoulder to shoulder, but it's close enough where OG could help him with the Shield Bash, deter Proper from trying to isolate Ultraviolet. And even that, we see the peel coming in from Kalush to help out the backline almost immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just use those boosters or even just swivel to have that defense matrix available is really, really helpful. You can see Speedily having such a big impact here as well. When Hydron's able to hit the EMP, that's a huge shutdown onto the supports, just recognizing who the main targets in that team fight were supposed to be. Right? We can talk about OG and Ultraviolet being such a strong backline for the Toronto Defiant, but Finn and Vindame, they had such an impact in that very first map, and definitely need to try to shut them down in this one too.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Getting ready now. Defiant making the swap over. Want to see more of this Hydron Sombra has been able to pop off. We know the Shock absolutely know this matchup here too. Just trying to see if they're going to make some swaps here with Vindame. Being on the Kiriko this time around, you highlighted Vindame and Finn. Yeah, they had that huge impact in that first map. Been able to put in a lot of that healing pressure here too, just able to help the sustainability from the rest of the Shock. It's so difficult when Speedy's isolating you.
It really is tough, but I love this switch over to the Kalush Winston. Yeah, Kalush, very well known for the Diva, but has shown off some really powerful looks on the Winston as well. As we see this wraparound starting to happen as Toronto Defiant try to find a way around the point. You can see Speedily just kind of in a position where it wants to be able to follow up onto a hack that Hydron is able to do on the Sombra, but Kalush as well just kind of looking for an entry point onto the back line.
Boop him real quick with the melee on top of Jumpin's head as he gets taken out. Talking about it perfectly. Kalush Winston coming in for the Defiant as they got that first pick. They trade that though as Proper and Hiseng putting in so much of that damage. Vindame is enabling them here too. Defiant down 3 now as the Shock, yeah, they lost out on that first pick here, but now it's back to a reset for the Defiant in that first choke point.
That's exactly what we mean, right? Is you see the amount of support coming in from Finn and Vindame, able to keep Hiseng alive, be able to go for some big damage onto the rest of the members on the Defiant, and it's also buying so much time here for the rest of the Shock to come back and contest this point. The defense has been super strong. Yeah, they gave up a third of the point already to the Defiant's push, but it's about the end of the race. It's a marathon here.
Oh, Sexy's. Oh, quick sleep. They woke him up though here too. Nice anti coming in from Ultraviolet though onto Finn and Jumpin. The follow up from Speedly. Dragons get called out from He's he is literally one. Ultraviolet finds him in a nice angle as OG right underneath him is going to have that nano boost on him, and they're going to be able to get this payload right out of the garage.
Yeah, you had to use the nano boost there as well as the pulse bomb, but it feels like it was the perfect tools to be able to get this payload unlocked, knowing that Collusion and Hydron are also working up to their ultimates now. So a great ultimate rotation coming through for the Defiant when you have the sustain, and that EMP could be absolutely massive. This is the point to be able to have that. Shock, if they're tracking this, could play around it, just playing on top of that pylon terrace, playing a little bit more spread out, but Hydron's built up to this one relatively quickly, so this is something that the Shock may not be expecting.
Oh, they see him. They saw him off to the other side. Also huge to note that Hydra could utilize that EMP to force the Shock off the high ground here too. Proper trying to call him out as he finds that 1v1 and comes out on top. No EMP push here from the Defiant here as Proper is going to just reset with the rest of the Shock. Backline of the Shock on control from this high ground here. But the Defiant taking their time to rotate over to the other side if they need to boot him off that high ground, Necro.
Yeah, well, you could see that the Shock were playing relatively clumped together, but now they're playing more spread out across this high ground. So playing around the fact that Hydron has this EMP online, so you're going to see the Defiant start to come towards them, try to group them up a little bit, corral them into a corridor that Hydron could really hit this.
That was a huge pulse bomb pick. Yeah, from Proper, and they just melt the floor with the rest of the Defiant. The Shock now not only saw right through Defiant's plans, Necro, but they were able to hold still on top of the high ground and find those picks one by one, starting with the back line with that pulse bomb.
Yeah, I gotta see the replay of this because he's saying basically just said, oh, you want to wrap around us? Oh, that's weird. How about I just kill you instead? So like a complete planned derailment here for the Defiant, and they have to go back and reset again. They've made very little progress on the second point now just because of how strong the defense has been for the Shock. He's saying it proper, just popping off.
Isolating the problem out here, and they try to do that to Proper. Nice backup, though. Proper lived with literally 1 pixel thanks to Finn in that huge anti, forcing Hydron to back off. Kalu's trying to go for the follow-up as well. Like you mentioned, Necker, they're playing so split up. Now taking control over the high ground here as Jumpin's going to drop down from the high ground. Trying to negate some of that extra damage here. That Matrix, Speedly trying to take a different off angle, but somebody needs to take care of Finn, who has this high ground and has a nano boost ready.
Who do you send up there? Like, you could send up Kaluj with the Winston jump, then you're vulnerable because you have no escape mechanism, and the wraparound here from the Shock. They just want to shut things down now.
Proper has not let Ultraviolet go. Yes, we see the 2-pick, the backline getting taken out from the Shock. That's huge here because Proper was so fixated on Ultraviolet. The front line here from the Shock was falling apart here. Proper literally won. He tries to get away. Defiant clear him out, and they're going to be able to clear out that second point too.
Oh my gosh, they almost got away with that too. Proper there just in case the rest of the team is able to come back and get the recontested before that second point is captured. But they bought so much time for themselves. The Shock had such a good stall on that second point that Traja Defiant don't have much time left to work with. Only 2.5 minutes entering into this third and final stretch of the map. The box of victory is right there in order to tie up the series, but it's about whether or not they can get there. So we're looking at Collusion Speedily really being able to put the damage down onto the team, and a huge antis.
Wow, finding 3, found the backline, is again the reason why Proper was able to isolate Ultraviolet. But while Proper is constantly on Ultraviolet's tail, even with these follows with the anti, the Shock's front line seems to crumble. Here comes Kaluj popping the problem. He found Yiseng earlier. They lost out on another member earlier before that here, as Proper is going to have to reset too. The Defiant win another team fight.
Defiant are looking so strong right now to be able to close out this map, especially if Hydron's able to get this EMP online. There's 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock, and that should be plenty of time for Hydron and Speedily to be able to partner up their ultimates and get something done. Even if Speedily just opens something up here with the Pulse Bomb, that could be enough time for Hydron to get this EMP online and just finish the map here.
To be extremely important here too, especially seeing the swaps that we're seeing from the Shock between Jumpin having the Winston. Here comes the EMP, but nobody there to touch. The EMP came in, and Defiant get to that box of victory with nobody there. Are you kidding me? The C9's already. I mean, Necra, it's just the first series.
Okay, how many things on the bingo card have we hit already? That's what I want to know.
Nobody hit the penguins on AP, so that's good. I would have been upset.
Absolutely nuts, though. I feel like you have to give a little bit of credit there to Hydron and Speedily locking down the back line of the Shock just so they wouldn't move forward. But at the same time, I'm all here for Cluj typing C9mm in the chat there. So like, I don't know.
Because Sam was right there. He just needed to blink. Oh man, Speedily right there. And this was so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate because they were right there to touch. But C9's already coming out strong here for our first series. I like this touch. I like this opening for the Overwatch League season, Necra, but the back and forth is what I was expecting to see as well, especially when it comes to the Shock versus Defiant. Taking a look at some of the highlights that went down over in Blizzard World, we saw Proper absolutely tear apart the back line here, but a few times we also saw the follows between Proper following up from Finn's and T's, but then immediately right afterwards, we saw Junpin unfortunately get torn apart, then followed by what he's saying. We saw the swaps come out, but maybe just a little too late by the end of that map.
I think a lot of what we saw coming through in terms of hero swaps just had to do with the strength of those particular heroes on those specific sections of the map. So you're going to see, like he's saying, with the Hanzo just having a lot of momentum to be able to get those picks and that final point as well as the first. But then the Sombra is just always such a tricky hero to play on any of those sections just because of the fact that she has incredible flank routes to be able to take advantage of. So it's a lot of kind of give and take, but I feel like Toronto Defiant figured it out, and that first map was also very close.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised here too, because going into today, I like being able to say that the meta isn't set in stone. There's a lot of creativity able to be grown into for a lot of these teams, but I was expecting the Tracer and Sombra, honestly, going into today, and Hydron performed on that Sombra. He hacked over, I believe, 30 plus enemies in that last round that we just saw alone. We saw the impact that his EMP had. I like what we're seeing from the Defiant, tying out our series. That means we're going over to our map number 3 on the other side of this break. You don't want to miss it.
is a generational talent. He's going to be in this league for a long time.
Look at this guy. He's running down Bernard. Then he just charges the Sigma.
Completely uncontested, tearing through.
갑니다.
Though tried his best, but it's not gonna be enough. Finn is feeling himself. Look at him.
Shot, but only affects him. Rampage gonna catch on a triple and kill him. A proper is there. Oh my.
이렇게 모르나요?
여기 깔고 또.
Welcome back, everyone. That was map number 2 in the books in favor for the Toronto Defiant after already showing us an early C9 from the Shock. Moving on to map number 3, Necker. We got some changes in our lineup, though, from the Shock.
We do. We're going to be switching tanks right now. We're going to have Jungbin take a little bit of a rest and bring Max in for his debut on the San Francisco Shock regular season. Really exciting to see this tank player come through from the Shock because we're really looking at a team of just incredible rookie power coming in from their academy team O2 Blast. We're also going to see a switch coming through from the Toronto Defiant though. Also, Vicky.
Yeah, seeing the Toronto Defiant coming in. See Sam moving right back in alongside Speedly. The Defiant, in that last game, though, we saw put in work with the Sombra that Hydron was on. So making this change up makes a lot of sense, seeing that our map 3 is going to be Shambhala Monastery. Very heavily defensive map. Always usually surprised when we usually see that third point, at least in my games, because that is so beneficial when you have that high ground on the defense there, too. So I'm excited to see how this is going to play into the Defiant workup.
Yeah, I want to talk about the Shock just a little bit more because I feel like when we do take a look at Defiant's lineup, I think we're going to see a lot of kind of similar feeling pieces or things that we are familiar with either from the Pro-Am or from last season from these players. But I think there's something really important to be said about the Shock, just kind of talking about them as a rookie team and also just maybe not having the same type of synergy as what we have seen from the Toronto Defiant. Max coming into the roster, I feel like, has a couple of question marks above his head just based on the performance that we saw during the Pro-Am when it came down to the hero pool that he was able to provide to the team and also when they decided to switch him in. But we saw a lot of Ramatra coming out from Max during those Pro-Am qualifiers, and so I would love to see what kind of defensive play Max is able to bring to the table and if we see a match of that on the Defiant.
Talking about the Ramatra and from what we've seen from Max here is going to be important, especially from the angles that you could take on the defense on Shambhala. Like how you touched up on the fact that Shock have had that history of playing with one another on O2 Blast, so they have that synergy that they can work into. But I mean, the same could obviously be said about the Toronto Defiant. We talked about them earlier on. Literally American Tornado coming all right back together. The gang's all here. Now getting started here, Necker. Map number 3 after the performance we just saw in that last map. Defiant so quick already to get the first pick onto Vindame. No! That is not who you want to go down first, because now that's also going to delay the sound barrier eventually.
Yeah, I mean, the Ramatra Brawl really relies upon that Lucio speed in order to be able to get them around the map, and as soon as you see Lucio fall, it's like dominoes over here, Vicky. That should be a very quick team fight win for the Defiant to get out of the gates.
They took a different corner to contest them by their gates, and then the Defiant just wrapped around them and put them together in a sandwich. That was a Shock sandwich, and Defiant now are going to be able to clear that next corner here as the Shock going to be able to make their way back.
Yeah, and at this point, we're going to see a big switch up here. It's no longer going to be that Lucio Ramatra Brawl composition. It's going to be more of the dive. So we're going to see Heesang stick onto the Hanzo and, of course, Proper on one of his signature heroes in the Tracer. But it really comes down to whether or not the synergy is there. And so that's why we bring that back up. Is there enough playtime together to be able to make sure that these dives are coordinated? Max is already dead.
Sam is going crazy right now. The damage output already off the gates. He's been able to find over 1.3k damage, already has 4 elims, and they're already able to get that first checkpoint. goes up on the high ground, tries to deter Shock from trying to contest him on the other side. We just talked about how heavily favored this map is for the defensive side. They have the high ground, they have the positional advantage, and Sam is just able to find picks one by one. And this is what we were expecting here too. With Sam moving in, we obviously were going to see that Hanzo so he can get on top of the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, the Hanzo there just wall climbing, even just being able to shut down that main window. Whether or not you're hitting your shots doesn't matter. It's the scare tactic and just the idea of the Hanzo being able to get a headshot into that window that makes you very, very scared to peek your head. So look at all the progress that Toronto Defiant have already been able to make here.
Proper gets that pulse bomb stick onto Ultraviolet, but it was a huge sweep onto Max from Ultraviolet right before he gets taken down. Defiant lose out on 2. They're at a number disadvantage. OG just trying to manage to restabilize here. Goes speedily with the pulse bomb special package. Not going to land on Max. And he does find OG at the very end. She will be able to come right back in, though, with the Kitsune Rush at the ready. And the Shock are just trying to find a way to split the rest of the Defiant apart because they're playing so strange on the low ground right here, too, with Speedly now finding Proper.
This fight is so split up for all parties. Either you're going to be playing in this underpass or you're going to try to go above and try to peek through some of this high ground. But even still, look at how the Defiant are able to keep pushing this cart forward. They have so many tools at their disposal to be able to jump into the backline, which is making this defensive dive for the Shock much harder to run. They just don't necessarily have the breathing room that they would like to have in order to set up these dives for themselves. So the Defiant are just aggressive.
Oh, with a Kitsune Rush to match that with the Shock and Vindame activating a 2. Here comes Max now with that speed boost. He is literally in the pit going crazy with Proper following up, finding the backline on up to OG and Ultraviolet. Kalush gets taken down. Much more impactful out here from Max to utilize that Kitsune Rush into that Primal here. Defiant now having to reset, but that was a much needed win for that team fight for the Shock because they were not able to stop Defiant from the very beginning.
Yeah, I think that fight win is going to be a confidence booster here, and it's also a way for the Shock to start to stabilize and figure out how they want to rotate through their ultimates for these future fights. They've had to throw a lot in the kitchen sink at this one in order to actually sink their feet into the sand, but they do have a pulse bomb, and they also have a great way to split up the Defiant so that the Shock can play on their own terms. Where are those Dragon Strikes going to go here? He's saying has a really nice angle to be able to make sure that the Defiant are kept at bay.
Speedly just waiting. He's got that pulse bomb ready, but Proper helping out Vindame, trying to get through that corridor. Gary goes to stick onto Max. He took enough damage right there to get that follow-up. Dragon trying to split up Defiant. Huge anti, though, onto the backline of OG and Ultraviolet as Proper cleans up the rest of them. Defiant losing out on their supports won't have that sustainability, and it's going to have to be a quick reset right here. But again, it's the follow-up and the bread and butter that we've been seeing between Finn and Proper, that synergy that you were talking about earlier.
There we go. I mean, this is definitely working for them right now, and I think that I still had some questions about whether or not Shock were able to get these dives in sync, but it feels like they finally figured out their mojo, and that's a great opener.
Oh, huge, with OG Ultraviolet going down again as the first pick, even after that Nano Boost was utilized there too. Finn gonna be able to clean up the rest of the Shock, and it's gonna be another reset here for the Defiant.
Look how aggressive they're starting to play now, Vicky. I feel like they have finally found themselves in this map where the Shock were getting rolled over, but not anymore. They have a lot of foothold now to be able to keep this cart defended, and Defiant just at this moment having a really hard time figuring out how they want to be able to breach this. So they've switched Sam over to the Sombra. See if that's going to be able to help open anything up, especially as we're entering into sub 1 minute territory. This may be enough time for Sam to get an EMP on and open up the doors.
Less than a minute, here comes the Kitsune Rush from Vindame here. Ultraviolet and OG get taken down again. The follow-up between Proper and Max to clear out the backline prevents the sustainability from coming in from Defiant. Now we're down to 35 seconds, and less than that here as Proper is just continuously following up and harassing OG and Ultraviolet.
Yeah, this is now at a point where it's kind of dire straits here for Defiant to get any more progress. Maybe this EMP comes online, but you really have to rely upon what you know you have. And so Kalush is going to have to try to get some sustain on the board with this Primal Rage. And Speedily has to land this Pulse Bomb, but look at how aggressive Shock are playing.
Oh, And he gets put to sleep. Sam wanted to try to isolate him, and Proper finds Ultraviolet at the same time again to start off this fight. Overtime taking away with the Defiant now trying to hold on to their life. It's Kaluj that's on the point. He can reset with the Primal. Max gonna pop the Primal here first. Speedly falling incredibly low here. Sam has that EMP like you mentioned. He was able to get it online for this last fight. With that first pick though onto Kisang, Defiant roll in. They can definitely maintain not just their ults, but control this cart and now move it over, but they can't get off with overtime taken away.
Nope, they definitely can't get off the cart, but they are able to play as a group, especially playing around this EMP from Sam. And even though we're going to see a last-second contest coming from the Shock, that's the perfect time for this EMP.
EMP coming in out here, and they find Proper here too. Max having to back away. Finn was not in that line of sight too. Shock now down Proper, are trying to go for the reset while Defiant press all the way forward. They got that extra time in the time bank too after getting that second point. It was looking grim for them, but those minor adjustments that they needed to make to really help them out as the reset from the Shock come in.
Not even just those minor adjustments, but it was the focus onto Finn specifically. I felt really opened up the doors here for the Defiant to get this cart over that second checkpoint. Finn is the main source of healing for the team when it comes down to the Ana being able to make sure Max is topped up on the Winston, maybe even getting a chance to help out Proper every once in a while. But with that source of healing gone, everything else starts to tumble. And Defiant just know how to capitalize on those big important picks.
Also going to be important for Vindame to use this rush as he activates it right now. He gets immediately deleted by Sam. Kisang gets dove on by Kaluj. They trade that as OG gets stuck with that pulse bomb. Proper finds two here, but the number advantage still in favor here for the Defiant. Max gets hacked, but he was able to pop the Primal right before it gets right back into it. And with the Defiant, once they roll right back in Necro, they have a plethora of ultimates to work with here, unlike the Shock for this last fight.
Yeah, at this point, it's really just about playing around the central pillar that is Kaluj and making sure that Sam is set up for another EMP. What a smart choice that they have made in order to switch over to the Sombra, but it's got to pay off.
Oh, the EMP found the backline here. Huge here for Sam to be able to find that impact onto Vindame and Finn, but Finn is a problem and he needs to get taken care of like you mentioned before. Kaluj did get that fall, but he got put to sleep, so he couldn't find Finn, and nobody from the Shock is left to contest the point as Defiant are able to complete this run on the payload.
Defiant are looking very good right now. I think Shock were able to stabilize a little bit in that second point, but when Defiant were up against a wall, they brought out the Sam Sombra pick, and the EMP is just such a valuable ultimate to have to be able to shut down healing, shut down a lot of the tools in Ishiro's kit, and you just couldn't get the defensive dive going when just don't have cooldowns available. So what a smart choice for Defiant to rely upon. And now we've got the side swap, but I feel like Defiant, they're feeling themselves right now, Vicky.
Yeah, and what was cheeky too about that second point EMP was my eyes were on Vindame and the Suzu, especially since he didn't get caught in that EMP. Such a huge outcome there for the Shock that still didn't even work out in their favor there. So Defiant still able to clutch out that run on the payload, getting it to the finish line out here. And the fact that they were able to make those adjustments, like you talked about, Sam being swapped over to the Sombra, still being able to get that EMP so quickly. But OG and Ultraviolet were not having a good time with Proper being able to target them down every single time that Finn got that ante onto them.
Well, that's like the biggest secret when you've got the dive versus dive, right? You're always looking at how do you trade out your backline, because at the end of the day, you can't always keep them healthy and you can't always keep focusing on trying to react to the dive that's in front of you. And so at a certain point, maybe you're like, oh, okay, it might be okay to lose OG or Ultraviolet here, or on the flip side, Finn or Vindame, as long as you're able to follow up with the right picks. So if you're gonna see like Proper going after the backline, then maybe you just sacrifice somebody to still get the job done. But Vicky, who we were not expecting the Junker Queen. I don't think anybody had Zarya on their bingo card either.
Yeah, I mean, you know, APAC is a different beast, all right? I know we've been seeing so much Zarya in APAC land, but it's APAC, you know? I was there for a while. We usually see that happen. Yeah. But now, with Proper being on the Reaper, this is going to work into Shock's game plan here. It's about getting Defiant off the high ground that I'm worried about, Necron. It didn't work out for them in this approach. I mean, Kalush can get onto the high ground just as easily to rejoin the rest of the Defiant, but the same can't be said about the Shock because Zarya doesn't have that mobility option.
Yeah, I don't know what Shock are cooking right now, but I don't know if I'm eating at the moment. Give me a few team fights and we'll see. We'll see, yeah. I mean, hey, in theory, this is a really strong composition for them to run into something like the D.Va. The defense matrix from the D.Va doesn't negate the damage from the Zarya beam. And when you have heavy hitters like Speedily in your backline, you can use a Zarya bubble usually to try to keep somebody safe. But if your Zarya's dead, that's off the table. You can't bubble anything.
And this first point, if you don't get through this first choke point easily, it's going to be so difficult, especially when these ultimates are already building up for the Defiant. Yep. Speedily is about to get that pulse one. They're about to get nano boost for Ultraviolet out here. Comes that coming in onto Sam. Comes a nano boost now alive here for OG. Gonna be able to negate huge EMP now coming in though. It found 4. Ultraviolet got deleted. The follow from Max and Heeseng right there as Heeseng made that change up to be able to find more impact on the Sombra while Speedily is clearing up this entire room from the rest of the Shock. Dame goes down, only leaving Finn to try to fend for himself. He needs to run away as he goes for the reset. Speedily cleans him up.
Yeah, I think this is like a really good composition in theory, but in practice it just doesn't seem like it's paying off so far. When the Brawl from the Zarya would love to be able to play in these close quarters, but then you've got Kaluj with the defense matrix, keeping Speedily and Sam safe, and the damage output from both of them respectively is just incredibly high. And with the rally as well, this makes it even harder for the Zarya composition to contend against them.
I feel like OG saw Proper get right in their face and predicted that Death Blossom was ready. That rally got popped. That was a four-style ult if I've ever seen one. Huge Dragons though coming in, cutting off the rotation from the Shock, but despite that, with the Ant Matrix coming in, the rest of the Shock are going to be able to rotate around that. They just don't have their support ready. They don't have that sustainability. And it's back to a reset so that way Proper can get into position at least to try to take advantage of this Death Blossom with less than a minute on the board for the Shock.
Oh, it's really unfortunate that Proper wasn't able to finish off the pick there onto Kaluj before that D.Va bomb was going to go off, because now you still have Kaluj ready to go in the mech and buying a lot of time for the rest of Defiant to come back and contest this, as we've got 40 seconds left. This is it. This is the chance that Shock have in order to get this payload through this first objective. And you're looking at Heeseng right now with the EMP, and you might just have to use everything here.
Everybody gets cleared out here. OG, Ultraviolet were the only two on the high ground, and the EMP was called in with a Death Blossom. A little expensive here, but necessary to get to that first point with less than 15 seconds on the clock.
Yep, I mean, you're still just halfway through this first point right now, and so the fact that you're at least able to hold on to the Graviton Surge as well as the Sound Barrier, that should be able to get you over the line. But is Kaluj hungry today? Is this Graviton Surge actually going to land? That's why the hack is going on to him first to make sure that the defense matrix is completely down for this Graviton.
Already out of the mech here too, enabling Max to get into that position. He gets put to sleep. Somebody wakes him up right afterwards. Who did that here as the grab comes in as well? Rest of the Shock trying to get the follow-up with the Ant Matrix here. Proper finds Speedily. OG pops in the rally as a Nano Boost also gets called in from Ultraviolet. Defiant throwing everything to prevent the Shock from getting onto this first point while overtime is ticking away. Means Max would work into getting some of that extra damage with those bubbles set up too. Finn's gonna be able to find OG. The lackluster support now coming in from Defiant as nobody from the backline is left, and the Shock can finally take a little breather with some extra time in the time bank.
There you go. One hurdle has cleared the raid boss, and the Nano Brigida has been slain. And now you've got to look at trying to get through the second objective. But that took a lot out of the Shock there. At least it was enough time that you can get this EMP and this Death Blossom combo back online. But this is where we saw Defiant start to struggle here, which was halfway through this second objective. But maybe with the momentum that Shock have after capturing that first point, this will help them to get through this point as well.
Oh, he's trying to check him.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't catch him. He's over to the side. Oh, he gets that at the top of Kaluj and the EMP to fall up right afterwards. Speedily is able to go for the reset with the recons. OG also stuck on the back end getting hacked with that EMP. Proper finds Kaluj. No remake allowed, and Defiant are looking to reset around that next corner.
They have to at this point. If you don't have your tank, you really can't contest against this, especially when you also don't want to give Max more charge. Defiant need a reset onto the Zarya right now. That's so important. He's dishing out so much damage.
Splitting up the family here as a Shock. Avoid those dragons. Time ticking away here as the Death Blossom gets unleashed from Proper. Does find Sam here and then fights speedily right after he sends out that Pulse Bomb. No TPS left for the Defiant as Kalush goes for the reset as well with the Diva Bomb. It finds Finn. Over to the other side is Proper still unchecked right now. Is still harassing Kalush as he gets hacked. It's the double whammy before Heesang and Proper are able to get the rest of this payload over into that second point. Defiant had a good hold onto the Shock, but now with this momentum flipping over to the Shock side, they're able to get a lot cooking.
Absolutely, and now I'm eating what they're cooking. Like, this is great. This is exactly what we were hoping to see out of a composition like this. But now we're gonna see a big switch up here from the Defiant as we enter into this third objective. We're gonna see the Reinhardt and the Mei, a look that we saw already out of the Defiant from that very first map. But we do have Speedily picking up the Mei reins this time around. Maybe the Reinhardt will be enough, though. You've got this big shield to be able to contend against the Zarya, but you can't have that against the EMP.
Had it for that time. The Immortality also was already called in, but then disabled out here too as the rally comes in. That was a big EMP for Heesang, but Proper and Max going down here with Sam in a different angle was huge for the Defiant to hold back the Shock with 1 minute and 20 seconds now on the clock.
Even bigger because you do get that energy reset onto Max, but not going to be a problem anymore because you're also going to be switching over to the Ramatra. So once again, we have this time-old story we're going to be developing of the Reinhardt Brawl versus the Ramatra Brawl. And Max has shown high proficiency on this hero in the Pro-Am. So let's see what he's able to get accomplished here in this final stretch of Shambali.
And it's that matchup that we heard Jake talking about earlier on the desk, too. Yep. It's that Ryan versus Ramatra matchup. You see the Vortex clearing some space right behind Kaluch. He needs to back up as that Anti found that snipe over on the other side of the shield from Finn. The Dragons as well, splitting up the Shock, forcing Finn Dame to recoup with the rest of the Shock. Tresh trying to take different off angles here. This is why we see these open areas with Proper making that switch over to the Hanzo right when they got that second fourth gear, too. See the Nemesis form being called in as well. He's going to be able to hold back. 30 seconds left on the clock here as the Shock need to engage.
Ooh, the Dragon Circ's going to make that really hard, though, and especially when you do have the ability to get those Hanzo shots through these shields. This is going to start to get a little bit rough for the Defiant. They've got to take a little bit of a step back before they reapproach.
He's been getting his ult so quick here, too. Payload moving into that box of Victor. Defiant need to jump down as they do. Proper fight Sam over to the other side. Great timing as Defiant were in the middle of that rotation to jump down from the platform. Blizzard to match that with the sound barrier for Finn Dame, but Max has that Nemesis form ready. Huge shatter as Max is unable to pull the trigger on the ult. Now the Blizzard comes in from Heesang. Can he be the savior here as Proper is still alive? Time is still ticking away. They don't have enough bodies left on this payload, and Sam is cleaning up the rest of the Shock as the Defiants are going to be able to hold them back.
Wow, a 2-1 lead right now for the Defiant after such a close map on Shambali Monastery. Vicky, this has been an incredibly tough matchup, I feel like, for either team to really start to pull ahead, but when we saw Defiant really get their wheels turning, they're turning, they're schmoving, they're in this.
This is such a good series to open up this season. Again, I knew this was gonna go the distance. It was so hard to pick who was gonna come out on top, but the Defiant are doing such a good job at not only calling out their disengagements, but the communication. I mean, that's the synergy that we were talking about. This is a team of players that have so much history with each other, spanning back the last 3 years. Absolute beautiful look here from the Toronto Defiant. I want to take a look at some of the highlights that we just saw on Shambali Monastery. But man, even making the adjustments in the swaps over on that third point Necro that we saw between Sam and Proper, when you have more of those open sight lines, you're not playing as close together, where the high ground maybe is as much as a detriment in those first 2 points that we see on this map was huge here for those adjustments.
Absolutely. I feel like we are seeing a lot of the just impact that Kasaurus specifically the head coach of the Toronto Defiant has really had on this team. Not only is there a lot of familiarity there when you look at some of the players like Kaluj and Sam already having this kind of pre-existing history there with Kasaurus, but you're also looking at Kasaurus just that having that brain that I feel like just works with a team like this. And so there's a lot of insight there to be able to look at Defiant just having great strategy when it comes down to these different map sections.
Yeah, now next up, it's gonna be our push map, New Queen Street, with the Defiant sitting at match point. Can they do it, Necro? We're gonna have to see on the other side of this break.
cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one, man, forget my peace. You take the west, I'll take on the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the. I am shots in the noise. Can't stop for the talking. Hot like fire on the pine. If you wanna touch Mount Peace, pushing.
Welcome back, everyone. Toronto Defiant sitting at match point now versus the San Francisco Shock. We're making some adjustments before diving into our fourth map. That's going to be on New Queen Street if you guys are just tuning in right now. And Necro, we're already seeing some adjustments. We're going in with the back and forth that we've been seeing for Defiant. Oh, I was muted. All right, Necro. Sorry, I was hyping up everything. I know everybody heard me at home, but Necro, I was talking about how Defiant are sitting at match point now, making some adjustments. And on the other side, we're also seeing from the Shock also changing up some things. Max sitting out, Junbin coming right back in. You were talking to me a little bit about this earlier in the pre-show about how we could probably expect this happen.
Yeah, I think that when you bring Max into the roster, I feel like you're looking for something very, very specific out of the San Francisco Shock, but I think that Junbin has just been such a centerpiece for this particular team in the tank role that it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to leave him out, especially when your back's against a wall. Toronto Defiant are one map away from taking this whole series.
Man, now it makes me rethink what I was expecting here from this matchup, all right? This, again, was probably the hardest series that I had to make my decision when it came to looking at our pick'ems. I'm still sticking strong. I was on that pick'ems train last year. I got to make sure that I stay on top this year, too. But Necra, Defiant are looking so good. I like what they have going on between swapping Hydron, Sam, or then incorporating Speedily into. It's been really good look here for this team, as well as the fact that we're seeing Shock try things out, whether they don't like what they see for certain maps, with Max trying out the Zarya at one point. We even saw the Junker Queen at 1.2 for that first map on AP. I mean, the Shock have things that they're cooking, but it's a lot of this back and forth that we've been seeing where they want to figure out where their strengths are.
Yeah, I love that you bring that up because I feel like the Shock were one of the teams that we actually saw the most flexibility out of when it came to the Pro-Am. We saw Moira come out from this team, which is a hero that we haven't seen a whole lot of, if I'm being totally honest with you, whether it's scrims, whether it was Pro-Am. It just hasn't been on the docket for a lot of our teams in terms of just a hero that they feel like could have a lot of impact. So we've seen a lot of this double flex support meta, which has been really helpful. And I think that has allowed the Shock to start to play around a little bit in terms of, okay, well, what do we really want to run here? So let's experiment a little bit with the Zarya or the Junker Queen, or just trying to find ways to break this synergy that we have seen out of the Toronto Defiant so far.
And even seeing the flexibility from the DPS lineup out here too. Seeing Sam, like what he did basically in Pro-Am, sticking to that hit scan option year 2. Hydron to get the follow-up with the Tracer. Such great Tracer play that we've been seeing overall in this entire series. But again, we are moving on to New Queen Street, and with those changes coming in, we do see Sam moving in alongside Hydron. Again, the tank swap up between Max sitting out, Junbin moving in. What can you expect from New Queen Street here, Necro, as we go into the potential last map if the Defiant come out on top?
Honestly, I don't want to call anything, because at this point, Shock have shown us so many different looks that we were not entirely expecting to see out of the very beginning of the season, that I don't know what to expect. I'm not gonna make a call there. I wasn't even brave enough to tell you my prediction at the beginning of the match, which is why I pivoted away so hard.
It's hard. I mean, these teams are so good right now. When you take a look at a lot of people that are coming out with their own opinions on tier lists and where they can see a lot of these teams ending by the end of the season, honestly, with Defiant and Shock, they're up on that upper high area of all the teams that we have in the Overwatch League, especially seeing the synergy and history that both these teams have with one another. And again, we see Junbin teasing us with the Junker Queen. Not sure if it's going to come out just yet here, but I wouldn't be too surprised, especially seeing that we are on New Queen Street.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about this either, if I'm being honest. But I do wonder if maybe they'll do kind of like a switch up. If we do see what Toronto Defiant is running, do they feel comfortable with that? There is going to be that Reinhardt May brawl once again coming out from the Defiant, and Hydron also just sticking on the Symmetra. So really nice way for them to be able to make these awkward rotations faster and catch San Francisco Shock off guard with those teleporters.
especially around these early corners too, where the bot kind of hangs out in the middle. Great option too to set up your turrets. I like the different angle that Speedly's trying to take here too. That Maywall is definitely going to come out in clutch, but Proper has been a thorn to the side now. Oh, I like trying to isolate the backline of the shot. Look how quick the Defiant were to try to isolate Finn and Vindame, but just as immediately Shock were able to answer back with the counter rotate. The disengage leaves Junbin vulnerable, and so does Vindame. They took way too much damage, and that was definitely something that Shock were not expecting, but something that could definitely be utilized by Hydron being on the Simpig.
I mean, look at this. This is the switch up immediately from Jumpin here. Doesn't want to play the Junker Queen into this Reinhardt brawl. Instead wants to go for the Doomfist. How many tanks are we going to see come out from the Shock in this matchup? Because we're also going to see the Genji Tracer. Doomfist is one of those heroes that we've seen maybe be a part of dives from the past season. But if you're new, Doomfist is a hero we haven't seen a whole lot of coming into these first few weeks.
I was thinking about the Dawn tank out here, especially saying the before
yeah,
we've seen
exactly.
with him. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's the embodiment,
times.
of course, right? See, the Ant Matrix called in from Ultraviolet to clear that space. Sang falling incredibly low here as they try to isolate Junbin. That's going to be something that Sweetie's going to be looking out for, especially trying to pinch him with the wall. Comes the sound barrier from OG as Koluj falls incredibly low, and Speedly has that Blizzard at the ready. Tossing it right down to his feet here as Proper puts down that pulse bomb. Finn is forced to call out with the rush, trying to force supply in this side room. The skirmish is real here, but the picks haven't come out in the way that they were expecting after utilizing that Blizzard. Kalush coming down in with the shatter as Dave gets taken out after using that sound barrier here too. You lose out on sustainability, and the rest of the fire are trading that, losing out on Ultraviolet and Hydron. So the number advantage is still on Shock's side.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get back to this fight a lot faster as well, but it doesn't mean that Defiant aren't going to try to squeak in just a couple more meters of progress there. A little bit shy of that first checkpoint, but they've bought themselves enough time that they can make some adjustments of their own and get back into this one. So no more Symmetra. No more of the Mei either. It's going to be a full swap to a dive composition now from the Defiant, as we also see just the Sombra Tracer as the big duo here that we need to keep our eyes on.
This is a swap too that I was honestly expecting here after that first fight had failed them too, because especially with Kisak being on the Genji, the Blade coming in, that's going to be an up Hydron's alley as he finds Ultraviolet, isn't isolated here. He's able to put in enough pressure, but he gets finally taken down with Speedly getting put into position with OG. Oluj also trying to help him out. Speedly going crazy with a quick 3K over on the other side. Shock had used up that blade, forcing Kisang now to make the swap over to the Sombra, so we're going to see that matched up against the Defiant composition here too. You can see with this replay, Speedly getting onto an off angle, sees Kisang vulnerable, finishes him off after he took out Ultraviolet, and then Vindame immediately getting taken down here too. The healing didn't come in just in time from Finn, unfortunately, after he was able to side switch step right on top of him. Now the Defiant making these swaps have put them in the driver's seat when it comes to these ultimate charges. Looking at Hydron already rearing that EMP.
Yeah, the EMP is going to be massive here, especially if you're looking at trying to get that very first checkpoint under your belt. Defiant just inching ever closer to that as Feely's also just looking for an opportunity to let this pulse bomb rip. Kind of waiting for these cooldowns to go offline. Jumpin is so vulnerable right now, forces out the Suzu here.
Oh, Ultraviolet now calling in the rush too. OG gonna be able to pop into sound barrier. It's gonna be Defiant pushing in the aggressive over this next corner, trying to find an isolated Vindame as he gets away. Finn gets called up from Hydron, who's also got hacked by Kisang, and Vindame being alive as he got away was able to pop the sound barrier, but the EMP is just better from Hydron. He found further costing Vindame's life, and Kisang falls incredibly low. Now Shock have to reset over this corner, but that was a huge EMP from Hydron.
Absolutely huge. You're going to see a little bit of defensive coming back in from the Shock. I'm really confused by that. I don't think you try to commit to that defense right there, especially knowing that that checkpoint was just right in front of Defiant's faces. But nonetheless, they are going to try. I feel like Shock at this point, they just need to reset here. Just need to reset, come back as a team of 5. Every time Jumpin just jumps in. I feel like Kalush is there with a response.
He cut him off by just body blocking him through that door, having Junman having to go through the other exit to jump right back with the rest of Shock. Heesang gets taken down as well. The Kalush is able to leap right on top of him. OG's getting close to that sound barrier here too as Jumping gets hacked, and hey, Greendecker, just that reset may need to come out after Finn also made that swap in that previous fight to the Moira now, and Proper does get that pick onto Kaluj. They're just trickling in here as Defiant still have that control over the bot.
Defiant are still going to be able to make some progress here, especially when they're just continuing to push their advantage. We're under the half-minute mark here on push, which means that when the team that's ahead can really just fight to keep the advantage. So all they need to do is try to keep San Francisco Shock from making any progress here, and they're doing a pretty good job of that right now.
Especially with OG being out of that line of sight of the EMP from Keysang that he just unleashed. He had the sound barrier to keep the rest of the Defiant in this fight. Speedly pushing all the way up, trying to find Finn. He's got the coalescence for that next fight here too, and as well as the fact that Vindame has that sound barrier, Proper finishes off Speedly because he was literally one now, but Defiant still in control after that previous fight, and they used up that EMP as a Kitsune Rushdown comes in. Heesang is going to be able to get taken down with Kaluj getting that speed boost and the coalescence from Finn to follow up with the sound barrier from the rest of Shock. They lost out on Heesang at the very beginning of that fight though, so they're playing at that number disadvantage. As OG gets taken down, they even that up real quick.
I don't know what's happening right now. There's fights happening in the small room. There's fights happening over the bot. They're high ground. Like, everything is being contested right now. Shock are just trying to claw their way back into this one with any advantage possible. They finally win this team fight, but that was a minute of time off of this clock where you have the Defiant being able to come back in with a Pulse Bomb, with the Primal Rage. You got Heesang switching over to the Reaper. With the Moira, what are Shock doing right now? I don't have answers for you. I think they're just trying to throw something at a wall and just see what sticks. But it's got to be something that happens soon. That payload does not have too much farther to go here for the Shock, but they've got to actually start winning these team fights outright.
The Kaluj is a problem with the space that he's been able to build up for the Defiant on this map, especially here. He's like swapping over to the Reaper to try to maybe put in some extra pressure up in those close quarter fights. Hydron did find 2, but they trade up for 2 off of Kaluj and Speedly from the Defiant side. So sustainability though that the Defiant still have as Proper is able to still stay in control with the rest of the team and the bot. The next quarter though, rounded up from Defiant. They don't really have those ults other than the sound barrier that's going to come online.
Sound barrier is going to be so important though. When you look at the amount of damage output from either team, the sound barriers are going to be super key. We've got 2 minutes left. San Francisco Shock need to win this team fight here. We've got the Death Blossom. They've got 4 ultimates to do it, but sound barrier to strike first.
OG and Vindame to keep the sustainability with their barriers. Kaluj is so low, but the coalescence from Finn is going to help Jump and stay in this fight. Here comes the Death Blossom from Heesang. He reigns from the high ground all the way down below. Spins to win as the rest of the fight get wiped out. The Shock needed that, so that way they can have a little bit of room to breathe, as well as that next quarter that's so difficult sometimes to get across through.
Yeah, I mean, the bot is going to start to round that corner, but not before the Defiant are able to get one last contest in here before we see the Shock meet their progress. We gotta hit this checkpoint, though. And, Vicky, this could be last fight. If Defiant win it here, they could just win the map outright and the series.
Minute on board, 10 seconds left for that 1 minute. Yeah, the EMP is going to be huge here from Hydron. See if he can get into position. They try to dive on top of him. Speedly has that pulse when he unleashes. The EMP finds a backline, finds Junbin. That's 3 that gets hacked here. Finn gets away with the fade as well. Vindame still hacked in the back. He gets hacked once again from Hydron. The narrowed down focus between Speedly and Hydron for this fight is huge, and they needed that here too. Even though they traded and they lost out on Ultraviolet, it's Proper that's harassing that backline while the rest of the Shock lose out on their front line.
That was an important fight for Shock to win in order to match that progress and start to play for that advantage. They don't have that anymore. Now the onus is on the Defiant. They still are able to keep the lead at the moment, and they still have the Primal Rage, which could buy them time to get the sound barrier online for the rest of the ultimates that Shock have to offer. This is going to be very close to the last fight, Vicky. 15 seconds left.
Oh, but that first pick is so important. Necker literally down to the wire in this map right now. Kaluj falling low, Proper. They're finding Ultraviolet, still putting in the pressure through that choke point here. They get to that first point. They are able to surpass the fight right now. They got to get onto the point as overtime takes away. Hydra gets there just in time as well as Kaluj, but the sound barrier is the difference maker to keep the rest of the Shock alive.
Oh my gosh,
took it away. Oh, they managed to do it at the very end. The Shock keep this series alive, tying tying things up here. We are going on to a map number 5, Necra.
Yeah, we are. Scratch that one off of your bingo card because a map 5 is on the table, and I don't know how this is going to end. It's been so back and forth from the very beginning of the series, and that last team fight gave us so much hope that Shock could get back into this one. It's been a hard-fought battle through and through, though, Vicky.
Literally down to the wire. I cannot believe what we just saw at the very end there too. Literally for the last 10 seconds, if we take a look at the highlights, the swap ups too. We saw the Genji, we saw the Reaper, we saw the Sombra from Heesang, we saw Proper still being able to harass Ultraviolet, we saw the balls coming in, but man, that Soundbar at the end too helped the sustainability for the Shock to stay alive in that final fight when the Defy had given their all for the fight right before that.
Proper died once. The entire map, Proper died once and got 11 eliminations. That's massive. I mean, that is really just the big key difference here. And what we were hoping to see out of a player like that is that not only do you have the least amount of deaths in the server, but you're also doing some major heavy lifting for the team right now.
Proper is insane. The Shock are still in this series. We're going on to a map number 5 on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everyone. Our first series to open up the Overwatch League 2023 season, and we got a tied series on our hands. We are going on to a map number 5 as we take a trip over to Oasis. Believe no changes coming in from the lineup of the Defiant or the Shock, but man, Necro, when Proper says we're not gonna lose, they truly end up winning. What a push map that should have gone in favor of Defiant. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that last team fight looked like it had absolutely sealed the deal for a Defiant win, but then you look at just the, I don't even know what to call it there, the drive, the honor, the will of the Shock, and they are able to take us to a map 5. No hero changes, subs, I don't know what else to call it here. I just want to see what's going to happen in this map. I don't care about the analysis, get in the game, please.
It's just been so crazy high action non-stop here for this series, and I can't believe the survivability of Proper on that last map. Now, can that momentum carry over for the map that counts, that determines our winner for this first series to kick off the season?
Whew, what do we see here? I feel like we've seen just a hero carousel come out from the Shock. But this is where it really, really counts. Control maps are really tough when it comes down to being the final map of the series, because you can afford to make no mistakes. You've got to figure out what you want to go for right out of the gate, or else you give a lot of momentum to the other team. And we've seen a lot of hero swaps when it comes down to the compositions, just being able to try to play rock, paper, scissors with each other. But Sombra versus Sombra, it comes down to these health packs now.
The speed run to the mega health pack over to the other side was a quick swoop right underneath Hydron right there. Defiant immediately able to reposition themselves on the other side of that point. Let's not forget what happened in our first map of Control on Antarctic Peninsula with the Shock and Defiant going so close together all the way down to the wire there where they came out on top, trying to dive down to that one straggler over that Hydron was, but they find Finn over on the other side. Let's put a little bit of some traffic here as he's going to be able to rotate over on the other side.
Yeah, that health pack snipe was good because it did allow for the Shock to take advantage of the high ground, but then you saw a nice rotation from the Defiant to be able to go to the other side of the map and just use the centerpiece to be able to play around any of that incoming damage from the Shock. So Defiant are going to take a quick capture here of this first point and start to work towards these heavy-hitting ultimates. Yeah, Proper just needs to go for a reset there. You can't allow yourself to get staggered when every single team fight counts here. This is it. This is the final map of the series.
Mosquito gets wiped off from one of the windshields of that car. Gonna be able to get that reset here, like you mentioned, Necro, already 23% and climbing for the Defiant as Hesank's trying to get into position, playing into that win con with that EMP. Proper does get hacked. Hydron and Speedly have been able to nail down Proper a lot more consistently, trying to help out OG and Ultraviolet, but before that, Proper still able to find OG. Ultraviolet's gonna have the nano boost here, but the Shock waltz right in on top of that point to get control.
Nice quick take for them as well. It means that they don't have to use any of their ultimates here. And that's going to help them out a lot when it comes down to contending with the ones that Defiant have in their wheelhouse. We're seeing one specific change here in between these mirror matchups, and it's going to be the Kiriko from Finn versus the Ana from Ultraviolet. And so while the Nano Boost is going to allow you to keep somebody alive on your team, I feel like when you look at the Kiriko Kitsune Rush, it's a lot about trying to get out as much damage as possible and utilizing the speed boost that you get in order to play around some of these bigger ultimates. Ultraviolet's up to bat first, though. The Nano Boost is going to come online way faster, and Jumpin just got hacked and deleted. That's a huge pick there for Defiant.
Big here, but even bigger for that EMP to hit the back line. Ultraviolet gets taken out, but they do trade that for Finn Dame, so the number advantage still in favor of Defiant as Kaluj also gets hacked here. Forced to pop the Promo to go in for the reset as Proper gets taken down. Hydron again has been able to nail him a lot more consistently since the start of this round here. 55% of climbing here for the Shock as a contest comes in for the Defiant. OG has that sound barrier, but they don't want to utilize too much here. They want to hold that down for the next fight without having to burn through all their ults. But with the delay from the Shock and Jumpin with that primal, the Kitsune Rush and the sound barrier comes in from Vindame, and all that effort that the Defiant may have to put down now has to come in from their own sound barrier too, as OG had already used it up. The Nano Boost comes in too. They have no other choice as Proper makes his way right back to the point. Yes, Defiant are finding these picks here, and they have the number advantage. They finally get it, but not before you already see 79% on board for Shock.
That was such a long team fight, and I love that you called out the stall that the Shock were going for because it elongated the fight enough that it forced Defiant to use 3 extra ultimates they would have rather not had to use. And so that leaves them empty-handed, being able to defend this point from Shock coming back in, and Hydron's down already. That leaves Heesang with a huge opportunity to get this EMP online and just finish off this first round.
He already has it ready here too. Just trying to fight where OG and Ultraviolet is. They already know that they used up those ultimates in the last fight. Like you mentioned, we saw the delay coming on purpose. Finds 4 huge EMP from Heesang as he cleans up Kaluj, speedily trying to get away in time. And the Defiant now may have to boot themselves off this point now, give it right back in favor of the Shock, but they were still able to tie this up pretty equally at the very least to delay that fight.
Really, really big team fight win there from the Shock, and you can see the forward positioning that the Shock are going to take as well, just to try to keep Defiant from even getting close to this point. You saw speedily, though, zip away to the right, just to be able to try to pull the team back to point, and that gives Defiant an opportunity to come back into this one.
Oh, wow, that is big. They won't have EMP for this final fight. Overtime now taking down in favor for the Shock. Hydron gets taken down before this fight even begins here. Now trying to call out Kaluj, wrapping right around him, trying to cut off his own rotation here as OG does find Heesang, so they do get that trade. Speedily falls incredibly low. He sent down the pulse bomb, but Vindame sends him away. Finds that pick onto Speedly here and jumping at the Primal. Kaluj is going to be able to match that equally, and this is going to be a long fight to force this overtime. Defiant need this desperately right here to have the advantage for this first round, but Hydron has an EMP, which is a difference maker that Heesang doesn't have. As it gets unleashed, Jumping gets taken down, and Finn's going to answer that with the Kitsune Rush himself. Vindame also has a sound barrier coming in soon, but not before OG is going to be able to use it first. Ultraviolet can also use that Kitsune Rush to keep the rest of Defiant in this fight, while Kaluj fights too here. Defiant finally get control over this point without having to burn those 2 ultimates.
Those are going to be huge ultimates for the Shock to be able to get back into this one when you look at the sound barrier and the pulse bomb. But you're really looking at Heesang and whether or not Heesang is going to be able to get another EMP online to finish this out. Jumpin has switched over to the Junker Queen, so being able to limit some of the damage output of the Defiant, but the Kitsune Rush coming out first here from Ultraviolet. Is this enough?
And Kaluj also popping the Primal right before he got hacked here too. He falls so low, he needs to get away in time here. Jumpin also gets hacked by Hydron. Sustainability is there for the Defiant, while Ultraviolet is just trying to hold on to the back end here with OG helping him out. It's Proper to try to split them up as the EMP comes in here from Heesang. Proper sends out the Pulse Bomb. They find 3 picks already. The Defiant nowhere to stay on top of this point as the Shock are still able to secure that and flip it in their favor.
With the Kitsune Rush, you were really hoping the Defiant would be able to take down that team fight quickly before you ended up seeing Heesang get that EMP online and be able to use it. But Proper knew exactly what game to play there, and that was to stall for time. So going after the backline there, either it's going to be enough to get a big pick onto OG or Ultraviolet, or you're buying enough time for Heesang to be able to close out the fight for you with a massive EMP. So Shock played that beautifully, and now we're at the point where Shock are on round point. They win this next round, they win the map and the series. Ooh, we're switching over to Gardens as well, which is going to be a little bit more of a closed off point and a lot of high ground to play around again.
It's going to work into what Defiant are trying to roll out with, though. Speedly on top of the maze, so they're going to be able to try to take control over this high ground as a priority here. Proper beat them to it already. So quick already, too. Now they're just waiting for them in the corners. Proper seeing that Kaluj being on the right, and he's going to drop down to be able to try to contest him to prevent them from getting on the high ground is the goal here from what the Shock's entry point is. While this point gets unlocked, Defiant just trying to take a more defensive position while they take control over that point, put their toe on there.
High ground is going to be important when you look at Finn being able to get a nice vantage point onto the rest of the Defiant. But at this point, the Defiant are trying to isolate somebody with the Fae, and they find Heesang.
And that's why the Shock weren't trying to fully commit. They just wanted the high ground right there, too. They saw Speedily being on this main, that wall going to be able to isolate Heesang as he makes that swap over to the Sojourn. We're seeing some swaps over, too, as well from Finn. Going on to the Ana, that's going to be able to promote that Nano Blade from coming in from Proper, the win condition that they want to rely on.
The Nano Blade is going to be really impactful here, yes, but you're also looking at Ultraviolet's Batiste as a way to kind of stave that off. The Immortality Field will buy some time here for the Defiant to work around that, but also if you're able to get these picks out right, then I think you prefer that too.
Oh, Finn having to back away in time. Hydron having the high ground. He finally drops down from me too, but he can just get right back on top of that. The immortality field, like you mentioned, helping them out, but a huge anti from Finn helps the Shock clear the rest of the Defiant out inside of that choke point. Just up to Speedway. Now he's gonna meet the rest of the team in the lobby, and now Shock are gonna be able to take control of this point. But the Defiant did get at least 47% on board.
That's a lot of percentage to work with, especially when you know that you have great crowd control available with the May Blizzard coming online, and you also have the sustain from the sound barrier as well. Ultraviolet's also going to make a switch here. No longer wants to go for something like the Batiste, but the Kiriko instead. So looking at a little bit more mobility when you're trying to play around this high ground, just have that swift step available.
Don't fret, I see you.
Finn taking these cheeky head angles too, just in case. They drop from the high ground here, give that nano boost over to Jumpin, who leaps right on top of there. Kalush tries to go for the pin as the Blizzard comes out. Jumpin is still alive. The Shatter, the Blizzard, and now the Sound Barrier from Defiant to allow the rest of the team to clear up Jumpin, who is this raid boss on the high ground. The fact that he stayed alive for so long, you gotta give that credit over to Finn and Finn Dave. The nano boost, the primal that was used up by Jumpin here too. OG got hit with a huge anti, and the proper clears out the rest of the side room, cleaning up the Defiant in another team fight.
Well, that was the Nano Blade you were looking for, Vicky, and there was no Batiste online anymore to even stand a chance against that, especially when the sound barrier had already been used. That was a great opener for Proper to go for that Blade. But now, San Francisco Shock are approaching that last fight territory mark. They want to be able to close this out here. They're one fight away, Vicky, from being able to secure this map and their first season win. And they have a lot to do with it. Let's see what Heesang can get done with the Sojourn.
It's been so close so far. Ultraviolet has a Kitsune rush now. Comes out the damage on Speedly that you want to look for. Ultraviolet gets a follow-up 2 onto Jumpin, taking him down. The immediate disengage now from the Shock while they clean up the rest of the team as Proper is on the other side. But Dame needs to back away in time. Defiant do claim this point, but at 95% for the Shock, Necra, it is looking so close for the Shock to take this home.
Yep, they've got 2 more team fights to be able to get it done, and they've already just switched over Heesang to the Sombra, so you're going to get a little bit of that passage charge just from the DPS change that we saw for Overwatch 2, and that will leave Heesang 30% closer to getting that EMP online. So even if Defiant win this next fight, there is still one more chance for the Shock here, but the Defiant want to close this out. Hydra goes down already.
Oh no, this is not what you want to see to open up this fight here too, especially since you want to rely on that EMP with their Defiant comp and how it's lined up here too. Nano Boost coming in as Jumpin's going to be able to clear up the front. Finn's going to be able to fight Speedly, who isn't able to continuously harass that back line. Jumpin's also going to have the primal for that next fight here too. The sound barrier comes in from Defiant. We're reaching that final fight territory, Necra, and the Shock right now are in the driver's seat, but they've lost out on both of their backlines now. Finn and Vin Dame going down is huge here for the Defiant to take control.
Good to see Defiant try to keep contesting this point, but Jumpin is still able to throw some hands. That's buying time for the Shock to be able to come back into this one.
Oh, they gotta find Jumpin. Okay, I was gonna say he lived for a while right there too. Kalush finds him here. Hydra didn't die for nothing after he used that EMP. Proper's still staying alive. Here comes the sound barrier. The overtime ticking away. And Proper's still alive. It's an issue. When Proper wakes up, you know that you're in trouble. The EMP now coming in from Heesang. He finds 2. Defiant out from Kalush. They lose out on Speedly. Hydra's about to meet them back in the spawn, as well as OG. And nobody left from Defiant to hold up to the point as the San Francisco Shock are your first winners for our first series to open up the Overwatch League season.
Amazing stuff. We got a map 5, we got a competitive series, and San Francisco Shock just continuing to shock the world, even with a brand new roster. Vicky, these are it's like half rookies, half incredible pieces from the rest of the Overwatch League. They were able to get a lot done here today, and I think put a lot of the questions to bed about whether or not they're going to be able to hold up for the rest of the season.
But how did they dangle the push map on us the very end like that? Like the Shock is
the
so
drama.
good. They're not playing on ping, by the way, guys, I mean, if you guys are reeling from Pro-Am, we don't count our stocks in the Pro-Am like that for reasons like this, and the Shock are all together. No ping. We love to see it, and we love to see parts of O2 Blast coming in and Shine continuously create amazing legends. He's saying it was actually one of the rookies that I had my eye to look out for the rest of the season, too. I really like the way that he pairs up with Proper, and Proper doing Proper things. When Proper says, I'm not going to lose, well, he doesn't lose. But Defiant played so well. We cannot take that away from them at the very end, down to the wire. The way that they played was fantastic, even making the swaps that they needed to make, whether it be swapping in, speedily in, Sam coming in, Hydron sticking in, and then making the adjustment that they had to make. It was not easy for this team, but man, that was one heck of a series.
No, I mean, neither team made it easy to get those map wins by any means. So I just absolutely love to see such a hard-fought battle, and I'm expecting big things out of both of these teams. But the fact of the matter is, San Francisco Shock got the win today, and our MVP of the match is going to be Proper. Got to give so much credit to this player, Vicky, because not only do we have high hopes for him coming into his second season of the Overwatch League as MVP, as Alarm Rookie of the Year, and also just a player on everybody's radars, but he showed up again today in a huge way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, I know it's been 6 months, but not much can change. I mean, this is Proper we're talking about at the end of the day. He even went, one map with just dying once on the Tracer. He's actually insane. So incredibly talented player out here, showing up that he still has the stuff in the bag with the rest of this team. Working together too. Now he can act like the veteran, as this is his second year in the Overwatch League with the rest of the rookies here in the O2 lineup. Love to see this from Proper. Love to see the impact that he's had. No surprise too, we saw what he was doing to the backline of the Defiant. I mean, if I was Ultraviolet OG, I was not having the time of my life, but I for sure know that Proper was. He really came out. Those pulse bomb attach rate, 78%. I mean, come on, look at the deaths, 2.3 on average.
Are you kidding me? These stats are monstrous in terms of just being able to tell the story of how good of a Tracer player that Proper is. And that's why the desk was giving so much stock to a San Francisco Shock win. Not only because Tracer is highly impactful in this meta, but also because, come on now, it's Proper.
Absolutely, Nekra. That's what I love to see. What an incredible first match, guys. We're going to be tossing it over to the desk on the other side of this break.
is no better time than right now to visit the official 2023 Overwatch League shop. Pick up your favorite team's 2023 team jerseys today. Man, they look good. Absolutely love the revamped looks. Welcome back, everyone, to Watchpoint, the home of wrinkly brains and really smooth takes. It is I, Zoe, joined by Danny, Jake, as well as Reinforce. The only one with an actual...
That's smart. That's wrinkly.
Yeah, look at
Yeah. All right, guys. Team, let's go. We got this.
Yeah, can you believe that we all got it right here in a dance?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Danny should have been right.
No.
Thank you.
No.
Even I can admit, as a successful predictor, I can admit that you should have been
Someone
right.
on
We'll
the
get
top,
to it. We'll get to it.
lift up the bottom. I do appreciate that. Now, but what a great match. What a treat to, ring in the 2023 season. It was a close match. We saw really good showcases from both of those teams. So let's break it down a little bit. The ups and the downs and the highs and the lows. First impressions.
First impressions, I was actually very impressed by the Toronto Defiant. I think San Francisco Shock, of course, I predicted them because I think they were favored going into this matchup, but Toronto Defiant, they were able to hang with the San Francisco Shock. They played a lot of different compositions, and in general, it felt like Toronto Defiant were really comfortable playing all these different compositions. So that's a great sign as we kick off this season. They're comfortable in their play, but the mechanical skill of the San Francisco Shock really was just overpowering, especially towards the end.
Yeah, I can totally see how in a different meta, maybe one that's not as focused on the dive mirrors, that Toronto could have been a bit stronger. They looked really comfortable when they're bringing out these heavy rush comps. Sam was a player I was a little bit questioning in this lineup, just wondering, when is he going to play? We've got Speedly's very flexible, and he's probably going to be the Tracer player this year, and Hydron's the core hit scan. Those are typically the dominant roles on DPS. But Sam looked really clean on the Hanzo. I would say that's like his specialist hero, but he looked really impressive, and he'll need to maintain that form throughout the season. But, I mean, as an opener match, it was an impressive performance. But as you said, Johnny, just a little bit of a mechanical difference there. Maybe it was the proper gap, ultimately, that sealed this.
Popper is him.
Proper, yeah.
It
is him. It is.
Not he, him.
just that one. No, but you can't be too upset, though. Because
I'm not.
You lost your prediction, but that's a quality loss.
It was, and I was very thoroughly impressed with Toronto Defiant. And also, I'm happy for the San Francisco Shock. Pro-Am, they were having some tough times, but they are back to their dominant form. And like I said, Popper is just...
Proper, yeah, that guy. Can you believe it?
Who'd have thought?
Who would have thought that?
MVP.
Surprise!
But yeah, I mean, you said you were very impressed. You all were very impressed by the Toronto Defiant. Jake, for looking at that match in particular, yes, they exceeded expectations, but there's some cleanup work still to be done. You have a few examples of that.
Yeah, and as I alluded to earlier, Danny, you should have been right. It should have been a 3-0. That's the call, and I'm taking you on the road.
Oh!
All right, guys.
Professor Lion.
So we can just roll the clip from right here. And so right here, Shock's trying to retake the point. Toronto's in control. The fight hasn't really begun yet, but the flip here for the Shock is able to come in and pause right here. And you see, I mean, this seems like not that important, right? Hydron's got a pick. It's looking so good for the Toronto Defiant. But really, this should be the moment that they win the map. I mean, this should really be like the end of the map. They should be able to take the flip here, or rather keep holding onto the flip. Maybe they get up to 50, 60, 70 before they even finish cleaning up the Shock with this first pick. But instead, because Shock takes the point, they're able to get their own 99% and deny all of that progress for Toronto. So really, this is a spot where Toronto C9's the point, they give it up without really fighting. Even with an opening pick, they're still giving up the point. It's an unforced error that really cost them, and I think ultimately leads to them losing the series, right? Like it would have been a 3-0 had they won this map and snowballed from the series from here. So this one's gonna come back to bite them. They're gonna have to review it, but it's been way too much pressure for these guys on the point. They're bullied off, and then as they come back in, they're just too slow to realize. It was up to OG, it was up to Sam. These guys needed to step on the point when Kaluj got pressured off, but unfortunately they didn't do that in time, and this flip ends up being really costly. Even though they do eventually come back in the round, it wasn't enough to win in the end. So Toronto, they're gonna want to go back in the lab and review this one. Luckily, I've done it for them, so you're welcome, Toronto coaches. Just put this segment on for the boys. All right.
I mean, honestly, just watching that, I think it just grew a wrinkle in my brain. I think that just happened. You might have heard it. It just popped. And it just did.
So that's where the sound came from.
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah, it happened a couple times as well, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like come on, guys. At some point, someone's got to step on the point, and it's so costly, as you said, because you're winning a fight, which you need to do. You want to win fights, you can win the maps, but you're not getting rewarded for it. You're not earning percentage, so you're not getting the reward for winning a good fight.
And in Control, it's double impact, right? Because not only are you not making your own progress, the enemy is making progress of their own, right? So you're really falling drastically behind. In a fight, you get the opening pick on. So Kalush, it's understandable. He's got to back off the point, but someone needs to come in for him there and cover. That's really up to the Mei and the Lucio typically in this comp. But they just were a little, half a second slow on the draw. And that's the difference between winning and losing a series when you're up against a team the caliber of the Shock.
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously here to nitpick here. I couldn't have done it any better than they did. But right, let's talk a little bit more about, switches which need to happen or changes which need to happen. Reinforce, you had a great example there. As we were watching the game, you talked about how Toronto did actually a very good job of switching up their approach when they went up against the Shock, which allowed them to win a team fight then as well.
I'm leaving too. I'm going for it. I'm going.
Legs, he is walking.
All right.
Look at that.
So this one goes out to all my Winston players in Plat, okay? So Danny, pay attention to this one. It's one.
Yes, sir.
This
All
one's
right.
for you.
So what we got here, Blizzard World, point B, Toronto Defiant, they are attacking right here. And what you're going to see from the San Francisco Shock is that the defense is spread out here. So we got Junbin pretty much playing here on the point. Vindime is in the back here with Finn, and Heesang is playing a separate platform. So, I mean, at this point, they're essentially playing like the 1993 Chicago Bulls here, just like the triangle offense. So how do you break this down, really? It's going to be very tough for Toronto Defiant to attack. So do they dive onto Heesang here, for example? Do they dive onto the back line? Well, regardless what option they choose here, the other option is just going to have a free reign. You don't want to leave Heesang on the Hanzo, for example, as a free reign. So as we play this out, we can see this dive coming out from Kalush, speedily, Hydron. They're trying to get to Heesang. But while this is going on, I mean, Proper has already secured a pulse bomb kill onto Ultraviolet, for example, and that's going to be a big difference maker in this fight. So for Toronto Defiant, this is such a difficult kind of like position to engage upon with quick dives, executing fast things, right? So as we take a look at this next fight, we're seeing a different play style from the Toronto Defiant. In this scenario, we can see that they're actually playing indoors. They're hiding on the low ground. And by playing this slower, more cautious play style, that means that they can find an advantage utilizing Hydron, for example. Hydron's going to play on this Sombra. We got the Tracer as well. And this really allows them to poke and prod in a way better way. So we can play this out. We see that the pick comes in from Hydron onto a San Francisco Shock member. And so by not hard executing, by not hard diving, they're poking, they're prodding, they're finding ways to break down the San Francisco Shock rather than just free out the San Francisco Shock to react in like a very predictable kind of manner. So the game becomes unpredictable, and with that, Toronto Defiant, they're going to find an edge, which ultimately is going to lead to a point B cap here. So when you're playing in your quick play games or competitive whatever, don't feel like, oh, I gotta dive, I gotta go hard, I gotta go in on this target. Take it slow. Take a breather, count to 5, and maybe that way you'll find an advantage to close out the fight.
Professor, question?
Yes, indeed.
Whenever I try to go slow when I play Monkey, I always die, though.
Well, they're hiding. They're playing like the line of sight. Don't open yourself up in angles.
I'm always out in the open.
You need support.
Yeah, it sounds like a you problem.
Okay. No wonder I see red all over.
Also, this made my day because you used every single tool available.
I tried.
This man has been waiting for demonstrations for years. It's finally here.
I tried.
I just wanted to use the TV.
And everyone's happy. So there was a little bit of something for everyone. Thank you guys so much for breaking down the action. And if you, a lovely viewer, are craving more insight, well, I got just the thing for you because we do have a winner's interview right now with Heesang.
Hello, all right. Heesang, can you hear me? Heesang 선수 들리시나요? 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. Hello.
I hear him.
Hear him.
Yeah, I did not hear him. Let me do that one more time. Heesang 선수 한 번만 다시 말씀해주세요. Oh, there you go. Hi, Heesang. All right. We have a little bit of short of time, so I'm gonna jump right into the interview. So, first match of the Overwatch League. I mean, you guys played great. What gave you guys the edge to win out against the Toronto Defiant today? 자, 오늘 첫 번째 질문으로 오늘 승리를 거두시면서 굉장히 접전이었던 것 같아요. 희상 선수가 보셨을 때 오늘 센쇼기 어떻게 해서 이기시게 되신 것 같으십니까?
마지막까지 집중을 더 잘했던 것 같고 그런 것 같아요.
Right. I think the main difference was that, our team as a whole, San Francisco Shock, we were focusing better. And also we were just, until the end, we didn't lose focus and we just kept that energy. And I think that was the difference maker for this match. My second question for you is, your, I guess, DPS duo proper, of course, was the Overwatch League MVP last season. How has it been sort of playing with proper? 자, 두 번째 질문으로는 이제 희상 선수도 정말 굉장히 좋은 선수, 잘하시는 선수고 이제 같이 딜러진으로 계신 프로퍼 선수와 계속 이렇게 합을 맞추시고 계신데 이거에 대해서 좀 어떠신가요?
좋은 딜러랑 하게 돼서 정말 좋은 것 같고 진짜 잘하는 것 같아요.
It definitely is good, and it's also, I think we have nice things going on, so it definitely feels good to be playing with proper. All right, he's saying that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다, 희상 선수.
감사합니다. Bye.
Goodbye. He's saying thank you so much. Congratulations, of course, to San Francisco Shock for the first W of hopefully many on their board. Now, you gave a shout out earlier to all the Winston mains out there. I got one.
I thought you
I got a little treat for all the Ramatra, Doomfist, and Sigma fans because you can rejoice now. There's a tank bundle featuring Ramatra, Doomfist, and Sigma, as well as a weapon charm in your favorite team skin. And it's on sale right now through May the 9th for just 350 league tokens and your souls.
I'm buying that Ram skin the moment I get home tonight.
Dude, look at it. It's actually sick.
Sweet,
it's actually
man.
so nice looking.
That thing is sweet.
Yeah, that is a sweet deal. Now, coming up next, of course, we do have our second series of the day. So let's quickly once more take a look at our schedule so we know exactly what is happening. Washington Justice will face off against the London Spitfire. And, just like the Toronto Defiant, I think our big takeaway in the Pro-Am from the Washington Justice was that they looked really good. They exceeded expectations. If we're looking at that roster right now, is there anything that really stands out for you? Any big takeaways maybe from the Pro-Am?
I think that Alpha Yi has to be a standout performer here for the Washington Justice. I've been criticized a little bit. I wasn't high enough on Alpha Yi. So maybe going back to the proven or not kind of category, maybe this is it for Alpha Yi. Prove it to me, my guy. Ben Best as well. I think looked phenomenal in the Pro-Am as well. I would say that a lot of people didn't have high expectations going into Ben Best. We were questionable about this pickup. Was this really the best tank you could sign? But he really proved it to me in the Pro-Am. I think Ben Best looked spectacular. The pace he played at, pushing the tempo and made it difficult for his opponents. And if they can keep doing that in this series, I'm very confident in the Washington Justice.
But here is the opposition, the London Spitfire. I see a Hottie fan getting very giddy here on the desk. Danny, London Spitfire. The first look of them looked good.
Yeah, I mean, even in the Pro-Am, they didn't find that much success, but they were always sort of, consistent, and they have their own color, right? And that Rhyme Brawl is sort of their bread and butter. And I'm curious to see if this is actually going to work against the Washington Justice, Jake. What do you think?
Honestly, I'm a bit of a London believer. I'm uncertain about the Rhine for them this season, but we did see a bit more Rhine out of Toronto, so maybe that is usable.
Well, we'll see. We'll see very soon, in fact, because the match is about to happen. But before that, I'll have another treat for everyone watching. That's right. Today is all about tanks, apparently, so I want to bring attention to our Zarya bundle. That's right. Look no further. Don't miss out on the first legendary skin of 2023. It's Rock Climber Zarya. That's one for you, Jake. As a rock climber,
I like this.
That's right. It's, of course, not just including the rock climber Zarya voice line. It also has the name card and all of that for just 300 tokens. And you should do that before May the 9th. Now, I want to have a little bit more, I guess, honor on the line, right? We're going to go predictions once again. Danny, you one behind already. Not the greatest start to the season. Not to be that.
Call him out.
It's one match.
Call him out.
But this one, I feel like he's gonna go London. I'm gonna go with Washington Justice because I just really like what we saw. Also, there's Ben Best, so there's that. But no, I genuinely felt like they looked very cohesive, which surprised me since they're also obviously like, a newer roster, but they didn't look spotty rocky or whatever you want to call it. So Washington Justice for me. However, this has the potential to be a close one.
It really does. But surprisingly, I went with the Washington Justice as well. Thinking that, Ben Best was going to be starting in the lineup, but it was Mirror. But it's okay. I love Mirror too. But Ben Best, very hot.
And it's my opportunity now to spice it up because I'm actually going to predict the London Spitfire. I think their supports were a bright spot for them last season. I think Landon has really shown a lot of improvement, and Admiral definitely a little bit more focus on the Lucio, but I think one of the best Lucios, and it's a meta where we could see that hero come out a lot. I'm a believer.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a bit of a toss-up here. London Spitfire is the obvious choice here because they were really good in the playoffs last year, had a spectacular season. But I'm going with the Washington Justice, just disregarding that appearance. So I do feel bad because the most reasonable pick, you got a new roster with Washington Justice, new talent coming together versus the very experienced coach of the year, Christopher, of course, being in charge of London Spitfire. London Spitfire, they should be the favorites in this one. For some reason, I predicted the Washington Justice. Alpha Yi, Flora, I think it'll be a bit of a damage diff here. I do want to see what London Spitfire has going for them, though, because Reinhardt's been struggling so far. What can Hadi play? Can they get away playing this Winston composition? We'll have to see.
Absolutely. We will find out in just a few seconds because we're ready. The match is ready. So the only thing left to do for me is to bring in our absolutely lovely casters, Necra and Vicky Kitty, for this one.
What's up, guys? Is our mic live? I don't even know. What's up? Hey.
Cool.
Oh, we're back.
We're back. It's a teaser. It's
Surprise.
a teaser.
Guess who else is casting today?
Oh, whoa, surprise! Cat's out of the bag, I guess. It's okay, guys. All right. So now you guys got a spoiler. Moxie, Dustin will be able to take you guys to that last series. But you know what? Right now, we got the Washington Justice versus the London Spitfire on our hands. Necro, I was talking about the Washington Justice a little bit. Not sure if my voice went through to the stream, but we gotta talk about Alpha Yi and Flora. I love the London Spitfire, Necro. During our time in Contenders, we got to see the British Hurricanes shine for what they were. London Spitfire got to revitalize that. They had an amazing last season, but we got to talk about what's happening in the meta right now. And with no set meta in stone, I feel like this team may struggle to find what works best for them. Of course, you look at Hadi, and Hadi is like basically the epitome of Reinhardt out here. And it's exciting because even though Ben Best isn't on the starting lineup of the Justice, I can't wait to see what that has in store for us. It is going to be Mirror on that starting lineup of the Justice. And our first map is going to be Oasis.
Yeah, I am so excited about this matchup because I feel like we're a little bit split here, Vicky. You might have your bets on the Washington Justice, but I'm in the London Spitfire camp here. I think that Hadi has shown us enough different looks this season, and especially when we're on Oasis as well, I definitely see a world where they come out with that Symmetra May Reinhardt brawl. We could see a little bit more of the Winston as well. I think there's just a lot of looks that the London Spitfire could show us, especially given that Hadi has shown success on other heroes like the Winston. It's gonna be up to kind of what they feel like is gonna be the flavor, though, when especially Mirror kind of does throw a wrench into some plans that I feel like everybody had for Washington Justice today.
I definitely agree with the way that we can approach this first map, especially with Mirror coming in here. Man, during my time in APAC last year, Alpha Yi always does Alpha Yi things. Course coming in from Spark now. I'm expecting him to continue to look great. I'm hearing the Scrimbucks also look great here. Already yeeting the ante from across field, hitting Sparker and Admiral for trying to see which of these teams want to take control over the high ground first.
Yeah, we're going to see London Spitfire play around these columns, though, at least to start. You don't want to peek your head over for Flora to hit you with a headshot or Terra to land another anti-grenade onto you. And London Spitfire are really looking for an opportunity to try to get in here with the Reaper, which is deleted.
Flora coming in already, opening things up strong for the rest of the Justice. Hadi also falls incredibly low. We're at this different angle, though, calling out Backbone, who's forced to get away. Hadi managed to get away in time, too, as the Justice are the first team to set their foot on this point.
Yeah, the Justice at least are going to start to take control for now, but I feel like that was a lot of just being able to get the right picks right away. And so at this point, if you're the London Spitfire, you're kind of hoping for an opportunity to maybe sneak in, which is why we see Hottie on the outside looking in, going for a big jump as the rest of his team is in position.
Oh, Flora now finds Landon. Flora on fire right now. Toddie's forced to get away. He gets put to sleep in the middle of the air. He still wasn't going to make that lip as Teru finds 2. Right before the Spitfire forced to reset. Great look already starting things off for the Justice. But the Spitfire back to the drawing board here for them. Really needing to rely on Backbone's EMP for that next fight.
Yeah, this is the danger of running something like the Sombra comp though, and then Alpha Yi just in your backline right now, found Backbone that sets the London Spitfire back so much. Vicky, we're just talking about Alpha Yi as a tremendous Tracer player, and what a showing right now to be able to kick off this match.
Actually insane start already between Flora and Alpha Yi. I mean, you heard it on the desk. I just think this DPS lineup is going to be so difficult to deal with here, especially looking at the Justice of what they have in store for us. They're about to get beat. Teru's got the nano boost. Alpha's got that pulse bomb while he's hanging out in Spitfire's backline. See how Spitfire's going to try to approach us with Backbone now having EMP. Oh, Kitsune Rush now getting called in from Landon here too. There's an opportunity for Spitfire to try to contest Justice, but the issue is Justice are on the high ground. They need to try to force the Justice on him here. Now with the nano boost coming in as Hattie gets hit with the anti, here comes the sound barrier from Admiral to keep the rest of Spitfire in this fight. Try to boot them off if they possibly can. Mirror now finding an ability to try to duke it out over on the low ground currently. As that Nemesis form that already popped, and Hattie's gonna be able to pop that Primal too. Vortex blocking in some amount of space, and 98% already on board for the Justice. Sparker unleashes the Death Blossom. Nice bubble from Hottie to keep the Spitfire in this fight. They finally get the point. They get some trades, but what a messy fight as Alpha Yi is still alive and still finds Hottie.
At this point, it's really just Backbone at the moment trying to keep control for the team. But even then, Alpha Yi is back. Backbone can't necessarily go toe-to-toe right now unless you're able to land a hack. That's why Landon is here with the Swift Step to be able to provide that healing as well as that backline support. But it's just going to be tough here for the London Spitfire to claw back from this one, Vicky, especially knowing that we have a Sombra on the other side with Flora as well. Alpha Yi has a Pulse Bomb, and they're going to have to use your mobility here if you're London. Make sure you don't get caught by this.
Teru's antis have been crazy since the very beginning now. Admiral also gets hacked on the other side. We talk about Flora being on the Sombra here, but Backbone does have that EMP ready. Getting that just as quickly here. Finds a backline, which is super crucial, but Teru's still alive just for right now until Landon finally finds him, but it costs him to overextend, gets traded out. FD God now gets taken down too. Spitfire getting some of that extra credit while it's still being contested by the Justice on this point.
With that, at this point, the overtime though, I mean, it's dire straits here for London to get back into this one. Backbone's able to get a pick, but that does leave Admiral to have to go back and get the touch here. Waiting for the rest of the Spitfire to come back. Suzu was used, EMP now.
Oh, EMP immediately deleting Landon. Admiral's about to meet him right back in the spawn. Overtime ticking away in favor of the Justice now. And Justice also having the number advantage. Yeah, Audi stayed alive for as long as possible, but he won't have the sustainability as the first round goes in favor to the Washington Justice.
The Washington Justice starting out Mirror just reminds me of why Mirror was so strong when he was able to play for the Vancouver Titans last season. Mirror has a tendency to actually play a very aggressive game, and I feel like when it comes down to being able to catch Lone and Spitfire off of their game or on the back foot, it really comes down to an aggressive tank that may try to make Hottie play a little bit more passively. Hottie doesn't really have that same type of play style. He really likes to react to a situation, or unless he's the Reinhardt, in which case, yeah, he goes Omega aggro, but you've got a Kiriko, not an Ana at your back, so you just can't play that same type of aggressive game.
Bringing back towards what we saw already at the very beginning, even those individual pick that we saw from Flora. Flora and Alpha have both died just once after that first round already. Actually, insane start here as Spitfire take a much more aggressive position here, trying to beat them to the Mega Pack, as well as Backbone trying to get the hack. Trying to take control of the high ground is Hottie. He leaves all the way up there, but look who's there to meet him. It's Alpha Yi. The pack is actually hacked by Flora there first, so he can't even go for the reset thanks to that. Alpha Yi, having other plans, is going to be able to get that. Deletes a translocator here too. Sees 2 inside of the room of the Spitfire. They did lose out on 2. Alpha Yi does go down, but the rest of the Justice were able to take control of the point first.
Justice, it's kind of like a similar story to last time. They're going to take control, and they're also going to try to control these corridors so that London Spitfire has way less entry routes to be able to get back to this point. We started off with Sparker there on a Reaper, and at this point you're really just trying to stay together as a team, but Washington Justice are playing around these choke points really, really well. Not really allowing London Spitfire to jump in and grab these picks by themselves.
Oh man, unfortunately, Landon was right there, just a tad frame late there. Alpha still being able to find that pick. Both DPS out from the Spitfire. Landon took a nap, he got taken out, and the Justice still contain that control over the point.
Big control here, because I don't exactly know how London Spitfire get back into this one except with some immense coordination. You have Backbone still working up towards that EMP, but even in that first map, it felt like the EMP was struggling to be able to hit its mark onto the targets that you want it to. Flora is going to beat Backbone to the punch with an EMP of his own. And that's something that London Spitfire have to play around right now, or they're going to get staggered again.
Justice have so much to work with here too, including that EMP like you mentioned. Hitting on the point here is a Spitfire trying to contest it. Here comes the EMP onto the high ground. It just finds Hadi. They isolate him. He gets it with an anti, but he had the primal, and then he immediately gets put to sleep. They are contagiously pressing Hadi, who was trying to fight for his life on the high ground, but that split attention allowed Sparker to get that kick. Now the Justice going to try to re-engage now. You see Alpha Yi on top of the point. Sparker on the other side on the high ground here, playing very split up as the Justice is finding an opportunity to re-engage.
I mean, this is a big opportunity for London Spitfire. They were able to grab control of the point. They have an EMP of their own. They were able to negate the EMP from Flora when it was a single target onto Hadi, and they didn't even have to use the sound barrier to do it. So now London Spitfire have all of that ultimate control in their favor, but
wow,
the Admiral going down here is pretty detrimental.
Yeah, because that was the sound barrier that they needed to use for this fight right now that they try to invest in, as Tero had used up that nano boost. Tero also has that primal for the reset, back from falling low. He's got the EMP. How can he use it here if he has the opportunity? Sparker too, falls low, he managed to get away, pops a Death Blossom. Barrier going to get immediately deleted as a sound barrier from FD God is going to be able to be retaliated too to negate that damage, help the rest of the Justice stay in this fight, and it's not going to be enough with Alpha Yi going down. London Spitfire finally can take a little bit of a breather. You're trying to reclaim this point now because already at 87% the Justice have that extra hand on top of Spitfire.
In these next few fights, you're really looking at Washington Justice here to be able to build up to the EMP, use it to be able to win this next team fight, and maybe be able to sustain with the Primal Rage as well. But for London Spitfire fans, you're really hoping that we're going to see some big picks come through from Landon or Sparker, even Backbone in the backline. It's going to come down to a very coordinated dive for London Spitfire to win this round and tie it up for this map.
Backbone trying to get away. Mirror finds him. Huge EMP coming in from Flora. It finds Floor. Finds a backline. No sustainability left from the Spitfire. It's going to have to be another reset. They got it to 82% with the Justice in store for that final fight territory.
Yeah, this might be a really quick one as well because London Spitfire don't have a whole lot to be able to come back into this one. You can swift step your way in, but Backbone is the closest, and you also have to send Admiral in on his own.
Overtime taken away as a Kitsune Rush gets called in. You talked about Admiral, he gets called out. Both of the supports out from the Spitfire as Sparker gets hacked. Floor has been on top of these hacks. Amazing as Mira's gonna get hit with that nano boost. Alpha Yi may have been taken down by Sparker. They get that trade, but the bodies aren't there in favor for the Spitfire. It's just clean up on aisle 3 for the Justice to get this first map in their favor. One by one as they trickle down, Necro Admiral goes down after he finally makes his way back. The rest of the Spitfire now are just staggering in with the rest of the Justice trying to clean up this choke point.
Maybe Backbone's able to come back into this one with the EMP. Does have that online, but it requires sustain here from the London Spitfire to be able to use it.
But didn't even get the outcome that he wanted to from the EMP. That could have been a crazy turnaround here for the Spitfire. Overtime still ticking away as Flora now has the EMP himself. Put it in the coffin. Another big EMP. Finds 3 Sparker and leaches the Death Blossom. Mirror still finds Hadi and Backbone. What a long fight to make a statement here from the Spitfire. But you can only stay on here for so long before the Justice win fight after fight back to back to take map number 1 on Oasis.
what a convincing map from the Justice as well. We saw some good ultimate usage coming out from the Justice just to be able to keep London Spitfire on their toes. And unfortunately, it just felt like kind of the big ultimates that Spitfire had in the tank, they weren't able to get a whole lot done with. EMP just felt very lackluster.
Yeah, that can you imagine? That would have been absolutely huge, especially when he worked his way up towards what looked to be a very last fight right there, the second to last fight at least, and that could have turned things around for the London Spitfire. But the Washington Justice, Flora was on another level, especially on that second round. So consistent, not only with his EMPs, really like the quick sleep that we also had at the very end right there. Yeah, Hottie was dead anyways, but this is such a great opening statement from the Washington Justice for that first round.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to really talk about how, like, you know, Teru has come into this roster. Give a lot of credit to the DPS, but I feel like this really is where the supports are going to shine in a meta like this. And Teru, one of kind of the later additions there to the Hangzhou Spark last year, has been able to find their way onto the roster of the Washington Justice, and I feel like has put on a really good show for us so far when it comes down to all of that impact from the bio grenades on the Ana and just being able to hit his mark with the Kiriko.
Yeah, and to put it into perspective too, you talk about the impact that we saw from Taro, from FD God. FD God died like twice throughout the entirety of Oasis. Yeah. Flora died once. And if Alpha had died once on that first round, died 3 times on that second round, but the fact that Flora still stayed alive for so long as Somra, you know those EMPs were pumping out. It was a very big difference compared to what we had seen, unfortunately, from Sparker and Backbone. And a great statement to open up that first map in our second series to open up the Overwatch League 2023 season. We still got some more in store with you in map number 2 on the other side of this break.
fly and I'm flashy. It's the reason why the people always ask me, where you get that? Where you cop those? I've been fresh to death since a snot nose. Kid on the block with the illest sneakers. The girls all flock like they missile seekers. The party don't stop, got different features, exclusives, different colors, you can't get them either. I came here to stunt, that's what I go for. I don't buy a pair, I buy the whole store. A price tag's just a number to me, so I never miss a shot that I want and I see. Swish.
Sheesh, I love these intro videos. Welcome back, everybody, to our second series opening up the Overwatch League 2023 season. I'm Vicky Kitty. I'm joined with the one and only Necra. And Washington Justice took map number 1, Necra. I'm expecting to see some changes going into the lineup now that we're going on to map number 2, which is going to be played on Kings Row. All right, sorry about that, Necra. Muted again. We're talking about the Washington Justice, Necra. Talking about the hype that we just saw between them winning the first map and some adjustments that we're now seeing from the roster.
Yeah, we are seeing a couple of adjustments here from the Washington Justice after that first very convincing map win. We're going to see Ben Best now make an appearance. I'm sure Zoe and Danny are very happy about seeing Ben Best now take up the tank helm. And now, of course, we're going to see Mirror in support. If FD got out, Mirror in. I'm really curious to see how that is going to go. But we also have some swaps on the side of the London Spitfire.
Yeah, it's always so interesting to see how that's going to be utilized out here. Mirror on the support. But yeah, we see some swaps now coming in from the London Spitfire. Sparker Backbone coming in. Hottie, Skyripper, and Landon. Skyripper coming in. And it's going to be nice to see how this is going to be able to play out. Of course, Skyripper coming from the Vancouver Titans. Again, it's like seeing the gang back together again for this team. But after that first map, Necra, it looked like London was struggling a lot on figuring out what they wanted to go for. It just, unfortunately, with the Sombra pick, it didn't look like they were very comfortable there, especially matched up against a player like Flora. And since we are moving on to Kings Row, I'm worried out here because Flora pops off on Kings Row.
Yeah, so that's actually why I'm a little bit surprised at the swaps we're seeing from the London Spitfire. We're actually seeing Backbone getting taken out of that roster, and Lethal is going to be playing in this map, which feels like a little bit of a change-up of what we may have expected from London Spitfire looking at them for last season. Obviously, we are playing on new patches, we have new hero compositions that we really are seeing become successful, and so maybe Lethal brings something to the table that Washington Justice might just not be expecting. Also, as the desk called out, it's been harder to be able to make a Reinhardt Rush composition successful. So maybe that is a hero that Hottie is just gonna have to put on the back burner for a little while.
It's difficult too. I heard the scrimbooks don't look so great either. And like you mentioned, the Ryan Rushdown, can it work? It's very difficult to utilize. And if there is a player that absolutely knows the nuances of Reinhardt and the Rush, it's going to be Ben Best especially. So Washington Justice now, Ben Best moving in, sticking to the Winston. Also that flexibility that Ben Best has on this tank. Hottie has been able to try to match that too. We saw it last year. We're seeing it come through to fruition for Spitfire at the very beginning now, year 2. See what they can bring to the table now that we move over here to this map, where you see more of those open sightlines to allow Sparker to pop off.
Yeah, I mean, this is also great sightlines as well for the Washington Justice to be able to use, because you've got Mirror that's going to be playing the Ana in the window, and on Kings Row first point specifically for the defense, you have some great sightlines to be able to allow your team to play a little bit more flexibly. But that's exactly what you're talking about, Vicky. Sparker being able to use this Hanzo to high success.
Oh man, what a start out here too. Take a nap, send you back to the spawn. Gotta hit them in the head real quick, dink, and the Justice are out of that point. Spitfire, what a start here on Kings Row. This is a really good map here for Spitfire to really shine on too. You can already see it playing out.
Yeah, Spitfire have usually played the Reinhardt Rush on this map, but because it really is favoring more of a Winston-style meta, I love that they're able to rely on something like maybe Lethal's Tracer alongside this Hanzo that has provided these nice sightlines. And let's talk about Skyripper for a second as well, coming into the roster, playing the Ana. Skyripper really came out as a player in contenders, starting to get known for his Batiste as well as his Ana, and I feel like in a flex support meta where you are able to place Skyripa and Landon together, you're able to have a high damage output as well as this healing output as well from the Ana. Can't wait to see what happens with London here and if they can keep the momentum that they generated from capturing that first point.
Look at the pressure that London's also putting in to clear this next corner too. Just having to give up some of the extra space. Lethal's about to get the pulse bomb ready to also, as well as Alpha. He's trying to take a different angle. See Sparker ready to try to call him out as Lethal's on the high gun right here, trying to get that follow-up with Hadi. I like the way that they're skirmishing currently, but it's Justice who are playing a little split up, trying to take different off angles. You see Lethal calling out Alpha right there too.
Yeah, I mean, you got to make a call right there, right? Where you've got to try to go for this Tracer versus Tracer and hope that the Kiriko healing that you get, or maybe a little bit more of the damage output is going to help you out in that way. It's also going to be important for you to follow the health packs. You know, where are these Tracers going to go? But the fact that you're getting a nice big pick onto Alpha, he really opens up the door here for London Spitfire to keep playing aggressive.
I can imagine how the comms are going crazy here too. Lethal calling out where Alpha's positioning is, the follow from Hadi as well. There's that synergy shining through, and look at the ultimates that we have online as well for the Spitfire. Basically, all of them are now online now for that second point, so that way they can secure this win. benbest does have the high ground currently though, so positional advantage here for benbest as well as Flora. If he could land that EMP, it would be so big.
Yeah, especially when you're looking down the barrel of the second point, though. If you're the attacking team, you kind of want to use everything. Flora only hits 2, though. Leaves Hadi to go for the Primal Rage, Vicky.
Yeah, it forces Lethal out of this fight. He gets taken down immediately right afterwards by Flora. They trade that between Flora and Lethal. Here comes a Kitsune rush too as Seru gets taken down. Numbers in favor of the Spitfire as Hadi popped that Primal to clear up the second point. Unstoppable is the London Spitfire. Once they got this payload moving, they got that point flawlessly, and they have not been stopped ever since.
They're just a machine right now. They're a train. I'm on it right now as the hype train is leaving the station. And I hope you are too, because now we're entering into point number 3 of King's Row. And if you're the attacking team, this is where you really do try to keep the momentum that you've generated. You didn't even have to use everything right now. Lethal has a pulse bomb. Sparker has the Dragon Strike. And the Dragon Strike is such a great way to be able to help buy some space for your team, especially as Hadi's going to try to jump in and clear off that high ground.
And that next corner too. Missing all on the stick, but it doesn't matter. Terror turns around, gets hit with that pulse bomb, gets taken out. The start of this fight again. Here comes a nano boost onto benbest. Trying to clear up that second point space. The sleeps from Skyripa have been so on point as well for this map. Contesting benbest, which means that Justice basically forced out with that nano boost. Won't have that for that next fight either.
Whoa, Alfie is actually switching over to the Echo, maybe trying to get some aerial supremacy in here. But it doesn't really matter. I don't know if Alfie is going to have room to be able to bring this Echo out of the doors as we see London Spitfire just gatekeeping.
London mad. London said, hold on, Oasis never happened out here. They've been contesting Alpha every time. Alpha manages to stall the point as long as he can support. Landon takes him out. benbest moves in as Teru pops in the rally. Spitfire with this disengagement though. Let's talk about this positioning. That was a really good call on the disengagement. Forced out the rally to get out of that line of sight. Still finds benbest. Sparker has been absolutely on fire so far too. He's been able to call out each and every one of these approaches from the back line of Alpha, who now has that swapped over to the Echo. Sparker just finds 3. He died at the very end, but he didn't die before then. He was going insane with Lethal only dying once as well.
Yeah, oh my gosh. That was just like the perfect storm happening for London Spitfire there. They were able to capture that first point. They had a beautiful ultimate rotation where they had 5 ultimates online, approaching second, only had to use 3 of them and still had energy left in the tank to be able to make it across the finish line here. So a great 3-point capture there for London Spitfire as we start to swap sides. And Vicky, I love the look that we're seeing from the London Spitfire so far on the attack, but can they translate it over to success on the defense? That's what I'm looking at right now.
They could replicate the success that they just had on the attack. They literally ran their way through King's Row. Taking a look at Sparker's highlights, he got a quick 3K over here. Over on the other side, he was uncontested. He went up and making the swap over to the Echo. Yeah, he found Hadi, but here comes Sparker finding shot after shot. It was insane. We're talking about how the Hanzo really benefits into London's playstyle, especially here on Kings Row, where you're going to be able to have more of this verticality provided to you. Justice, they didn't get to stop London not once, even when they tried to clear out some of those corners. And it was so difficult, but it was even Hadi's placement with those bubbles that really allowed London to get that space that they needed.
Absolutely. It kept a lot of the team safe, and Skyripa is still able to get that healing through the bubble. So it's really nice to be able to see that come through, and already landed a nice anti-nade over there to try to get some healing down for the team, and then also just make sure that you're keeping Washington Justice at bay for a couple of seconds at least. Big sleep though onto Landon. That's not looking very good. You're going to have to use the swift step to get away.
Oh, he manages to live here too. Hadi falls low. Skyripper in that window that you called out earlier on. We saw Justice on the attack, or on the defensive set here. Sparker is literally one. How is he still alive? He managed to survive and still finds Alpha Yi after he pressured him off from the high ground. 2 down for the Washington Justice. A number advantage in Spitfire's favor as Landon needs to come back from spawn.
Yeah, you're going to have to see Landon come back a little quickly, but somebody can go back and teleport to at least give that swift step a chance for Landon to get back. So I think you're totally fine with this as it's going to play out, and Hadi just kind of continuing to keep everybody in check. Like, where do we go from here?
Oh, Forrest says, all right, I'll contest Sparker out here too. For the Hanzo Pigs, trying to get some extra cover right behind that statue. Trying to find at least that 1 point right here for the Justice as the Spitfire, again, with this disengagement, have been on fire. The Hannah boost coming in. Hadi gets spooked away here off of Teru. He tries to harass the backline. He gets put to sleep, but Alpha Yi still gets taken down right before that. Teru finds Lethal. They get that trade between Alpha Yi and Lethal here too. But Hadi's been playing so well while Kings Row and the shenanigans that he's been able to get onto the high ground just so that way he can get right back in front of Skyripper and Landon. Pops up Primal, he gets hit with a huge anti here. Still with this disengagement, he's looking to try to tear up the Justice from the back.
I think Hadi was able to recenter himself in between that map break and is really putting on a great performance here on the Winston. Does go down for his troubles, but at this point, you're really looking at trying to trade your backline. Benbest just going into the backline of the London Spitfire and vice versa for Hadi. But you're going to try to stall as long as possible to hope that Hadi's able to get back in time and maybe get a recontest in.
Sparker can get something going here too. Landon gets put to sleep. Here comes the Dragons all in the line of sight and in the nice choke point that the Spitfire were hanging around here too. Justice buying in some of the extra time that they needed now that they're going to be able to escort the payload. Spitfire still playing very up and ahead though. They want to try to contest around that next corner that they can hold, especially after finding that pick on Sephora.
Oh, true. And I mean, look at this. You could look at how much damage they were able to get down onto Benbest. They were able to pick off Flora as well. Landing a nice kunai right into the dome. And Hadi's able to play an aggressive game here. Just kind of staying in the window, maybe even keeping the payload under the archway. The rest of the team of the London Spitfire don't have to play as far forward.
Alpha Yi does have that duplicate at the ready here too. Spitfire basically have all their ultimates online. Hadi's about to get Primal in this fight here too. He gets hit with a pretty big anti here. Skyripper and Sparker go down to Alpha Yi and Benbest, trying to isolate the backline, but it doesn't matter with 3 going down from the Justice. Hadi gonna be able to take control over the front lines here, forces Benbest to turn around, try to fixate his attention on them. London Spitfire lose out on landing here too, but that was still a great delay from Spitfire. 2 minutes, 55 seconds and counting here.
All right, so still a little bit of time to work with as Washington Justice. We're able to capture that first point relatively quickly, but they're still looking at being able to rotate through some of these ultimates. You've got Teru with the rally online, so maybe you're able to clump up a little bit, but that does leave you very vulnerable for something like the Dragon Strike that Sparker has been holding on to. This is a really great tool for Sparker to use to delay the Washington Justice and also split them up. Look at that!
Oh, wow,
Benbest is completely isolated here.
That was a beautiful angle for the Dragon Strike from Sparker there, and he still finds Alpha Yi at the very end too, who's trying to fly away, get right back to the rest of the team there, calling out the rotation of Mirror. Now this means that Spitfire have control over the next corner that we were talking about before. It can be so tricky to take control of, especially with the mix of the high ground there too, that they could take different off angles in Necra.
Absolutely. I mean, at this point, when the fact that you've been able to kind of grab this forward defensive position, I feel like London Spitfire has a lot of utility with not only the corners that they're able to grab, but also the fact that, you know, Hadi has the primal rage, be able to just kind of juggle people and disrupt that backline. Bembest keeps jumping in and at least being able to keep the backline busy, but that leaves his own backline very vulnerable.
And it's happened already before where they've taken advantage of that. The Spitfire have been able to rip apart that backline every time he tries to call out their own backline here. Here comes the Primal called in. Bembest also active in the Primal. He got put to sleep. So did Adi, but somebody woke him up. Bembest is somehow alive with a pixel of health. He manages to get right back to safety as Hadi takes control of the high ground, trying to call out Alpha Yi, having to back away in time, puts down that barrier, trying to call out the support lineup of the Justice. And with them playing so split up, he needs to also give some of that extra space to the rest of the Spitfire. Nano coming in onto Bembest now. The duplicate coming in as well. That's a lot of survivability coming out from the Justice, forcing Hadi to back away in time. Less than a minute on board, and Sparker finds a huge pick onto Mirror. They do trade that for landing here, though, and they are able to get that second point, Necker, even down to the wire.
Yep, it does look like it. I mean, there you go. Second point captured, buying Washington Justice another life in this map. They had to use that nano boost as well as the duplicate, but I feel like they were still able to find the right opportunities to use those. Otherwise, they would have gone to waste. London Spitfire, though, they're able to come back in and contest this. Bembest is so low. Ooh, okay, that's going to set Washington Justice back quite a bit if they're able to disengage.
Forward does have control over that off-ground opportunity, off-angle here to try to promote Alpha E from maintaining that high ground advantage here. You can see Lethal trying to contest him here too. Barker coming back with the Dragon Strike. Adi just trying to take in some extra damage onto Alpha E. He is splitting his attention left to right as Alpha E forces the London Spitfire to get off his back. Here comes a Dragon Strike as Hadi gets not only slept, he gets hit with a huge anti too, as a beam is going to delete what is left of Hadi. It's going to be down for Adi, and Spitfire having to try to find an opportunity to actually find the backline here. See Lethal backing away after utilizing that pulse bomb, landing with the Kitsune Rush. Bembest now taking control over the back end of the payload. He gets hit and hit with the anti on top of that. He got deleted with Lethal getting the follow-up. Great look from the Spitfire when they lost out on Hadi at the very beginning of that fight. 60 seconds now left for the Justice trying to get that payload and finish.
Oh, Alfie is going to get a little bit staggered here, but it's better to go ahead and try to go towards the card than try to disengage and get even more staggered that way. But hey, at least the Washington Justice, when you're looking at less than a minute left, one more team fight, they've got 5 ultimates to throw at this payload and try to sink it over the line, but
oh, wow.
What? Teru goes down?
Huge follow-up too from Landon. Once Sparker got that hit, but Floor goes crazy finding Hadi and Landon after the nano boost gets put onto Bembest here too. They lose out on Mirror, they lose out on Alfie and Floor. They have so many ultimates to work with here. Bembest is still taxing along the payload. Spitfire had the number advantage and the spot advantage in their favor too, so Bembest is forced to just recuperate with the rest of the team as he pops the primal less than 5 seconds. It's to force his payload into overtime. But he gets put to sleep, he gets woken up immediately right afterwards, and then they delete him immediately with nobody left here. Overtime ticking away. Alpha, he managed to get there after utilizing the duplicate. He immediately gets booted off, but they're just staggering through Necro.
They're staggering through, and they're also not able to touch the point anymore. So London Spitfire are going to take the map, tie up the series, and they looked good. London Spitfire were able to do a lot with that third point. Not only did they stave off a 5 ultimate push that they just were able to stagger out Washington and be able to get picks before they could even use their ults. I don't even know what was happening here with the Justice. They did not look like what they looked like on map number 1. And neither did the Spitfire, for that matter.
Yeah, right. I mean, Sparker and Lethal said this is where we feel at home because they absolutely popped off this time around versus what we saw on Oasis for map number 1. Their positioning was another level. They were also able to target the threat that was Alpha E and Floor at the very beginning. Yeah, Alpha E had some great moments at the very end there too, but with the difference between Sparker and Lethal and the way that Hadi was able to encourage them, it was a different look from the London Spitfire. I need to see more of that there too. Yeah, it didn't look like that on Control, but they looked like they were a different team on Hybrid.
I gotta give a lot of credit to Hottie because I feel like we didn't end up getting a chance to see Hottie's best on that very first map, but on King's Row for Hottie, if you were paying attention to his POV, he had an incredible awareness of that bubble, how much health it had left, his cooldowns, being able to just get in and out very flexibly, and I feel like that was a really great way for London to show us a little bit more of what they have in their back pocket and also tie up the series.
Yeah, maybe the swap's not doing the justice in this case here, especially with the way that Hottie was able to diff Ben best on the Winston. We've got another map underway on the other side of this break. You don't want to miss it. We're moving over to Junkertown. their own personal entertainment for their hype video. Welcome back, everyone. The London Spitfire look crazy. All right. I mean, that's definitely one way to hype yourselves up after taking a map number 2 in a very nice, fashionable way. Necro, we are going to be seeing some changes, though, moving on to map number 3, both from the London Spitfire and from the Washington Justice.
Yep, we're going to see Backbone make a reappearance here for the London Spitfire, taking a Sparker's place as we head into our map number 3. But we're also going to see some changes on the other side. We saw a little bit of a role swap there coming in, where you saw Mirror take the place of FD God, and then Ben Best came in. But now we've got the starting roster back with us here for the Washington Justice.
Yeah, from map number 1, where they had a lot to work with. They dominated on Oasis, looked completely different on King's Row. Don't think it had to do very much with the swaps, more so what we saw coming in from Sparker when he was here out here for the Spitfire and Backbone now. And with these adjustments that Spitfire have been able to make, they were really on fire, especially with that Hanzo swap.
Yeah, the Hanzo swap was amazing. We ended up getting a little look at the statistics for Flora and Sparker, and yeah, I don't think that damage was very close. Let's just put it that way. Sparker just on a tear, whether you were seeing him light up the kill feed or even just being able to get some high impact picks. It just felt like Sparker was able to put in a lot of work there. But Junkertown, a little bit of a different beast, and I feel like I'm a little bit surprised actually that we're not seeing Sparker then play the Hanzo. Junkertown has traditionally been a map for a double sniper composition, but we've seen a lot of Backbone Widowmaker in the past. Maybe that's going to be another look for London Spitfire to rely upon. And then Lethal's been showing up on the Tracer, Vicky. I am loving what this rookie has to offer for us.
And this is also a team that when it comes to their mental and they're feeling themselves, you could see it carry out on their future games, especially when they come out on top so dominantly in one of the previous maps there too. So I like to see that momentum now carry over onto Junkertown. Now it's a matter of if they can match this type of gameplay between Lethal and Backbone to Alpha E and Flora differently, obviously from the outcome that we saw on Oasis for that first map here too. Now trying to replicate that, you talk about it, you have all those open sight lines that we're going to see Backbone and Flora try to take advantage of, with Alpha E being a little bit of a difference maker. We do see the Sigma coming out from Mirror and Hottie, but Alpha E sticking with the Sombra.
Yeah, we're going to see the Sombra play, and I think that's going to be really interesting to see, just at least to scout out. And it looks like Alfie is not feeling the Sombra pick into what London Spitfire have, and so we'll be going for the Genji instead, which gives you that opportunity to go for something like the Deflect, to be able to throw something from Backbone right back at him. Or Skyrippa.
Backbone just witnessed a murder right there in front of his face. He tried to find an opportunity to call out Lethal, or rather call out Alpha E as he gets taken down. Alpha E now trying to take control over the high ground, trying to call out Backbone. Get down, Mr. President, with the Immortality Field coming in from Landon to help him out, help the sustainability, but Alpha E is still determined to find an opportunity to prevent him to having those open sightlines. Still, it takes that 1 second of Alpha E not trying to check Backbone to find Flora in the back here instead. It's that natural cover that he had to work with. He still managed to find Backbone after he exposed himself a little too much here. Yeah, the Justice lose out a mirror, but Alpha E is a problem starting off already on this map. Ooh, Lethal coming in with a pulse bomb. Skyripper following off. Spitfire coming out right after Taro pops that rally.
I was gonna say, that was looking really, really good there for the Washington Justice to be able to finish this off. And now you see Backbone coming back, getting a big pick on a Flora. Everybody's in this right now. London Spitfire with a defense strong enough to keep Washington Justice from capturing that first point, Vicky. I love the stall that they were able to bring here. They even forced out the rally from Teru. They thought that was going to be enough to push the Justice over the line, but all it takes right now is one good pick here from Backbone with just how far along that cart has moved to keep Washington Justice resetting.
And that was really thanks to Lethal there too, putting in so much pressure while Alfie was so fixated on Backbone for the longest time there too, splitting a lot of that attention just as Lethal intended it to. See Alfie again, just trying to harass Backbone in this window. He's got help from Landon there with the Immortality Field just in case it's necessary here too. Looking at the ults that we also have online here, Necro. We got Skybro with the trans, see Hottie. They're flex out here too. Gonna be able to pull it off right now as the window is gonna get pulled out from under their feet. Tries to get out of their line of sight as Alpha E now moves in after taking care of Backbone on the high ground with the blade. The Spitfire trying to play incredibly split apart, and Skyriper had already used up the Transcendence. Still though, they try to get away, they try to disengage, they try to counter rotate, and that's still not enough for Alpha E to take care of the rest of the London Spitfire.
That was a really great fight there for the Justice. Just the amount of territorial control that they grabbed, especially when that Genji blade was in play. We're actually gonna see a mirror. We're gonna see Lethal actually try to match Alpha E on the Genji. And hey, there's no Anas in play, so we're looking at vanilla blades here, Vicky, just having to get that work done. But Backbone with a nice pick into Alpha E. Maybe this is the opportunity that London Spitfire need to get back into the defense.
Tara's gonna help check Lethal to help out Flora to stay in position with that pressure that he's going to want from those open sight lines. Backbone very similar too with Landon that's been helping him out. Just patiently trying to see where Alpha E wants to approach from here too, while just still trying to melt down through that shield. Landon does have an Amp Matrix ready to use.
Amp Matrix is going to be really nice as well, not just to be able to amplify the damage coming out from these players like Skyripper, Lethal, but mostly to really just try to get these angles in check. Backbone takes one, the rest of the team takes the other. It's not quite working though.
Oh, the moment that Amp Matrix was used there too, Alpha E was able to dive on to Lethal, gonna be able to take care of Skyripper after Landon was taken out. Was fight for the high ground there too. That Mirror was also able to just counter rotate right on top of the Spitfire once they used up those ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I feel like Washington Justice are playing that nice call and response. They are playing around what London Spitfire are putting down in terms of ultimates, and then also just being able to find the right picks. Flora also really starting to feel himself right now in terms of, you know, when you're playing Widowmaker and you're on a tear, you're on a tear for quite a while.
It's that build up slowly as Backbone has still been finding shot after shots at the very beginning of that first point here too. Finding FD God is huge here after he used the Amp Matrix. Alfie trying to find an opportunity to force the Spitfire to take the bait. Funnel inside of this side room as Backbone's trying to get away. He's got the help from Teru now as they try to counter-rotate over to the other side. They see Landon right in front of their sights, and he's got the blade ready here too, Necro.
Oh no, but with Lethal, with the deflux onto Flora, being able to take out such a major source of damage for the Justice, I don't think this is a good opportunity to use the blade unless you're able to find a very, very easy target or force out the immortality field early from Landon.
Ooh,
that might be enough.
Reset, the dashing shit there too, into the blade. Everybody scattered like ants. The immortality field, not a problem. The Graphitic Flux now gets the follow-up here from Mirror to help enable Alfie clear out the rest of the Spitfire, especially after the initial damage that he was able to put down with the blade.
I mean, that blade wasn't even that flashy, but the follow-up of Mirror being able to get that Graphitic Flux online and capture everybody else on Spitfire, they have been able to move this cart so far now, Vicky. Sight's gonna limit London Spitfire's ability to be able to peek their head out at the moment to get the contest, and that Graphitic Flux hits nobody from Hottie.
It's the Ghost. Ghosty was trying to contest over on the other side of the corner. Nice shot here as Lethal resets with the Mega Pack. Hottie still finds the accretion pick on Tamira though, which is big as Lethal gets on top of the high ground here. Skyper was taken out by Alpha Yi, and they won't have the Transcendence. Yes, Lethal was able to find those picks. A minute and 44 seconds on the clock here for the Justice to take this payload to the finish line.
Yeah, a nice sustain here from the Spitfire. Backbone has switched off of the Widowmaker and gone to the Hanzo, which provides them with a little bit more mobility. And you also just saw a really, really nice immortality field there from Landon, just to be able to keep that backline up and running. So London Spitfire may have staved off the attack for now, but there's a world where Washington Justice takes this next push as an eco push and then goes in with other ultimates as they start to build those up. Immortality field or amplification matrix is almost online here for FD God, so you could really use that as a tool to help top up some of your other ultimates.
And with Skyver also having trans here too, that's going to be necessary. Yeah, especially with Alfie trying to work into that win con with the blade here too. Want to try to isolate Skyripper if they have that opportunity. With Flora taking this high ground angle here too, Necra. See the poke damage coming in, but they have less than a minute on the clock as a Dragon Strike gets sent out.
Dragon Strike helps splitting up the team right now. London Spitfire are gonna use this time to be able to help heal back up the team as it's last 30 seconds here now, Vicky. So this is where it gotta show up here if you're the Washington Justice. Flora needs a pick, Alfie needs this blade, and London Spitfire ready to strike.
They're peppering in just to build up into the ultimates, and here comes the play from Alpha E. This is the opportunity with less than 15 seconds on the clock, just splitting up the Spitfire as they were actually playing that really well in terms of positioning, getting out of that line of sight of Alpha E as now the Graphitic Flux gets called in. They lose out on FD God. They trade that for Backbone. Spitfire have the spot advantage, but with Skyward going down here too, they only have Landon for that sustainability. Everybody goes up here as Hadi comes in with the Graphitic Flux and the Accretion Pig too. They trade that for both Genjis. Hadi's still staying alive between Mirror here. They're trying their best as the overtime clock is ticking away. Mirror finding Backbone though only leaves Hadi up and Landon to sustain the rest of Spitfire as they trickle out of the spawn room doors.
Yeah, Mirror as the only front line available to the Washington Justice needs to just stall for time for the rest of the Justice to get back here. Alfie is able to make it, but look at this in the backline. Lethal actually going sicko mode.
Landon was unchecked. Alfie tried his best, but he couldn't find Landon, who resustained Hadi with the Immortality Field. Now Lethal has the blade. He dives in overtime for the longest time here as the Justice are making some desperate swaps. Flora now slipping over to the Tracer, and it doesn't look like they're actually able to do it. Skyripper, Lethal, Landon get taken out. Are you kidding me? The Washington Justice at the very end are able to clear out the London Spitfire and take the payload to the finish line.
Major props to FD God. Absolutely major props. With the overhead view that we got, you could see that Ben Best was just kind of Mirror was holding the front line there as long as possible on the Sigma. And then FD God just continuously just throwing those healing papers at him, just hoping that and praying that he stays alive long enough for the rest of the team to be able to come back in. That was phenomenal gameplay right there. Just being able to play for your win condition. And you also negated the blade. You negated all of the other ultimates that came online there from the Spitfire. That takes some extreme coordination and some great mechanical skill to pull off.
Hadi lived for so long with Landon. That was insane.
That's true.
He tried so hard to stay on that point. It's just the peaks weren't able to come out, unfortunately, at the very end from Backbone and Lethal. Alfie really helped close out everything there with FD God, like you mentioned, the survivability, helping the Justice stay in the game while the spawn point was still in favor for the Spitfire right to their backs. Taking a look at a replay here, you talked about FD God before, Necro, and he was able to help out the rest of Justice with the Kitsune Rush, stay alive with the rest of Spitfire, who did not want to get off that point.
Yeah, and then the fact that you were able to lay down the Kitsune Rush as well, like on top of all the healing output that you were doing, FD God just really did put up a fantastic support carry. That was great, and of course the rest of the team being able to actually take advantage of that also is another thing that speaks for itself. But we're switching sides now, Vicky. We do have Backbone and Flora once again playing this Widowmaker duel. And we were able to see them both pop off in their own ways. But it does take a very strong Widowmaker on the attack to be able to get through Widowmaker on the defense.
I like to see these different angles too, that we're now seeing the difference between Justice and the defense when Spitfire was hanging onto that window. Backbone taking a more different off angle here too, trying to find where Flora is. Here comes Alpha Yi though. Don't look down your sights, you may miss him. Line in. He's gonna go for a reset too with Skyripper trying to put on the Discord orb on him. If they can have that opportunity as they rotate together. Ooh, he still finds Landon right to his back. Oh, they thought they were safe the moment they got down from the high ground. And here comes the counter rotate and the sandwich from the Justice. Hadi does retaliate back. He gets Alpha. He punishes him for overextending. The number advantage is in the Justice side.
Justice is going to be able to do a great defensive hold here. And when especially you've got this high ground to play around, I love this archway on the defense. You not only with the Sigma have the ability to pop up that shield like Mirror is, but Florida is able to take some great angles here when you look at maybe even just above point A, going over to the health pack, looking down main. There's so many different ways that Backbone's going to have to keep an eye out for that particular player.
Oh, nice accretion pick from Hottie there onto Mirror. That's a great opening start to just break through the defenses of the Justice, especially Alfie trying to harass the backline again. Backbone also getting the win trade against Flora, knocking his head right off his shoulders here. Spitfire with a number advantage, managing to rack up those ults as well for that next fight. Hottie is going crazy on this Sigma, and now they have all this extra time and space to get that first checkpoint.
So you know how Hottie was doing a great job of creating space on the Winston, playing around the health of the Winston bubble? I feel like he's doing something very similar. With Sigma, it's a little bit of a slower pace. You're trying to keep a couple steps forward, put your barrier forward, take a couple more steps as your barrier starts to regenerate some health, and keep doing the same thing. And so Hottie's putting a lot of confidence in the DPS lineup of the team, whether it's Lethal going into the backline, Backbone getting a pick on the Widowmaker, just enough damage that little bit of space taking is paying off and is able to kind of expound itself.
Oh, Mirror now pulling off the Gravitic Flux, funneling the backline in that side room. Skyripper's about to get Transcendence, but Flora takes him out before it comes in. That would have been a huge reset for the Spitfire if they were able to maintain themselves, keep alive with the Justice having other plans, prioritizing him first, as they are going to be able to take control over that payload and win that fight in that next checkpoint.
I think for the Spitfire, you're actually really happy that Skyripper didn't get the Transcendence online there and had the opportunity to accidentally throw it away. And so now you have that as an available tool to go into this next fight against Alfie's Dragon Blade. It's tough if you're a Zenyatta in these times. Do you use the Transcendence as a tool against the Gravitic Flux on the other side, or the Dragon Blade? You gotta pick and choose here, and I think that you're going to want it for the Dragon Blade here. Immortality Field just isn't enough on its own in a lot of instances.
And with the position that you're seeing from London Spitfire, they have the 50-50 rotation approach, whether they want to hang inside that side room underneath Alpha's feet or take that side of rotation right behind Hottie. Here comes a dive in from Alpha. You gets immediately shut down. You saw the immediate reaction too from Skyripper pulling off the Transcendence just in case Alpha was not checked in time, but they were able to do that, still pull off the Transcendence so that way he could counter rotate on the other side of Hottie to reposition. Mirror now is going to be able to follow the rest of Spitfire as their flanks apart after landing gets taken down. I like the execution, but the rest of the Justice are now still able to control a lot of this extra space from where the payload is.
Where's Lethal? That's what I want to know is, oh, Lethal's just behind the team. Yeah, get a nice pick onto Flora, being able to open that up so that London Spitfire don't have to play scared of these sight lines for the Widowmaker. We also just switched Backbone over to the Hanzo as well, so we were looking at that as a nice transition here for Backbone to play a little bit closer to the team and also just be able to apply some pressure to the Sigma shield.
And then with the Ant Matrix helping them out here, Skyripper gets taken down in their line of sight. Here comes Lethal trying to force Flora off, and he's got some help from Terrorids. He gets taken out. That's 3 out for the Spitfire and another reset, another team fight win in favor for the Justice.
Justice are playing this defense so well. They're not giving any breathing room to the Spitfire, whether it's just locking down these choke points with Flora's Widowmaker, or even just kind of using the Genji as such a strong tool through the deflects, through just being able to get those Genji dashes and blade resets. It's been really fun to watch the Justice play through this defense. But London Spitfire are really looking at something to break this open. Amplification Matrix could really help here, or a pick from Backbone. Both work. I like the Backbone pick personally. That's fun to watch.
Oh, especially after Flora kind of exposed himself trying to hit Skyripper on the head right there too. The track from Backbone to catch him on the other side as Backbone gets taken out right afterwards. Seems like an in from Alpha Yi to find him there too. Back is Landon. He's got that Ant Matrix at the ready too. Adi is moving with the Gravitic Flux. Trevor's so close to getting that trans as the rally comes in. Hottie going to be able to utilize her Gravitic Flux to clear that next corner with the way that Justice are playing now. Fleet split apart, letting Alpha just go a contest up ahead, but in front of the window, all in the line of sight of Landon to contest him. He's going to be able to clear out Alpha too. Time ticking away, Necro, less than 15 seconds on the clock, and the Justice has still been able to prevent Spitfire from getting any progress on the payload.
Yeah, I mean, Lethal's able to get a pretty big pick onto Teru, but you're up against the clock right now to even just make it to the point. That's why Lethal's gonna have to go in and touch, and Alfie's gonna pop the blade in response.
Oh no, and he had the blade too. If he just stayed alive for a little longer with the rest of Spitfire rounding around that corner, the Transcendent from Sky Ripper now as Alpha E takes a different angle. They're using that blade right through the Ant Matrix. He dashes through the Immortality Field too. Here comes Spitfire though. Sky Ripper from backbone finding those two picks is big, but they lose out on Landon, only leaving Sky Ripper for that sustainability. He's hiding in that little side room. Mirror calls him out. He gets hacked, but nobody on the point to contest the payload. Washington Justice with so much pressure were able to clear out the London Spitfire.
It was a rough go for London Spitfire there. I feel like just at the end of the day, Washington Justice were able to lock down that defense to the point where London just ran out of time. And those final moments, it felt like maybe Hottie's healed faithful of the Reinhardt was going to be able to get them another life by securing that second checkpoint, but Washington Justice, they look like they did on the first map, which is crazy. They were running the same starting lineup.
Yeah, that and their defense, the way that they played positioning-wise, also helped enable Alpha E to basically be the entry fragger, so that way the trouble that London Spitfire had to deal with was then fixating their attention on Alpha E, leaving their front line open too. So that was a really good plan that the Washington Justice was able to take advantage of. I like the beginning look from London Spitfire, especially here where we saw Backbone get a lot of those early picks, but man, was Alpha E a pain to deal with, especially when you had to fixate your attention and turn it around on the threat that was Alpha E that game.
I mean, Genji is a hero that Alpha E is known for, working all the way up from contenders and just coming into the Overwatch League. This was a hero we were all really hoping to see Alpha E make a reappearance on. And there's a good reason why this Genji has been so impactful for Justice. It's just Alpha E is really, really good at it.
Now Washington Justice, they're sitting at match point, Necra. I'm excited to see how our next map is going to play out on New Queen Street. It's going to be our push map on the other side of this break.
fly and I'm flashy. It's the reason why the people always ask me, where you get that? Where you cop those? I've been fresh to death since a snot nose. Kid on the block with the illest sneakers. The girls all flock like they missile seekers. The party don't stop, got different features, exclusives, different colors, you can't get them either. I came here to stunt, that's what I go for. I don't buy a pair, I buy the whole store. A price tag's just a number to me, so I never miss a shot that I want and I see. Swish.
Welcome back, everybody. Man, what a series we've had so far. Necra, Washington Justice take Junkertown with a nice hold against the London Spitfire. Now, going on to map number 4 while the Justice are sitting at match point and taking a look at the impact that Mirror just had on Junkertown is actually insane. 3 deaths and 30 elims to his name.
That's disgusting. Okay, that's actually just so gross. And what's really interesting about maybe why we're like highlighting this, right? Mirror was kind of in the kill feed, but like you could really see the impact that he was having in terms of just like hitting the accretions, getting that brief stun, having the follow-up there from the rest of his team. He was able to provide so much support and so much space that the rest of the team was also able to pop off. And that death line right there speaks volumes to just how well that backline was supporting him the entire time.
Survivability is actually insane from what we saw earlier from Teru and FD God. Now, they want to take this home, Necra. They have one more map potentially. It's a chance out here unless the London Spitfire could pull what they pulled on map number 2 on Kings Row. No swap-ups, though. That is something important to highlight here. No substitutions coming in from either of these teams. We're sticking to our guns here after what we saw from map 3.
It makes a lot of sense there for both of these teams. We're still looking at a double flex support lineup here for the London Spitfire, and for Washington Justice, what worked. I think that's a lot to, like, there's something to be said about momentum for these players. Whether you're on the Widowmaker and like pick after pick really helps to build up your confidence, or just maybe the comms are going crazy, Vicky, and they're just really feeling each other right now in terms of being able to synergize as a whole team. We're looking at New Queen Street as our next map in this first to 3. Washington could win it here.
Trying to see what they're going to bring to the table out here, too. You know, it's also nice to highlight the team synergy that we've been seeing from the Justice. You know, for a team that is a mixed roster, they are looking so fantastic in these follow-ups and in this communication, too, for this team. Excited to see now, too, with the way that Alpha was playing on the Genji. He was going absolutely crazy, enabled that with Mirror. It's a dangerous combination out here for the Washington Justice. And on the other side, too, London Spitfire usually always quick to try to readapt around what we've already seen so far. It's been a little difficult to get their hang onto Junkertown, too, with the way that they were playing. Hadi had a great time, too, on the Sigma, but unfortunately, just looking at the stats that we see lined up against him with Mirror, it's so difficult to try to call that out here with the way that the Justice were playing in position.
That, and also there were quite a few times where it was Mirror and Hadi going toe-to-toe, and Mirror just getting the upper hand when it came down to that Sigma versus Sigma. But New Queen Street's a whole new ball game. Let's see how this goes. As Push, we've recognized is just a little bit wacky when it comes down to when these team fights and the pace of these fights actually happen. You're really looking at trying to get out of the gates fast here, maybe trying to take a high ground position depending on what you play, but holy moly, Vicky, we're seeing more Junker Queen coming out as Washington Justice leave their spawn doors.
You know, I'm not too surprised here on New Queen Street. I like this look from Mirror, too, coming out after having such an impeccable game in the last map now, trying to play as aggressive to help enable Alpha E2. See them just already trying to get into a split position through the back line as they try to take control over the high ground, too. Spitfire also having backbone on this Sombra. Lethal, they're trying to match that with Justice. You're gonna have to play into that wing con that is the EMP as Lethal gets hacked and then deleted by Flora.
That's a huge pick. That's a really, really huge pick, and you can see just how quickly Washington Justice have stepped on the gas as FD God goes for that movement. I mean, you move on this.
Love seeing Mirror play. Teru does get hacked by Backbone, who immediately gets punished by Alpha E. Florida Alpha E on a different level. The shout comes in. the rest of the Justice are able to get into position here. Alpha Yi has been feeling himself, pushing all the way into the open sidelines that is the Spitfire, losing out on Landon in that previous fight too. So this is going to give all the extra room to Justice around this corner.
Absolutely. They're going to take some space here as Mirror just kind of holds down the fort, looking towards the right-hand side for those sight lines. And honestly, Flora just kind of freaking havoc in the back line here. Lethal dies again! So much emphasis and pressure being put onto him from both Alpha Yi and Flora.
Oh, and they're about to try to call out Skyripper in the back here too. Landing. Oh no, Flora. Finding Landon now, finding Hottie one by one as the dominoes fall. Spitfire have not been able to even find a defensive toe around this bot, not even around that next corner. Alfie is just holding forward now, finding that 1v1 against Lethal.
Holy moly. Okay, let's just break this down for a second. Not only are Flora and Alfie just absolutely like diffing Backbone and Lethal at this point, just because they're running circles around them, the EMP is gonna come out already. Oh, Vicky. They've already got the checkpoint. Like, this map could just be over.
They're trying to speedrun their way to finish, get some dinner after this. They've been feeling themselves. Alfie also with the follow after that EMP from Flora on the back line. Spitfire have answers though here, Necra. Mirror does get hacked. FD Gods got that barrier, as well as a Kitsune rush from Teru. Justice is going to answer back with the backline ults getting activated now too. There's a nano boost onto Landon, trying to find some of that extra damage. As Flora is going to now try to get into a different position. Skyripper still loses out, as Alpha is seeming unstoppable. Lethal and Backbone finally get a footing here, at least on this spot, to try to flip things around, because it's just been dominating so far from the Just with their momentum.
Yeah, now London Spitfire are going to be able to take back a little bit of control, but look at how much they had to expend there in order to actually start to move the spot, which they have left. Okay, Lethal has come back now. That's some valuable time there, Spitfire. I don't know what you're doing, but you can't be moseying your way through this course right now. Especially when you're looking at Lethal needing to make an impact here with the Pulse Bomb, Landon as well with the Kitsune Rush. You're looking at trying to get that as a straightaway, and you can't do that if the bot is sitting at the midpoint.
Rampage is on the ready here for Mirror. If he has an opportunity, but Flora going down, it's going to delay the next set of EMP in that next fight. We'll get into one fight exactly here, as Landon also has that Kitsune Rush ready. Those just trying to take some poke damage over on the other side, trying to find a flanking angle, as Teru is going to be able to find Backbone. That means Flora is going to be able to dip him in terms of the EMP percentage when it's online first. Gonna get contested here, as a Rampage is gonna get unleashed from Mirror now to control over the bot. Try to find an opportunity to reposition here too, as Alpha the high ground sends out the Pulse Bomb, finds Skyripper, trades that for Flora. One by one though, Spitfire lose out on two, so do the Justice. Alpha falls low as he gets sent down. It's just Mirror and Teru there.
I mean, Landon at this point is trying to dish a little bit of that medicine back, right? Really tired of Flora and Alfie just kind of running after him. So you're going to get a little bit of revenge here, get the bot with a little bit more progress, but you're still looking at Flora being able to come back and get this EMP down. If you keep London Spitfire from being able to capture this first point, you've done your job. You could win this map outright.
Huge 1-2 Scooby-Doo. Yeah, because they have the hack into the follow from Alfie again onto Landon. It's the backline that's been suffering here from Spitfire. Be doing such a good job to keep them in check. Hottie does pop the primal. He does get hacked. Skywalker is going to be able to come in with that nano boost as well. The bot is going to be in their control. We got 5 minutes on the clock. Still a lot of time for Spitfire to work with.
It is, but look at how much progress the Washington Justice have already made. Yeah. They can just play to keep that lead at this point. You don't even need to try to push for any more objective meterage. Just go for the strong defense on this corner, which you absolutely can do. Look at how slippery Alpha Yi is being. Backbone would have loved to be able to get a hack there. And that hits nobody.
Okay. Ghost haunting his pass out here with the EMP, trying to figure out a way to get them away. As the sound barrier from FD God also gets unleashed here too. Mirror does get hacked by Backbone. Tony had that nano boost put onto him by Skyripper. They finally find Alpha Yi, who's about to get the pull from when he comes right back in to again harass Landon or Skyripper here. But holding this corner, like you mentioned, Ekar, they don't have to overextend here. They just need to keep defending, especially with Spitfire at least having control over this spot. This is a good opportunity for Spitfire to take advantage of its defensive playstyle from Justice.
Absolutely. I mean, Justice can just kind of stay in this pack room, though. Lethal does land a nice stick there onto FD God. So it's a great way to limit Washington Justice's mobility. But London Spitfire have to capitalize on this. They do get the point capture, though. That's big.
Especially with them funneling over in that side room. Again, playing more passively here as Mira's going to be able to go in with the Rampage, try to isolate the Sky Ripper on the other side. He just looked at him funny, so he immediately took him out over on the side. Huge pick here as Landon also gets taken down. Justice showing exactly why they're coming out with the Junker Queen. The shout coming out from Mirror, patrolling that side room. They also have to look back here too, because Flora and Alpha, you were busy trying to control the front line of the Spitfire on the bot.
I mean, things are starting to look a little bit better here for the Spitfire. You are able to at least get back into the swing of things as you keep that aggression a little bit in check. Nice hack there from Backbone, but those forward spawns have been shut off, and so it really comes down to Spitfire just kind of winning out the next few fights as Washington Justice are starting to look around this corner again with an EMP in tow.
Has been putting in a lot of the damage, but it's just not being able to find these picks that are so necessary here for the Spitfire. C4 getting into position. He's got the EMP ready. Can he find Backbone is the question here too. And has got that rush ready, and he got Landon with the EMP. Finds Backbone after he also used the EMP. It does hit Mirror and Alpha E, but it's the backline that suffers the most from the Justice as the numbers come in from Spitfire. They have the advantage, and they didn't even have to burn everything, just the EMP from Backbone.
That was an absolutely big team fight win there for London Spitfire. You got the EMP out like you mentioned, and now you still have 4 other ultimates. I'm really looking at the Kitsune rush here, especially if you identify a really nice straightaway to be able to lay that down onto. You're past the midway point, you've got the nano as well. You may as well use it and try to get as much damage down as possible.
This is where they're trying to unleash everything here too. Adi also has that reset with the Primo after this nano boost is done. He does get hacked. Landon did send out the rush. He does get singled out by Mirror again here. Trying to hang on to the high ground as Hadi immediately gets taken down by Mirror after he leaps once. Alpha also trying to take control over the buff. He's got the pulse bomb ready. The shout as well from Mirror as he deletes Sky Ripper. Numbers falling down for the Spitfire, and the Justice once again have control over this bot.
Justice are just going to try to extend their lead at this point. They are now the ones that have 4 ultimates in their bank and a minute and a half to work with. Alfie gonna play just a little bit sneaky, waiting on the stairs to see if there's anybody good to land that pulse bomb into.
Oh, but with the rush, you can speed your way all the way into position that you need to. Here comes a sound barrier as well from the Justice, trying to keep that sustainability alive. So Rampage comes in, they put Merrick to sleep. Huge anti coming in, trying to delete it, but look at all the health he's still able to regain. Somebody do something, and they had to all dive on top of Mirror to take care of that threat. But in that, they gave up that space, they gave their backs to the rest of the Justice to get the follow-up. They lose out on Teru, but Alpha and Flora, who's about to get the EMP, was still able to get that follow-up. They trade that, they lose it on FD God, and the number is still in favor of Justice with less than a minute on the clock, Necro.
Oh my god, Alfie's staying alive! Wait, what can't this man do right now? Alfie has been putting in so much work for the team right now, and I just feel like London Spitfire have a behemoth of a task in front of them at this point. Flora's in the back line, has an EMP. You're waiting at this point to hit like the 15-second mark, just when your team is in the position to be able to follow up on this, and when you know that London Spitfire aren't going to have enough time left to strike back.
Oh, they knew where Flora was going to approach there too. Still gets the hack on Tahadi as the EMP comes out from Backbone. Losing out on Mirror is big with less than 10 seconds. Spitfire could force this into overtime. Where could Flora go? They know exactly where Flora is. You saw them just point at each other like Spider-Man meme between Backbone and Flora, but he needs to get this high ground. He needs to try to isolate Skyrim, who has a nano boost. With time taken away, Flora's not getting ahead of himself. It's going to be able to sandwich the rest of Spitfire with Justice on the other side.
Spitfire have to play this really carefully, though, because they are definitely clumped up for a huge EMP from Flora. And Flora's looking for it right now, Vicky. That one spelled disaster. Button strike first.
With the Kitsune rush coming in too, and Alpha you going down, this is big for the Spitfire to maintain this momentum that they've built up in overtime now. Still pushing the bot right over Flora, still holding on to that EMP. FD God's gonna try to get this sound barrier online as well as Teru with the rush. Just to try to regroup if they possibly can here. Trade control over the high ground, overlooking Spitfire.
Look at this. Hadi has to hold the front line right now as the EMP gets let loose. It doesn't hit too many people, though. Maybe there's a chance for Spitfire.
only hitting backbone too. Yeah, Lethal's gonna be able to send out that pulse bomb. Doesn't get the pick, falling incredibly low. Mirror's about to get the rampage though, which could make all the difference. Everybody gets shot up here as Landon is the one that gets in the line of sight of that rampage. Trying to split that attention though, with the rest of Spitfire looking back and forth. They're dropping like flies as the Justice are looking to end it all here. Necra taking the second series of the day over the London Spitfire.
Washington Justice. If you're a Justice fan, I think you're pretty happy about seeing a win under their belt to kick off the season. And the looks that they were able to show us throughout this series as well bode favors for the rest of the season. Vicky, don't you think?
I love it. I love the way that Mirror is looking right now. He put in like over 8,000 damage in that map alone on the Junker Queen. We've been seeing the Junker Queen come out on that push map, and so it's nice to see how new Queen Street plays into the Washington Justice favor, but the way that they also were able to play off the new momentum that the London Spitfire were able to build up in the middle of overtime was crazy. Not getting ahead of themselves, not pulling the trigger on the EMP. Yeah, when he did pull the trigger on the EMP, it just hit backbone, but it's about singling out the Spitfire at the very end that allowed them to secure that final map.
Absolutely. That patience was so important there. And that's one of the things that you really see out of these top level teams is just being able to know that this is the moment. You can't use it too early, you can't use it too late, and I feel like Washington Justice got it just right when it came down to their positioning as well as the ultimate usage there. And yeah, Mirror, that's an aggressive tank right there. That's what you should expect to see out of a tank like that. Just being able to keep London Spitfire on the back foot. They still put up a great fight though, Vicky. I feel like we saw a very different view of the London Spitfire in that second map.
Yeah, they're trying their best to also try to figure out a new meta that they just haven't been able to nail down exactly. Great showcase for the London Spitfire, but we gotta highlight a player in Necra after the Washington Justice performance, and it's gotta be Alpha Yi, the king who did not die at all. I mean, he tried his best. His survivability was actually insane. I know we talk about Mirror, but Alpha Yi was another one that was on top of it since the very first map.
Absolutely. I mean, Alpha E just had everybody's number on the London Spitfire going after all of the backline, just making sure that there was just cleanup crew in Isle Junkertown. Like, even just on New Queen Street as well. Get out the broom here because, like, he just kind of kept sweeping left and right when it came to just making sure that there was enough damage down on the board. I mean, looking at the stats here, okay, I mean, maybe you die a little bit, but also it doesn't matter if you're taking people down with you.
And the damage output, the elims on top of that too. Alpha Yi, I know we saw him last year popping off on the Hanjo Spark with that Genji. He shows it again with the Tracer and the Genji coming in again. Love to see this look from Alpha Yi and the rest of the Washington Justice. This is a team, again, with a mixed roster that looks very comfortable, especially with the way that their comms have been flowing through. Excited to see more from this team. Definitely can't sleep on a team like this. And with the London Spitfire still trying to figure things out when it comes to the meta at hand.
I would love to see the Washington Justice roster with them best in the mix and FD God behind him. That's something that I'm still going to be looking forward to seeing because I feel like that maybe map 2 just has potential there when it comes down to what the Justice have to offer for us this season. And London Spitfire as well. I mean, I just can't wait to see what happens next. It's just one match for all of these teams so far to kick off the season.
And that's been our 2 first matches to open up the Overwatch League 2023 season. We still got another series, though, on the other side of this break, guys. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you guys soon.
Welcome back, one and all, to the desk. Ramatra, Doomfist, and Sigma mains. You may rejoice right now because the tank bundle featuring all those 3 fancy schmancy heroes is here, and it comes with a weapon charm and your favorite team skin as well. It's on sale right now through May the 9th for just 350 league tokens. So grab yours now. Well worth it. Look at those guys. Look at those.
Doomfist is looking so ripped these days.
Doomfist these days.
Stronger.
Do you think they just add like a pack every season?
I wish I was
Doomfist.
So defined.
I want to get as big as
Muscles.
All right, that's a goal.
You're gonna need like the power gauntlet. I think that's gonna be a challenge to find. Might be some like arms limitations on that. I'm not sure.
Just a little bit bigger.
that's a lot bigger actually. If
That's
that's
what
your
they
goal.
all say.
That's
Tiny bit
it.
more.
Anyway, you know. Now I have no good transition there, actually. I tried. I was thinking about it. I was like, there's
I saw your eyes.
a segue here. But I really just want to chat about the match. Well, I love chatting about your physique as well, of course, Danny. But let's get into what we just got to see from the London Spitfire and the Washington Justice. Washington runs away with W. What's the story of the match here?
Story. Okay, I don't know about the
Give me a story.
But I just want to say, the more I look at Washington Justice, the more I love them. Like, definitely,
That's
I mean,
a story.
you know, Bembes, we talked about it. And, like, we saw like how much work that Mirror has been putting into this team. And not only that, I think the DPS duo, Alpha E, of course, getting the play of the match, well deserved. But I think Flora has been pulling his weight as well. So that Flora Alpha E duo, I am for it. I like it. What do you guys think? You know?
I absolutely 100% agree. Alfie, I think, had a stand-up performance, but to me, it was really all about getting Mirror involved as well for the Washington Justice. Benbes saw most of the play during the Pro-Am, for example, but now you're seeing Mirror come into the role, play off-tank heroes like Sigma, for example. We saw the Junker Queen come out, even some Winston on the first map, right? So Mirror is getting involved with this team, and I think we're starting to see the identity of Washington Justice really take shape, starting to form. This is a new group of players going into this season, but they're starting to gel, they're starting to build that synergy, and it's looking good. A win here against the London Spitfire, I think that's an important win for this team to start off the season right.
Yeah, and I really feel like as the match progressed, the cohesion really came out of that team. So a lot of great things to look forward to heading into the rest of the season. Jake, Alpha E already won Danny's heart. You got the players of the match. I think you looked semi-impressed as well. What's your take on Alpha E? Did he stand out for you?
I thought both Flex DPS played incredibly well. I just want to give a quick shout out to Lethal, who I think had a great showing as one of the newcomers to London, but he was, I think, outclassed by Alpha E, especially on the Genji on Junkertown. I mean, that was an absurd performance. Time and time again, he's opening up the fights for his team. I mean, there's a lot of Genjis who can hit the combos, follow up, or press the Dragon Blade and get the cleanup. But Alpha E was making play after play, especially without the ultimate. And for me, these are the plays that signify a great Genji. This right here, this is the ultimate Genji one-trick play. Just max range, dash into a full HP target, and just chop their head off just with that right click. So Alpha E, I think being able to leverage that Genji could be a real asset for this season, and his Tracer was no slouch either. So definitely that's going to be a big asset. I do worry for Justice. They've got to figure out their support lineup. I think there was a little bit of questioning for me there.
I mean, that King's Row was awful.
King's Row was awful.
All right, just say it as it is.
I liked her on the tank. I wasn't sure about the support moves. I think that's going to be, they're going to have to figure that out. I think as the season gets going, to face the best of the best teams, you really can't have any holes in your roster.
There was just like a whiff. When we saw that King's Row happen, this series evened out 1-1. There was just like a whiff of like toilet bowl, and you're like, no, wait, really? But then it turned out into one-sided Washington Justice game. So all good in the end. But I think the Washington Justice players, I think they're going to be disappointed by that King's Row showing, and it's something they'll work on, reiterate moving forward.
Well, you're in luck. We can ask them themselves if they're very disappointed or not, because we do have a winner's interview standing by with the one and only with Mirror joining us. So first of all, of course, congratulations on the W, the first one in the books. How do you feel?
Feel great, and yeah, thank you for having me.
Of course.
All right, Mirror, I need to ask you about the King's Row thing. All right, so we know you're the tank player, right? One of the tank players, and also in King's Row, you were filling in for the flex support role as well. So how does it feel to be playing not only the tank but this flex support for the Washington Justice?
I think I get a mix of concepts sometime, and I just hope next time if I play flex support again, I'll do better. And hopefully team will work together as well toward the problem.
I just want to ask a follow-up on that. Is it hard to juggle so many different roles and like philosophies, like in your gameplay? You gotta think about, how do I play tank heroes, but then you also have to practice support heroes. Like, is it hard to stay on top of both of those roles?
It's definitely hard, but for me, because Tero is my roommate, whenever I finish scrim, I always ask him what can I do better, and during scrim I get yelled a lot by him. So I try to remember at the moment.
All right. I want to go back a little bit here to my original question. You had a great showing today for your team, a nice win, of course, and you got to show some like really good heroes, Junker Queen, for example, but also some Sigma. But this season started off, your first tenure here with the Washington Justice, it started off a bit rocky. Of course, playing the Winston, you were subbed in for map 5 in the Pro-Am. A lot of people criticized that decision in the community. How did that feel to you to come out and play that map and maybe lose that map for your team? And how did you respond? How did you respond in practice and motivation going into this season?
I think for me, I try and just do better and learn from my mistake, because I just recently swapped to tank role. I'm not perfect. I just try my best. It's annoying, but yeah, just have to deal with it as a pro player.
I think you redeemed yourself today. You looked really good, Mary.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, you were a treat
Thank you.
to watch. Thank you so much for taking the time and joining us. We hope to see and hear a lot more from you and your team this season. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Take care.
You too. That was Mira from the Washington Justice. Love the attitude, honestly. That's the attitude you need to have. You know, you gotta look ahead. Like, yeah, sure, mistakes happen. You gotta learn from them, move forward together with your team. And if that's the attitude from the entire team, there's great things in store for the Washington Justice. Now, speaking of great things, I've got another one for you. A Zarya bundle, because the first legendary skin of the 2023 season is here, and it's Rock Climber Zarya. Would you look at that? It is, of course, including the Rock Climber Zarya voice line as well as the name card, and you can get yours for 300 League tokens. You should do that before May 9th. Now, Zarya is, of course, a big fan of rock climbing. And you know who else likes to climb?
Who?
Badum, tush, the ranks of Overwatch 2, contenders. What a segue.
Wow,
you can follow their
that was good. Round of applause.
Thank you, thank you. Let's pretend it was me writing that into the teleprompter. I'll take all the credit, why not? You can follow their path to pro, of course. Contender Spring Series is in full swing, bringing you the best of Tier 2. Lots of exciting things over there, so make sure to check over overwatchleague.com/path to pro to catch up on all the action. Now, speaking of action, we do have one more match coming your way, our last one of the day, and that one will be fought out between the Vancouver Titans and the Florida Mayhem. Now, I want to get your guys' thoughts on those two lineups. Vancouver Titans is showing up with a different roster this season. What are our thoughts?
Sugarfree is a player that I've been waiting with bated breath to see in the Overwatch League. He's been one of those players who, I mean, I think when he was, 14, 15 years old, I would already have put him in, like, the elite level, but, just not old enough to play. And so I think he's a player that a lot of people have been excited to see in the Overwatch League and finally making his debut. It's a really exciting time. He's on Team USA. He's one of the elite players from the North American region. Question is it going to be enough for the Titans to really make a splash in a very stacked league this season?
I think this is a very interesting team going into this season. It's a bit of a chip on your shoulder kind of team, because you have a lot of sort of average players in the league trying to take the next step up and be an elite team, but they're playing against the Florida Mayhem, the Pro-Am champs here today, so it's going to be an uphill task here.
I definitely think so too, but I mean, Florida Mayhem, like you said, they won the Pro-Am. I think from what I want to see from Florida Mayhem for this matchup is, can they actually keep that up? They look very dominant in the Pro-Am. Now this is the first match of the Overwatch League regular season. Can they keep up that momentum from that Pro-Am into the season?
I mean, as far as the Florida Mayhem is concerned, I think they should be very happy that the first showing they have is against a team which, just on paper, if you really just compare apples to apples, they should have the upper hand here. So this is a nice slow roll up into the season. They don't even have to show their cards yet. They could technically get away with very basic stuff and really keep all the secret strats and all the nitty gritty things for later opponents.
We'll have to see, because I do think the Vancouver Titans, they have the potential to shoot back. They have the potential to make this a serious match. I think it is a good meta for the Florida Mayhem. Someone on his Winston, Merit able to play the hit scan a lot in the Pro-Am. You know, these are players right in their wheelhouse in terms of their strengths, and they're also peaking at the right time. A lot of players who were rookies last year had great performances. Now they've got more experience under their belt and able to deliver that to the team. This could be a really exciting season for the Florida Mayhem, but I wouldn't completely count the Titans out. I do think they're a team we need to see more from them. I want to see how can Sugar Free perform. Can he really be at that elite level?
And I mean, if they make it close against a roster such as the Florida Mayhem, who has looked really, really phenomenal in the Pro-Am, then that is a great sign for the Vancouver Titans. A lot to be excited about for the fans. Now, if we're looking at the predictions, though, I had to go with the Florida Mayhem. They are the favorites on paper. Of course, I am, just as you, Jake, very excited to see the Vancouver Titans rocking up and hopefully make it competitive. But I do think Florida Mayhem, there was no crack in their armor during the Pro-Am. Like, they made it look easy. And I fully expect for them to just continue on that high, even though it's been 2 weeks.
Yeah, no, I am on the same page. I went with the Florida Mayhem. I just want to see someone dancing again in front of the camera. Someone please make that happen.
Yeah, I have to agree. Also going to predict Florida Mayhem. I think it's just it's a comfortable meta for them. They looked really strong in the Pro-Am, and I don't expect to see too much change here. But like I said, I think this will be at least a somewhat close match. I don't see this being like a complete stomp. But maybe Florida Mayhem are even stronger than I think they are.
Yeah, I'm going with the Florida Mayhem here as well. I really want to see someone get off to a hot start here. I think that someone is a Role Star candidate this year. But if you want to become a Role Star, you need to start that campaign early. So someone, if he's off to a hot start here, that'd be a great sign moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, according to him, it's going to be league MVP, right? So
I'll go Role Star for now.
A little bit of a safer take, I think.
Small steps, baby
steps. Yeah. Well, we see how far he can take it. I'm excited to see both of the two teams battling it out. But another thing I'm very excited about is, of course, to bring in our second casting pair of the day. And it's Dustin and Moxie.
No one could have predicted this.
See that one coming.
Whoa! First time seeing this, man. We definitely didn't show up earlier, but you know, just as it's as predictable as we're coming up now, the Florida Mayhem obviously favorites by the desk for good reason, Moxie. I mean, they dominated the Pro-Am.
Yeah, they dominated the Pro-Am. They're obviously coming in with RuPaul as well on that support lineup. They've got someone who is just such a stellar Winston, Merit, who is just a monster on the hit scan. One player, though, that we have to talk about wasn't really mentioned is Sauna. He is making his Overwatch League debut. We got to see him play once in the Pro-Am, where he was unfortunately still subbed in for Checkmate a lot of the time. He literally landed, played one game the day afterwards against Trick Room, and then we didn't really get to see him since. So I'm hoping that maybe we're going to see something a little bit different come through from Florida Mayhem. I was talking to you a little bit earlier before the broadcast about my specific feelings on why we're going to be seeing him come through, given that Checkmate has the same hero pool. I think it's more so that Sauna can play potentially into what Vancouver Titans are going to be fielding into, which could potentially be something like a Zarya. So if a Zarya tries to aggressively push onto your backline, Sauna, who has had experience when he played all the way for Contenders in 2021, I believe it was for EXO, was known as a Tracer player who would literally duel out off tanks to keep his backline safe.
Yeah, an incredibly talented player overall and has quite the diverse hero pool. And this is our third match of the day, and everything kind of culminating, you know, towards those qualifiers of the mid-season tournament. And Moxie, you called it. I mean, we were already seeing Punk potentially lock that Zarya, but, you know, maybe we didn't think that Mayhem would do something similar, especially with the likes of someone.
Yeah, they're going to mirror it. It looks like I'm expecting Merit to swap off the Symmetra onto the Sombra. Once they've been able to set up that early TP, this is all about getting that point control as quickly as possible. The Vancouver Titans, they need to be able to try and isolate out one of these targets mid-rotation. Sugar Free on that Reaper is going to have Punk's bubbles to allow him to go as aggressive as possible. And Crimzo, if he gets jumped on, he has that fade to be able to last himself alive.
Interesting. So they actually roll out with the Sojourn instead of that Sombra, while Aspire actually swap back towards the spawn. So they don't want to take this first fight, maybe give up the point even, but with time on the board, you know, 10 seconds left before the point unlocks, Florida Mayhem have time to just wait it out. So do the Titans. So they're not entirely in a position where they have to rush in just yet. They're going to wait it out. In fact, going to give up this point potentially first. No, okay, they actually do come in. They bubble up. Sugar Free to go deep into that backline. Originally, both Reapers are forced to fade out of it, while Mayhem, they capture that point first. Vancouver Titans kind of playing on the outside, but that results in someone who is high charge finding that first pick, and the Vancouver Titans desperately trying to reset set.
Yeah, Mayhem win that. The second that we see Titans not being able to take control of that point, because if Mayhem get pressured, they have the point to be able to fall back onto. Titans, if they want to pressure the point, not only are they walking into someone, they're also walking into Sauna around the corner, who's going to play up close and personal with those Reaper shotguns to make sure he does as much damage as possible. Titans now coming in, they took more poke damage, so they are pretty close to the Coalescence to open things up, and Mayhem not running that Sombra does mean you're going to see the full extent of the Mother Ultimate, and Titans want to get aggressive with this and pressure Mayhem, but someone comes in with a Graviton. Coalescence is about to run out. They don't have the sustain to keep Titans standing.
No, and with the amplification matrix, they can also sustain through it. I mean, Titans only had that cold to work with, could not build up any ultimates, and now they've already built 50% on the board. Florida Mayhem really only just had to use the Graviton Surge and the amplification matrix. Meanwhile, Punk really not doing a great job building towards that grab. However, these fights have been happening so quickly, it's been incredibly difficult for that Zarya player to get value. Meanwhile, Crimzo swaps over to that Ana off of the Moira. They're going to come into this fight with that beat drop versus Korong potentially soon, unless Florida Mayhem, they go for this first fight very, very fast with the beat drop of Korong. At the same time, Aspire with that alt fire charged up did pick off Merit, so that's a great opening pick. And also the anti-grenade connects on Asana before he could fade. They have the follow-up damage. He assumed he would get the beat drop, but Vancouver Titans have capitalized. However, at the same time, they're forced to use that grab because someone in Korong, they're almost equalizing it. So at the same time, while they do win this fight, the Vancouver Titans will come through this point. However, Florida Mayhem, 93% of the board is not bad.
Yeah, that's really good for Mayhem because Titans now in a really rough spot. They have to continue retaining control not just of this point but of this choke, but they can't throw in all of their ultimates to be able to do so. Otherwise, Mayhem are just going to bundle up and death or blitz their way onto that point. As Aspire comes under a lot of pressure, Bubble goes down onto Sauna. Immortality Field invested as well to make sure the Death Blossom does find its target, but Aspire comes in with the overclock, gets taken down almost immediately, but has been able to remove the Reaper, and this allows Titans to actually close up the distance. This is where the Brawl composition wants to play close, and the Reaper being out of the mix allowed them to get aggressive. Even though they lost the Spy, even though the overclock only finds one target, it's enough, and Titans live on.
Fantastic work from the Titans, but they still, like you mentioned, have a massive hill to climb, and they try to push in with this amplification matrix, maybe build up someone's Graviton Surge. They rotate towards the coastal side to avoid this beat or this push off the map from Faith. Boop could come through, however, not able to find it as someone just has a strong position, actually pumping Sugar Free in the backline, who's sitting with this Death Blossom and ready to go with it. Actually, if caught in the Graviton Surge, can trade back one, but it isn't more than that. So Florida Mayhem threw that grab from someone in the follow-up amplification matrix from Rupel. 94% on the board now. I'm not sure if Vancouver Titans can recontest. More than likely not, resulting in the Florida Mayhem winning round number 1.
Yeah, control point, unfortunately, it's just so hard to recover from, right? The fact that Mayhem had that early advantage with their rotation going towards the point, Titans just lost so much point percentage with Mayhem being able to throw the ultimates in to be able to stall and stagger those fights out for as long as they possibly wanted. And to the control center, it's going to be the exact same thing. Different compositions potentially coming through, as this is the indoor map, so May does start to become a little bit more meta, especially if you're taking the fight around those side lanes where you have the wall and you can try and isolate these targets down. Even if you catch Punk out of position, he's going to be stuck with the ceiling, he's not going to be able to punch his way out, and Titans, even if they're running something like a BAP, aren't going to be able to jump over the wall and lamp either.
And now Florida Mayhem probably going to be able to rush through, and Moxie, you've always been one to detest the Reinhardt. Maybe we'll see if it's going to work versus Titans, who are thinking with a Doomfist in this situation, maybe going to build up that Ana ultimate. At the same time, Florida Mayhem are aware of that composition, try to stuff it at the choke, and at the same time, Titans go for that aggressive trade back Rupel, but at the same time, they've lost faith in Crimzo, so even though the dive was successful, they left their backline in the dust, and Florida Mayhem capitalized, giving them surely this first fight win.
Yeah, this is why when we normally see a composition like this, it's the backline that suffers, right? Punk goes for that really aggressive dive with Aspire and Sugar Free right past someone. It's almost ships in the night passing for both of these tanks. But like you said, Mayhem are a little bit more coordinated. They're running Rupel on the Kiriko, so if you get pressured, you have the Swift Step and Suzu to save yourself, as opposed to Titans, who have a nade and a sleep dart. And if you don't land it, you're as good as dead. As Mayhem gonna actually swap Merit onto the Cassidy. Sauna gets tagged, but someone is the one coming under fire at the moment. Titans still not able to find that dive opportunity, though, with the cast pressuring the Echo so that no one pulls up and Punk.
Punk lands out of the back line with that Doomfist ultimate, backs up out of there. They're still all alive. However, this point is still in the favor of Florida Mayhem, and that magnetic grenade connects onto Punk, and Merritt does not miss. One of the best Cassidy players in the league opens that fight up for the Florida Mayhem on that disengage to continue the pursuit of winning this match.
Yeah, that lack of extra 25 health does not matter if you can keep pressuring these members of Titans. So even though Punk is able to make his way into the backline with the Meteor Strike, Sugar Free is too low in health to actually be able to follow up, and the Doom doesn't find the kill he's looking for. Titans now having to walk on to this point. Mayhem can literally just bait them in so that they walk straight into this Blizzard that Sona is building.
Now they're going back with that beat drop early, opting not to use the Kitsune Rush because they can just rush down Crimzo again. The amount of times that Crimzo and Faith have been the target of the Florida Mayhem's pushes feels like every single time Punk comes through to trying to recontest that point, but at the same time, Mayhem's already going to back up out of there, get delayed Punk, and Mayhem, they could stop Vancouver Titans right here and right now if they pick off Sugar Free.
Yeah, I mean, this is the really worrying thing for Titans at the moment. They're dying, staggered, lit, Sugar Free, who isn't able to get into that duplicate to actually be able to refresh that health and potentially save themselves from the stall. We're heading into final fight territory. Titans are having to sacrifice another 30 seconds, and they're walking into a Blizzard, a Deadeye, and a Kitsune Rush, all of which they're not going to be able to disengage, and they don't have the sandbag to sustain it either. They need a pick, they need it now, and it's going to come in the form of Sugar Free taking Merritt down.
A nice dive from Punk. Nobody touches! The mail! Punk was the one that was supposed to touch. That was the fastest. Didn't touch the point C9 that I've seen in quite some time, honestly, Moxie. That was insane. I mean, I had to take my glasses off for that because I was losing my damn mind that Punk didn't touch the point. I mean, that May ultimate was absolutely crucial to just stop Punk from touching that point. And this is what we talk about with Overwatch 2 being 5 versus 5, Moxie. Really, we see so many teams not able to touch that point in time.
Well, this is even more important as well for Mayhem because they didn't have to actually use that Blizzard. Ever. That was the thing. Because they won that first fight, right, you immediately just get to control all of those chokes and channels. And when you're continuing to pressure Punk in so he's not getting that space for Sugar Free and Aspire to work with, your backline is always vulnerable. And you also have that paranoia in the back of your head where you're like, I know they're around a corner, but I don't know which one. Because it's really interesting, right? Lijiang, I'm sure you've experienced this, sort of being a professional player back in Overwatch 1. It used to be that everyone would hold around that initial first choke whenever you won the point. And now everyone retreats towards the side lane, but there's still that voice in the back of your head as a Lucio player that says, I need to amp through this choke. And as a result, they have to just pause and wait for those cooldowns to come back in. And even then, they just have absolutely no idea because they have so little map control of where Mayhem are playing from, and if they put a single foot wrong, it's the Maywall that's coming up to immediately isolate, and unfortunately, a lot of the time, it's down to Punk to try and find those intel, those little slivers of where a support could be out of position because they're not running either the Tracer or the Sombra. They don't have those channels into the backline. Instead, you just have to aggressively send a Doomfist in and hope he finds a connection.
And, for the Florida Mayhem, they're already up 1-0 in this series. We'll see if the Vancouver Titans can come back on Hollywood. So we'll be right back after a short break for Hollywood. Sugar Free, what a phenomenal player. And I mean, from that little highlight video, I'm excited to see him again. We're back for the series, and we have a bit of a change-up. In fact, Checkmate will be coming in for Sana. Moxie, that's quite the swap, especially since on Hollywood, maybe we'll see a bit more Tracer.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting to see come through. Again, like we talk about, Sona is a very, very good Tracer player in his own right. But the way that Florida Mayhem have been fielding this dive composition, they've liked to pair Merit and Checkmate together, and you need that synergy, right, of the Tracer and the Sombra alongside someone to be able to pincer those targets immediately. Because Vancouver Titans, they're going to know what's up. They're going to know that they're potentially going to get dove upon, and they are going to do everything in their power to make sure that their backline stays alive, because they saw what happened, right? In that map number 1, if Crimzo goes down too early, it's essentially just fight done.
Yeah, you're right. Crimzo just dove on every time, and I don't know if it may be his first match nerves, like that's always a potential thing, but you know, Florida Mayhem are always going to capitalize on that, right? They're just such an experienced team at this point. I mean, the Des pointed it out. There were rookies, a lot of them rookies last year, but now coming in this year, they look like a phenomenal unit.
Yeah, I mean, Mayhem at the moment look like they're actually going to be opting for a little bit of counter dive. They've got Merritt coming in on the Ash, who's going to be able to have the coach gun. Churong on that Brigitte is going to be able to flail connect as well. So if Titans decide to try and just push onto Cafe with Punk on a Winston, that flail's immediately going to connect and just bop him back, and then you're going to be stuck. Very, very vulnerable to the dynamite that comes through from Merritt, because we have no Kiriko in the mix for Titans either. So those dynamites, if they do land, they're going to hurt.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, Punk's just going to take a lot of damage, surely, but at the same time, you know, it's going to build that nano boost, so it's that trade-off you're willing to take. I'm sure Crimzo wants to build that nano boost, but at the same time, Florida Mayhem with these neutral fights ready to dive at all times. Punk already jumps over the generator, so that's one step of the progression to move forward onto a solid dive. Punk just trying to take that cover, jumps into the cafe, but gets booped back immediately by a flail wall. Aspire just trying to take advantage of that space created, look for something in the back line, but now that space is negated by someone who drops onto him with that Winston bubble, and Punk attempted to do something in the front line, but his supports were cut off, so he gets wiped out, and Vancouver Titans, they're going to have to wait for Punk to come back.
Yeah, Aspire's going for just bubble break on this hands as well, trying to find the instant one tap onto Mayhem. But Merit has the displacement, and like we've seen every single time Titans have tried to dive that cafe, they're being displaced either by Coach Gun or Churong with that flail, and it's just not allowing Titans the space to be able to really challenge the high ground. As again,
every
Punk
time
moves forward, and it's literally just like a yo-yo moment. He's immediately dragged back.
I mean, that's just why Korong, one of the best Brigitte players we have. At the same time, someone goes incredibly low, but nobody's there with the follow-up onto Punk, who got him incredibly low. Sugar Free was just looking for that back line. At the same time, has built up that pulse bomb off of the Winston of someone and first one to build ultimate. However, now Rupel pops that nano. At the same time, Sugar Free connects onto Merit. Checkmate goes down to Aspire on the Hanzo, and Florida Mayhem tried to trade it back aggressively with their Anna, Brig, and Winston, which, by the way, someone has committed the Primal Rage just to sustain this fight. And also, Korong popping the rally at the same time in this choke point. They force them all the way back as Aspire drops in a Dragon Strike and actually enables them to pick off Korong, who was using the rally. At the same time, Aspire connects onto Rupel, and Florida Mayhem, you know, a team that really is never out of it as they try to use a lot of ultimates to win pretty much a lost team fight.
Yeah, but Titans, however, had to invest both the Primal and the Dragon Strike, so they're not going to have it to try and break onto this high ground when Florida Mayhem set Merit up to be able to build onto the Bob. This honestly pays dividends for Mayhem to be able to hold even longer on B, because Titans have to do the exact same thing now. They have to either build up to that nano boost for Crimzo to put onto Punk, or Aspire finds a headshot onto Florida Mayhem as they're all set up on Catwalk.
Aspire waiting, looking for those shots, playing at the back of the map, goes for the grapple. Does he connect? No, because like we said again, the Brigitte of Florida Mayhem doing a great job keeping Rupel alive. And now, you know, Vancouver Titans still waiting for their dive. However, they're still getting card progression. It's Florida Mayhem surely that are going to be the ones to make the first move because of how hesitant the Vancouver Titans have been. Always just playing it slow, waiting for the right opportunity. At the same time, the anti-grenade did come through, so that's a cooldown out of Crimzo, waiting for that to come back online while someone did jump back to the high ground to get a little bit of those healing, while Aspire looked for that headshot but could not. Unfortunately, panic two-shot there on the second one, but at the same time, no deaths for them. Getting it halfway into the street space is quite good for the Vancouver Titans. At the same time, Rupel drops that anti-grenade into that back line. It's zoned out for the Vancouver Titans. They waited out at the same time. Crimzo does have that nano boost for this fight, still holding on to it as the payload is stopped. There's the nano boost from Crimzo onto Punk, but he's slept. At the same time, the cooldown did get changed of Sleep Dart, so Punk does wake up and still doing a lot of damage to Rupel, and Sugarfree from the top rope commits the pulse bomb onto Rupel, and then the chase down on the rest of the Florida Mayhem happens as the Titans are surely going to win this fight.
Yeah, Punk now moving back onto that high ground. Merit does take Sugarfree down. The anti landing onto the Ash before they're able to cleanly disengage. So Titan should be able to keep this payload moving. As Rupel going down without anyone really in his line of sight, isn't able to find a nano boost onto someone to potentially try and salvage it for Mayhem so that Merit could build towards that bob and throw it into the fight. But Titans still actually finding stuff. We're trying to. Hello, here we go. There's the nano boost. Rupel takes the elevator up onto the high ground to be able to get an elevation onto the line of sight of his Winston. Someone gets the nano boost, and suddenly Titans, after having won a fight and not being able to actually find a stagger onto someone, are off the high ground and they have to do it all over again.
This is exactly what we talked about, Moxie. I mean, it just seems like these fights never end. It's just Florida Mayhem wants to make this scrappy onto the Vancouver Titans, just always looking for something, forcing the Primal Rage out. Merritt commits the bomb towards that payload, but at the same time, all of the Vancouver Titans are here to peel. However, Merritt had that same healing that the other team had, so the Vancouver Titans not able to find Merritt, who just got the best pocket in the war from Korong and Rupel.
I mean, remember as well, for the entirety of those rallies, Merritt's Bob is firing on all cylinders. So Florida Mayhem actually do a really smart thing. They bait Titans into taking the Bob fire. They take the fight off of the high ground towards low ground, towards that mega health pack, to bait Titans into walking right into that damage, knowing that the rally armor has already been invested. As Mayhem now, again, just trying to make it scrappy, trying to just cost Titans time to be able to build up and challenge the high ground so that Merritt can potentially find a kill to finish off this fight before it even begins, as Sugarfree invests those blinks to be able to make it towards that backline and look to just put that pressure on the payload to force Mayhem to drop down.
Yeah, just this payload has not moved the entire time. It seems like Florida Mayhem has decided under this bridge is where the cart will be for the rest of the map, because they're just continually pressuring in. However, now that cart does get past the underside of that bridge, and at the same time, they're just continually holding this high ground. That's why we talk about Hollywood in this high ground being so incredibly important. Sugarfree can't even use the elevator to get good position because he's forced out immediately, but Punk now, as Sugarfree dropped down, came back through with the nano boost onto Rupel, was able to find that kill even through Chorong, who was there with the rally ready to go, opted to hold onto it for potentially their fight, but checkmate again from the high ground, gets onto Crimzo. There's no pressure onto him while Chorong again boops down Punk from that high ground. Aspire does trade back checkmate, but he does lose faith in that back line. And at the same time, 20 seconds left, nobody on that payload. Someone drops down into the inside angle to connect onto Punk with the rest of his team, and now 13 seconds left. Vancouver Titans, they're in a rough spot.
Aspire's just gonna have to throw Dragon Strike in to try and push Mayhem off of this high ground. They have no time to be able to actively challenge it. They have to continue to challenge this payload. It's gonna be down to Sugarfree to get the tap, but immediately the dynamite comes through onto Merit, and Sugarfree's supposed to recall out early as Faith is hounded down by someone who's catching onto both of the supports who got separated from the front line. Oh no, Punk throws in the primal, but he's immediately slapped in. Florida Mayhem, this is where they're going to stop that payload. An absolute exemplary hold on B.
This team is insane. I mean, maybe Danny was right. Maybe Danny said that, you know, someone being MVP is not a hot take. That might be one of the storylines of this year. You know, we talk about insane Winston players, Fearless, Ushway, you know, he's up there. One of the best in the entire game, Moxie. Florida Mayhem, and also another thing, Vancouver Titans, they're a solid team, but the Florida Mayhem truly just kind of looking like they're a step ahead of them at every situation.
Well, again, it was that domino effect, right? We talked about it when Titans took the point. Mayhem continued to make every single fight, even if Titans came out on top, scrappy. So it exhausted their resources that they had to play with into the next fight. So that Titans just had to build up to a nano boost to try and challenge the high ground, but Mayhem is still holding on to the Bob to be able to peel it all away from. And every single time Titans move one step forward, taking down someone like Rupel or Merit or Checkmate before the fight begins, someone comes in with a primal and stalls the fight out long enough for Mayhem's regroups to come through, and they get to take the high ground because Titans are so busy scrapping down the members of Mayhem on the low ground that they haven't been able to set up shop and actually catch out the respawning members of Mayhem as they walk through their building.
This is just a sign of a great team, right, Moxie? I mean, it's just they're able to do so much mechanically on an individual level. For the Vancouver Titans, it feels like at times it's difficult to even match that.
But again, like, how do you take away that high ground? The answer, unfortunately, came in the form of having a nano boost for Punk, but that's only going to come up every so often in Mayhem because they have that poke vantage point from the high ground. They're always going to be ahead in terms of ultimate economy. Now, however, Titans are the ones who get that vantage point, so it really is going to be crucial that they make use of them.
Yeah, that's going to be very important for Vancouver Titans on first point. We can see if Faith does as good of a job as Chorong was on the Brigitte to be able to boop down someone from the high ground should be Faith's #1 goal. At the same time, someone doesn't want to actually take that generator side, just waiting for his team to be in position to go for the dive, waiting for Merritt to take over the top side. Now they actually go for that dive, and Aspire caught out, could not hide behind Faith's Brigitte shield, and now that's already one pick just off of Merritt with that perfectly timed engage, going on top, getting that climb, the same time as that Winston jump allowed them to get that first opening pick, and now they're in a situation where Punk jumps back to the cafe, has no support because they were pressured back into the next point, and that was clinical from the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, sometimes you just come in with that Hanzo one-tap potential. That was literally why Titans were running it. When they were trying to push onto that point, right? They were hoping Aspire would be able to pull off what Merritt just did because it opened up that point immediately. Suddenly, you don't have to worry about knocking a Winston back when he goes for that cafe. You just have to immediately try and scramble, put control of that high ground for Titan's side so that they don't lose so much distance on this payload as Mayhem just push through that choke and continue worrying away the sidelines. Punk takes a little bit of pressure, will at least be able to regroup with the rest of his team on high ground, but unfortunately, Mayhem already going to be coming in with the nano boost to be able to challenge Titans for that space.
Yeah, that's going to be very scary for the Vancouver Titans in the situation. As Checkmate also frothing at the mouth to get this pulse bomb off, but at the same time, he's just dueling Sugar Free on that low ground. Maybe going to take that elevator in just a second, but no, he already notices Punk still waiting down here below. Maybe he opts to try to sticky this Winston who is stuck down on this payload. Now that the jump is used by Punk because of the anti-grenade, goes down up top and forced to use cooldowns as well. So now he's jumping twice out of there. Already used Winston bubble. Now Checkmate knows he can come back in with the pulse bomb into that back flank, and it connects perfectly onto Crimzo, who had that nano, and now someone with his own nano boost connects onto the Brigitte of the back line. And if you notice, Florida Mayhem's not even pushing the cart until just now because they know they're at just such a mechanical and team edge at the moment.
Someone is literally just distraction in that fight as well. He goes for the jump, he baits out things like the break flail so that Checkmate can go forward with the pulse bomb knowing he's not going to be pushed away from his target of Crimzo. Can anyone from Titans touch? As Checkmate is just going to push that payload. Punk is able to jump onto the payload, at least drops the bubble very early on. We'll have the primal. Has to use it to try and displace Mayhem off of this second floor ledge so that Titans with the rally can look to regroup as a good sleep does come through into someone, but Churong decides to keep this fight going. Mayhem again making it scrappy, knowing that they're going to be able to collapse onto these secluded members of Titans. Sugar Free goes down. Punk has to get the nano from Crimzo. You're not going to have it in the next fight. Mayhem has so much time in the bank, and Titans don't have a single ultimate for the fight after.
They don't, and they have to just keep. They're eventually going to win this fight, but like you mentioned, Moxie, I mean, what do? No ultimates in the next fight. Florida Mayhem have that pulse and another nano ready to go.
This is it hinges on Aspire or Sugar Free. One of these two have to come in with a kill to delay Mayhem into this next engagement. If Checkmate is able to make his way onto that high ground again and find to stick onto Crimzo again, this map is done.
He very well could. I mean, but he wants to go towards that old spawn room with the green room over here on this right side. Just looking for Sugar Free, doing a great job as a Tracer player, taking those duels is kind of his job. He's at the same time waiting for that dive with someone. Now goes to the elevator. Someone goes for that dive, goes up. Now Faith low into that bubble. I mean, they're kind of caught out here. Crimzo gets to sleep, but both him and Faith both fall as Punk did trade back Rupal. Aspire falls though. And in this situation, you just got Sugar Free and Punk alive. I mean, there's not much else you could do. Punk falls to Checkmate. Sugar Free comes to do something on this payload, but is forced to recall, and Checkmate, in fact, tries to get the pulse bomb to get a cheeky little pulse bomb after recall play, but 2-0 for Florida Mayhem, and they're looking dominant at the moment, Moxie.
I mean, there's a reason that this was the team that won the Pro-Am, right? They are looking absolutely unstoppable in this engagement. Such good reads coming through, such good understanding as well of the time bank that they had, the standing in the ultimate economy, the balance that was played between the two of them, knowing that if they just continue to pick apart slowly at Titans and force those ultimates out, things like the nano boost and the primal, all of which can be used to stall. Because remember, as the defenders, with the pillar being so close to that checkpoint for B, you get the faster respawns. So if you have a nano boost, you're going to be able to regroup in full and you can try and surge back on the members of Florida, but that just doesn't happen because they're already burnt out of them in the fight prior.
I mean, great teamwork, like you said. It's just so clean from the Florida Mayhem, where they can also just do things, like you said, just constantly go for those stagger kills, Moxie. It's just time after time again, you're going to see someone or checkmate just go for more than other teams would, and even avoid fight-changing ultimates like that Dragon Strike or, you know, a pulse bomb from Sugarfree.
Yeah, and because as well, remember how they were able to take point A so quickly? They had all of the time in the world to be able to go through those rotations where they're not actively just running it down mid, waiting for a nano boost, taking that face tank damage that someone gets to just take the damage in a live ripple to supercharge up into that nano boost. Instead, they've got a good 3 minutes to play around with. They know if Aspire or Sugarfree picks one of them off before a fight begins, they're going to have to look for the reset, they're going to have to wait 30 seconds, but they take the rotations, they make sure that they are out of line of sight, out of target focus as well. Something that unfortunately Titans, with how long it took to pick up point A, weren't privy to.
And well, we'll see if they'll be maybe more a little privy to Havana. That'll be the next map after a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. welcome back, everybody. And obviously, the same lineup's going to be out for both teams. No changes. And in fact, you know, somebody I wanted to mention real fast was Merit behind the scenes, right? And a lot of these watch parties going on around the scene. We've heard from somebody that was at these watch parties that was actually the GM of the Florida Mayhem talking about how they got Merit for basically free, and the fact that he's been as good as he has been, only had to give up Happy for Merit, and he'll take that trade any day of the week for the Florida Mayhem. They look amazing with him. And Moxie, you mentioned Merit on the Widowmaker in Havana is always a sight to behold.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this because this is a strategy that Florida Mayhem brought out for Pro-Am, where they did run Merit on certain maps where they would have him either on Ilias Ruins or indeed Havana, where we're headed to now, run out on the Widowmaker. And given that Florida Mayhem are going to be on the defense, first and foremost, I think we're going to get to see it in the next couple of seconds.
Right. Well, yeah, probably. I mean, why not? Like, what else would you play? The Hanzo, maybe?
Well, the Hanzo can work because you have like that survivability, right? If you get jumped on by Vancouver Titans, especially if they're going to be running something like this Genji, then you're going to be able to move a lot faster as opposed to the Widowmaker, who has significantly less health at 175, and also that grapple cooldown. It's an absolute killer. 12 seconds. If Mayhem aren't able to peel the Merit, they are going to lose him, which is why we're going to be seeing players like Chorong playing very, very close to him, Rupel as well on that Baptiste, not just to make sure that someone is able to survive when he gets pressured and he loses things like that shield and has already exhausted that grasp, but also to make sure if a full dive does come out onto his backline, Merit's still going to be able to line these shots up and continue to pressure, because it's not just going to be pressuring Aspire, it's also going to be leaning into Titan's backline. There's so much pressure on Crimzo and Faith not to peak Merit when Punk Shield is down that it's going to significantly limit Titan's push power, especially around this first corner.
They're going to have to just take their time here. Aspire surely going to just be looking at every angle for this Widowmaker the entire time, just opting to go for that duel. But we do see Sugarfree on Genji, you know, renowned Genji player. In fact, when I played with him, he was a Genji prodigy at the time, and we'll see if he can still live up to that name. While Checkmate is on the Sombra on the opposite side. You know, we've seen a lot of fantastic Sombra play so far in Overwatch League, and Aspire just looks for this Sombra, who then goes back invisible up to the hack at the same time. Vancouver Titans going for a very aggressive push. Drop that Immortality field from Crimzo. So does Rupel. However, Rupel's was a second later, so this enables them to keep pushing forward until Aspire connects on the head of Rupel, doing as good of a job as he could of avoiding those shots, but the peel is there for Sugarfree on a Sombra. Checkmate dove onto Aspire. Meanwhile, you know, it seems like Merit's in a rough position, has to get some support from someone to back out of there without having to deal with the Spire. And every time it seems like Checkmate is on Aspire, he always gets these heals from the Brigitte pack last second, and Pug chases down Merit. This cart is still continuing on forward. It's going to be a tough recontest now for the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, Mayhem wants to keep Merit out of easy reach from Sugarfree, who could just Genji dash up there and pressure the Widowmaker off. So they played Merit a little bit closer to their chest, and as a result, they gave up that ledge opening up onto that street space, so that if Titans were able to get through that corner, the Spire immediately gets access to it, as it's going to be Crimzo coming in with an Amp Matrix. No recontest for Mayhem. They are not allowed to build up into that Sigma Flux and pressure Crimzo into using that Immortality field early. Silver lining for Mayhem, it's a fast fight, and they'll at least be able to carry those ultimates into this next one to be able to pair it up with Checkmate's EMP to make sure that Crimzo isn't able to use Immortality field, but they may just save the EMP to make sure that Sugarfree's blade doesn't find any form of value.
Yeah, 5 ultimates now for the Florida Mayhem, and Sugarfree also off that amplification matrix from Crimzo was able to get 2 kills. And you know, one of the old strategies of the Atlanta Academy team was just Sugarfree, go kill on Genji. That seems to be the play all of the time, but the EMP comes out from Checkmate. The rally, though, does save his team at the same time. Sugarfree gets Checkmate, who is there with the EMP, and Rupel trades it back onto Crimzo with that Amp Matrix, and Chorong there. That backline for the Florida Mayhem truly standing out in Pro-Am and now.
Oh, Brigitte 2.0 is absolutely terrifying when you didn't have a Lucio to be able to disengage it, right? Especially if you're Titans and you're all fighting super clustered up and very very accessible for that Brigida to be able to move forward with that extra little speed that you get from the rally activation as well. Connecting onto so many members of Titans too, so that even though Checkmate has already used the EMP and you've lost Rupel, Sugarfree doesn't get the opportunity to play it because his team is just staggered and he loses both supports. They'll have it for this next fight though, and there is no contingency in having to catch Checkmate out before the blade comes through. You are free to come in with that blade whenever you so choose, and Mayhem are positioning accordingly.
I see Sugarfree over the backside. There's Punk with that gravitic flux to maybe force that immortality field, but Rupel intelligently holds on to it for the last second. Sugarfree uses the blade, but into that immortality field, he cannot find the kill. In fact, Merit takes his head off with that support of Chorong and Rupel in the back line, so that was expertly played by the Florida Mayhem, only taking someone down with that gravitic flux. Vancouver Titans, they're not out of it. They only lost Sugarfree. It's 4 versus 4, but, Florida Mayhems do have these spawns at the same time.
Yeah, it's going to be down to Punk to try and challenge how Mayhem are able to regroup. That's Sigma getting so much damage with the Spears on the regrouping members of Mayhem, but already going to be pushed off of that spot. Going to have to just fall back and wait for the hack to come off from Crimzo so you can use the amplification matrix to keep Mayhem at arm's length, but that's exactly where Merit wants to play. The second this Sigma shield goes down, that Widow is going to swing right into action.
Amplification matrix from the top of Crimzo. Sugarfree went a bit too deep, but it's with Punk, and his frontline Aspire was also there. There's the gravitic flux, and it connects immediately, satisfying kills onto both Punk and Faith. Another reset for the Vancouver Titans.
And here's the question for Titans. How do you get back into this engagement? Because you don't have a blade to stop Mayhem from just aggressively holding and looking for that first pick, especially because they've got Checkmate just playing information gathering at the moment on the Sombra to try and figure out where Titans are going to be rotating to be able to call it over to Merit. So Merit's in position so that wherever Titans do end up, at the end of the day, it's time to a Widowmaker scope that they go into.
No one can.
Yeah, there's the shot from Merit onto the head of Punk, but because he's a tank, he lives with a ton of HP. At the same time, wall hacks now here for Merit, so Spire's aware he can't peek his head too far. Dragon Strike committed. It connects onto, the low ground that's disengaged by the Florida Mayhem, and there's the EMP re-engage from them. Someone connects onto Sugarfree. Rupel finds Punk as well, and now they're just looking for stagger kills as the Vancouver Titans try to reset.
It's such a mean cross angle as well for Titans to have to face. Like, Merit is literally playing above their heads, but if they try and turn their attention to focus on the Widowmaker, they open themselves wide open to someone on that Sigma who just gets to pressure so many of them as they look for that disengagement. Faith will have the rally, but Mayhem may just be able to strip that armor off them. Not with an EMP, but just with the amount of poke pressure that they take before they see that payload. I would much rather see Titans hold on to the rally and use it to set Sugarfree up, because we've seen him come in with the blade, but every single time he's been stopped.
He could build it in this fight, so maybe they want to use it now, and that's what Faith's going to do. They push on forward because Florida Mayhem has no ultimates. In comes that Baptiste immortality field, but in fact the hack comes through onto Punk, so he could not capitalize with that gravitic flux. It gets canceled though. Crimzo finds someone, so even though the gravitic flux did not connect, they do end up with that first pick, and Aspire finds Checkmate too. They're trying to maybe reset quickly for this recontest to Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, Mayhem have to be careful though. If they try and take this recontest through these really small corridors, Sugarfree has the blade. They do not have the rally. They are not going to be stunning the Genji. They're not going to be able to stagger him. So that blade will just pop from every single one of them, from one to the next, until you find a full team kill. And Sugarfree, he's going for the shurikens. He's trying to chunk that Sigma health down so he can find the kill as quickly as possible and use the dash reset to move on to the back line. Who's left behind away from their Sigma? Sugarfree plays it perfectly, and Vancouver Titans finally see themselves moving into C. But this is the concern, Dustin. It took them so long to break apart B. Do they have enough time to be able to fully push through C? Because now that we move into this specific area and you get Castle to play with and that high ground, Merit immediately swaps back onto that Widowmaker.
Yeah, it's gonna, like you mentioned, it should be overtime for them. I mean, at the same time, Vancouver Titans could still do this. It's not over yet, and especially overtime in a payload map or an escort map specifically, it's super easy to be okay with that. At the same time, Dragon ultimate committed by Aspire while the gravitic flux is there onto Punk, so they find him. And Sugarfree, though, at the same time, finds Chorong, gets Rupel. Aspire finds Checkmate. It's the DPS players of the Vancouver Titans that are absolutely popping off at the current moment.
Yeah, really good pressure as well coming through from all of these members of Titans to make sure that Merit is just off of that angle so he's not able to take a squishy down and force Titans to just hold and wait for even more resets. So Sugar Free continues to make sure that the ledge is not available for the Widow, and Merit as a result has had to reposition. Aspire almost goes down, will be able to stay standing, but Checkmate is going to be setting up this EMP, especially with the Infrasight intel coming through from Merit, and all of Titans are on the run. This is just a shooting gallery for the Widow.
Yeah, he's just looking for those angles, but at the same time, there's a Brigitte ultimate that's kind of stopping those picks from coming through. The amplification from Crimzo might be ill-advised because they're down already 2 members. He falls to someone. Aspire does trade back. Well, I guess it's overtime, so it makes sense why he did use it, but Merit with those with the 2K at the very end, overtime will eventually fall, but Vancouver Titans, they've made it almost all the way through third phase. However, Florida Mayhem stop them here.
Yeah, they did, however, like you said, make it pretty far. And given how hard they found pushing through B, especially at the beginning of just making it past Merit, when you had Chorong playing interception, whenever Titans wanted to move forward and push onto that Widowmaker, Chorong would step up to the plate and just 1v1 wrestle whoever tried to throw the hat into the ring. And as a result, they would be so caught up dueling that Brigitte that Merit would have all of the time in the world to just unnoticed line up that shot, find the head, and push Titans back for even more time.
Vancouver Titans, Moxie, you know, they although getting stopped in the third phase, we all know Rialto is a map where, you know, it still is incredibly favored for the Vancouver Titans as we, you know, look back at a Sugar Free 2K. Obviously, it's cathartic for me to watch his Genji plays simply because, you know, I play with the kid and, you know, now he's of age in the Overwatch League. Was pretty much, he was 14 years old when I played with him, Moxie. I played with a child when I was like 19 years old in Overwatch, okay? In Overwatch, I played with Sugar Free. Just a phenomenal player overall, one of the best we have in the league.
It's really good to see as well, because I know there was a lot of doubters coming into this season, at least until we came into like Pro-Am. People were like, oh, it's been a really long time. Is he still going to be up to that insane level? And then his first game in Pro-Am, everyone was like, okay, yeah, no. he's still got it. In fact, he's grown and become even more talented, even more absolutely terrifying to face up against. And Titans are going to have to find that monstrosity to keep Mayhem at bay. It needs magic right now for Merit not to be able to find these opening picks and force Titans even further back. As this is aggression from Mayhem, openly challenging this space. Titans at least not giving up that first corner as easily as we saw Mayhem just play a little bit further back, trying to bait them into Merit on that side lane. That's why playing a little bit more out in the open is immediately going to get punished. He's hacked before he can grapple onto the ledge, and that opens up this fight massively.
And that was a difference in ideology there, I'm assuming, from Aspire, maybe thinking that he had to have some more time, but at the same time, Titans, they're okay with that because they've come through, connected onto Merit, also Rupo and Chorong, and if you can shut out that Widowmaker's space, you'll take that trade any day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, it doesn't really matter if you're lacking a Widowmaker if you make sure that Merit doesn't get opportunity to be able to take advantage of a lack of contests coming through. Aspire now is actually going to go straight onto the hands, so they're going to be able to use these Sonics to be able to make sure that they know what Checkmate is routing to.
I like that swap
from... He's already past them.
Oh my god, yeah, he is. He's just waiting for that hack over the backside, looks for that hack onto Sugar Free, and this time he finds it, understanding the catalyst the Vancouver Titans pushes has always been him, and, you know, off of that one hack from Checkmate, they continue on forward, and, you know, as they're on the attacking side, the Sombra seems to be doing even more than Checkmate was doing on the defense.
Really interesting actually that you talk about it, because, yeah, you don't often see something like a Genji paired up with a Sigma, because normally he's paired up with something like a Winston or a Wrecking Ball, because it's the Winston the Wrecking Ball who creates that space, chunks the target down, and then the Genji comes through for that actual kill so that you can get a dash reset and immediately book yourself a free escape out of these fights. And Sugar Free not getting those dash resets leaves them vulnerable.
Big test now. Sugar Free is going to come through, being aware that he might be caught out at the same time. Verdict Flux onto Punk on that front line. The Immortality field is there. Can anybody touch? In fact, the hack came through as well as he was falling, but Punk's still going to build up to that Verdict Flux. Let's see if he opts to use it in this situation, waiting for that rock to come out. There's that stun. Now we can go for the Verdict Flux, but the EMP is here, so there's too many things that potentially could shut him out. However, at the same time, Faith with that rally connects in time. However, Merit with the shot from the back of the map does find him, though Sugar Free with the blade gets peeled back by Checkmate, who is doing a phenomenal job in the Florida Mayhem cap out first point.
Titans are going to have to rely on a Dragon Strike isolating these members of Mayhem. The problem is now Checkmate has all of the time in the world to be able to pounce on an isolated member of Titans as they regroup. He's getting so much information and just passing it over to the rest of his team. Will reveal
so
himself
annoying.
just to make sure that Titans have to turn around and deal with the Sombra so that Mayhem get to cement their hold on the high ground. It's going to go into a Dragon Strike though, as Titans have to throw it out early just to push Mayhem back.
I like what the Titans are doing, trying to create a proactive play when in, previous maps they might have been a little bit more hesitant. The Immortality Field from RuPaul was used to keep someone alive back through that doorway, and now Titans have to push on through, but they're continually, as a unit, just running down someone in RuPaul, and that's what you want to do for the Vancouver Titans to win against Florida Mayhem, who are so split on these off angles.
Yeah, you hit the nail right on the head. You need to be proactive, right? We've seen Mayhem, if they start a fight, they're the ones that decide when it's ended. So Titans taking that initiative into their own hands, pushing Mayhem into being the ones disengaging, means that even if Mayhem are losing, they don't get the opportunity to turn it onto Titans and force ultimates from the defensive side so that they have to give up space in the next one. And as a result, Crimzo is going to have Amplification Matrix, and Mayhem are going to have to wait until RuPaul's online with theirs.
Vancouver Titans waiting for that engage. The rock comes through from someone. In comes that ultimate from Crimzo, but it connects onto actually both Faith and Crimzo. That's not exactly what you want, although the Immortality Field not exactly taken out just yet, so they do a good job peeling the Gravitic Flux from someone while they do have a little bit of that space. In comes that Amplification Matrix, but Sugar Free notices it, has to fall back towards that mini health pack, but on the front line, Chorong with the rally, with someone on that front line, just chase down both Aspire and Faith, and that's a reset already for the Vancouver Titans.
Yeah, but Mayhem had to layer both support ultimates, one over each other in this next fight, not just against the Sigma Flux, where RuPaul is essentially going to have to invest that Immortality Field, they're also going into a Dragon Strike, a rally, so sustainability for Titan side, but also the Blade. If you want to be able to shut this Blade down, it's either going to have to come off of the back of a Dragon Strike from Merit to make sure that Sugar Free doesn't find the entrance into the backline, or an EMP from Checkmate, and that is usually Titan's initiation.
Oh! No way, did Punk just... I think he just rocked the Sombra as she was invisible, or the hack did reveal that Sombra, but that blade's still available for Sugar Free, holding on to it, though, in this situation. In comes Dragon Strikes from both Hanzos. An EMP actually connects onto Sugar Free, Punk, and Crimzo in that backline, but Punk trades it back. Checkmate went for that EMP, but gets traded back immediately, and, Vancouver Titans, they're okay just taking this fight as it is, just taking the fight win and not using the blade.
Yeah, what was the follow-up from Mayhem? They invested both the Dragon Strike to sort of funnel the members of Titans into the EMP to guarantee that Sugar Free got caught in it, so no bulletproof blade from Titans. The problem is, you've only delayed the problem. Titans, however, do lose the Genji and have to throw the Flux in now. This should be Immortality Field with a hack from Checkmate. RuPaul holds on to the Immortality, so they're going to have it when Sugar Free comes back in the fight.
I mean, Checkmate doing all that you could do on Sombra at the current moment, trying to maybe do a little bit too much at times, but the Amplification Matrix comes through. Punk's shield gets eviscerated. The Immortality Field was also used by Crimzo, which could be detrimental until Sugar Free is here with the blade. That's 2 for him, but gets shut down by Merit, though that 2K could be enough until Merit comes through from that top angle, but no, it is not enough for Merit in the Florida Mayhem. 30 seconds left now. Titans look changed on Havana.
Yeah, no one can displace Punk. Faith is going to be cycling into a rally, Aspire into a Dragon Strike, and Mayhem, they've got a rally to try and sustain into this next fight so Merit can build into that Dragon Strike, but what do they do afterwards? Titans have a Dragon Strike to be able to entail with their own to make sure that in overtime, Mayhem have to get off the payload.
Checkmate's pushing this payload. Aspire gets chunked down, but gets those heals. Actually, Crimzo forced to use his shift earlier on the regenerative. At the same time, Dragon Strike used on that high ground. The Immortality Field is not actually to be used by RuPaul yet, but Sugar Free finds someone. Aspire also connects on the Checkmate. Now, RuPaul used the Immortality Field a bit too late. The rally is here also, a bit too late for Chorong. And, for Florida Mayhem, they're going to get stopped here by the Vancouver Titans, leading us into that map number 4.
Faith's rally finds more than Chorong's. He actually gets to stun Chorong mid-rally himself, and having that control, being able to push the payload that far into C, allowed Titans to be able to turn that series around. And honestly, it all comes off of the back of one player. Sugar Free's Genji performance, absolutely insane. We said it had to be monstrous. We said it had to be magical. It was all of the above. He looked insane.
He just is so good at the current moment. I mean, Sugar Free, like you said, didn't miss a beat coming into Overwatch 2, and you know, I won't sing the praises too much of him because then it would look like homerism, because obviously, you know, I did play with him at a certain point, but he's a very, very talented player, proved it today, and has throughout. And to really take a map off of the Florida Mayhem in the Pro-Am, where I think, did they get 3-0'd in the Pro-Am? I'm trying to recollect my memory. My brain does not exactly work anymore, but for the Vancouver Titans to take a map over the reigning champions of the Pro-Am, that's gotta feel good.
Yeah, and I mean, I think for Florida Mayhem as well, it's probably got to feel a little bit sour, right? Because Checkmate was absolutely insane on the Sombra as well. Like, getting the hack as well onto so many Sigma Fluxes coming through from Funk. And you see the trust from Rupel. The map doesn't throw Lamp until he sees that the hack has come through from his Sombra, and he's like, okay, cool, we can hold Immortality Field, we'll have it for Blade. They do throw it out for Blade. The problem is that Sugar Free just slices through it like it's absolute butter, and then moves on to slice through the rest of the team.
But next map, Moxie, we're going to Coliseum. You know, we'll see if the Vancouver Titans can actually make this reverse sweep happen in these spring stage qualifiers. But we will be going to a break. When we come back, we'll see you on that map number 4.
great player.
Advantage down, but there's no more lifeline. LNL, yet it might not matter. Sugar Crystal super early anti-air play.
Welcome back, everybody. We are headed to that coveted map number 3 or 4, I should say. And what a great job by the Vancouver Titans on that previous map. And specifically, we have to call out one player in particular. It's obviously Sugar Free on that Genji. Just did so much work. Absolutely pumped that backline. Had 10,500 damage total, 24 elims and 10 deaths. This guy really is that X factor on this hero. Obviously has improved on the Tracer significantly from where he was previously when he wasn't in the Overwatch League, but also his Genji, really nothing to scoff at. Truly one of the best Genjis in the game, and there's a reason why every time this guy's on Genji, you have a chance to win the game.
Yeah, and I mean, there was a reason as well when we were in breakdown time, you were advocating for him to hopefully stick on Genji, even though the next map that we're going to is a Colosseo. And I don't know if we're going to see the Genji come through, but what I do know is that we're going to see Checkmate out and Solna come back in. So again, I feel like this is Florida Mayhem's answer to when Vancouver Titans want to get a little bit more brawl heavy. Given that Colosseo, things like the Zarya can work a lot better, because you do take those frontline fights, moving forward, trying to take that control of the robot as quickly as possible. Sometimes teams just win off of being able to take that first initial engagement and get that little bit extra distance at the very beginning, and they don't want to allow Titans to have the chance to be able to build into something like Graviton unmatched.
And for Sana in particular, Moxie, I mean, we know him specifically for a lot of that Sojourn. And, you know, Merit has also shown a lot of that Sojourn in his pool. Obviously, I mean, Sonic Tracer is obviously insane as well. But do you think that we could see any potentially, you know, slight role swaps for Sana or for Merit in this map?
I mean, there's a potential, like you said, that we could maybe see something like the Sojourn come through. Like you said, when Sona used to play for Young and Beautiful back in his contenders days, he was under the mantle of that Sojourn player before sort of off-rolling over to something like the Tracer, which is what he's sort of more commonly known for. And I know a lot of people, when he was picked up by Mayhem, expected him to be the go-to Tracer player coming through, but he also is incredibly flexible in terms of his hero pools. And if you know him, back in his contender days, before he was picked up for Young and Beautiful last year, he had a terrifying Reaper to be able to go up against some of these teams in these brawl-heavy compositions, and that's exactly what we're going to see come through. Both of these teams looking to take it up close, looking to brawl for as quick as possible, and it's going to be down to these Sojourns to find the opening picks onto something squishy like a Baptiste in the back line to immediately allow one team an elevated advantage.
And we're on Colosseo for map number 3, the map known for these incredibly long first fights that usually take the better part of about a minute. We'll see if both sides can actually find those picks, like you said, on that Sojourn, but with a bunch of these characters in the lobby being incredibly hard to hit while they move back and forth with those, you know, heads kind of bobbing and weaving. The Vancouver Titans, however, just trying to build some charge, and same with someone on this Zarya, as Sana actually just wants the Vancouver Titans to push this cart first. He wants to drop down with that Zarya bubble, pressure out that back line, afford Merit that space potentially. Is everybody still healthy in this fight? The Vancouver Titans have done a good job disengaging and now re-engaging. Yo-yoed back with Punk getting someone. Merit only has that mini to peel, but Crimzo and Sugar Free are there on Reaper to find that kill and actually win this first fight.
Yeah, the rubber band from Titans is gorgeous. And remember, when we started this series in Night Market, it was Mayhem getting that forward positioning for Sona to aggressively chunk down these members of Titans who had to step forward. So Titans are expecting the Reaper to be in that post-aggressive position, and they make sure it's Punk with the bubble who moves past him to pressure out Mayhem's backline. So Sona is forced to use the Wraith form and retreat, opening that space up for Titans to move forward. Mayhem, however, going to have control of the high ground, going to have a really good elevated position for Merit to try and chunk one of these squishies down, as Titans have to play the poke phase.
Yeah, Punk already used that bubble onto Sugar Free, so they actually don't want to go for that dive just yet. Wait for that cooldown to come back online and use the amplification matrix from Crimzo, hitting some nice shots into someone. However, Punk on this side was chunked down, so he has to look back and heal up his Zarya. In the meantime, somewhat pressured by the entirety of the Vancouver Titans. The grab actually committed. It connects on to 3, but the beat drop should sustain them through this with that immortality field while Rupel trades back Punk. Nobody wanted to continue with that fight on the side of Vancouver Titans. They obviously split all the way around, but maybe that gives them the advantage. Now, actually, in this situation, the Florida Mayhem capitalize off of that grab play from Vancouver Titans and control that robot again.
I mean, next fight, they're going to be capitalizing off of that beat coming through from Faith as well. Faith used that beat knowing that Punk had invested the Graviton before Mayhem had one of their own, so that Titans could potentially find that fight win and keep Mayhem off of the high ground so that they were manageable as they came over from Bridge. But unfortunately, that has the domino effect this fight of not having sound barriers to be able to peel the effects of someone's Graviton, and Titans know it. They don't have the sustainability that Mayhem have online.
It's waiting for it, looking for it. Is that a 3-man, 4-man ultimate? Actually 3-man, but at the same time, Aspire with the overclock trades back 1. Merit with his own overclock gets the Spire and actually ends up with that 2K also onto Punk, making it a 3. Tries to chase down Crimzo and does so successfully. 4K off of an overclock from Merit.
It's costly, though, for Mayhem. It is only 1 overclock coming through from Titan side as opposed to a Graviton where you ideally want to win that fight, right? Crimzo has to use the Immortality Field incredibly early to be able to save all 3 of the members of Titans caught in the Graviton, so Mayhem shouldn't have to pull their punches. Unfortunately, now they don't have the overclock in this next fight. They don't really have the means of chunking Sugar Free down in the Death Blossom form. It's going to be about which Reaper gets the better position to be able to infiltrate into the backline. Sona is already angling for it, gets a very early bubble coming through from his Zarya to be able to keep that position. The Titans with the Amp Matrix just drop it on mid and force Mayhem back.
Mayhem now back on the inside. They've disengaged Crimson's ultimate successfully, but can they disengage Sugar Freeze? They do find Chorong. Punk also with the follow-up. Sana attempted to use a Death Blossom of his own, but it's not enough to stop Vancouver Titans, who, when they're brawling Moxie, they're on fire.
Yeah, and Sugar Free is the one, again, when we saw him on Genji, he was the one going forward, he was the one initiating things. He goes in with the Ray Form, he goes in with the Death Blossom, and he forces Mayhem to step backwards, the place you don't want to be on Colosseo because you're stepping into a line of sight of a setup Sojourn. The reason that we see teams literally spend 2 minutes not moving from the sidelines so they don't walk into that exact same position. Really good baiting coming through from Titans to force Mayhem to take that spot.
Vancouver Titans almost looked like they wanted to get another fight in a separate area and just give up this robot. And in this situation, they lose Punk because they're going aggressive on Rupel, trying to find that backline, but the beat drop is there to support him. However, for the side of Vancouver Titans, they just use that beat drop to force Rupel and Chorong support ultimates.
Yeah, someone's going to have a Graviton, but Punk is going to have one to answer it too. The difference for Mayhem is that Merit is a lot closer to the overclock than Aspire is. So for Titans, it's going to be about, do we take this Graviton to try and mirror into someone's, or do we wait with our poke phase until we're in a position to be able to elevate ourselves? Because immediately get that Graviton, Immortality Field from Titans comes out, saving these members, but that just sets Merit up to come in with an overclock afterwards. Merit!
Wait, but Merit!
Able to find Faith! Still finding these members of Titans who were trying to use the Ant Matrix to turn onto Mayhem, and that just means they're rooted in spot for the Sojourn to be able to take them down.
I mean, what a difference maker Merit has been. Finds those kills also with the Graviton from someone to set things up. Now they get that robot pushing forward, but they're still down about 30 meters, Moxie. You know, Spire's got an overclock in this fight. This could end up being something that gives Vancouver Titans an edge. We'll see if Florida Mayhem opt to fight towards this robot. At the moment, they're on the high ground, in fact, a few of them, so they do have some positional advantage. They drop down below, just try to get this robot pushing a bit further, but it's being contested from that high ground. Meanwhile, Spire now drops that ultimate, commits the overclock into the backline, but he's met with that ultimate from Rupel, the amplification matrix. The robot, though, stolen out from the nose, out from under the noses of the Florida Mayhem. The robot is running in the opposite direction, and Aspire finds Merit, his counterpart, while they do so. So that should give Vancouver Titans a healthy lead as they control that robot again.
Yeah, you need direct line of sight to be able to contest that bottom. Mayhem, because they're all hiding behind the Amp Matrix from the overclock, do not. So like you said, Titans just move in. It is quite literally free real estate, and will be able to continue pressuring Mayhem, who do have that high ground. Don't really have an ultimate to be able to play off of it just yet. They're coming in with a sound barrier. Titans not really having anything other than an Amp Matrix to be able to pressure it out early, but they should be able to hit into a sound barrier as well. So Mayhem do not want to use that sound barrier first, because Titans can throw this in second.
Sana now TPing into the back line, but surely the side of Vancouver Titans will hear the voice line from that Reaper. There it is into the back line. Bubbles committed already for Plunk, who is melting Sana, so that beat drop has to be used from both sides. Amplification Matrix here, and Aspire through that Ant Matrix connects onto Sana with the railgun shot. The Immortality field is also gone for Rupel, so the stagger kills here will be crucial for the Vancouver Titans. They continue on underneath. Punk is very, very low, so he's gonna need to get healed up by his backline, and he's doing so just well. The grab actually committed, but they're down. Rupel, is it enough? Yes, because Sana is here with the Death Blossom to follow up on those kills. But Titans, Moxie, they still have ults in the bank.
Yeah, but Titans have to set the Death Blossom up, and you saw how hard it is as a Reaper to infiltrate that backline without giving yourself away. That's why we're seeing it being paired up with the Zarya, so if you get spotted out early, you at least have the bubble and can keep holding the aggressive angles to set this Death Blossom up. Given that there's no Ana on the other side, you don't even have a Sleep Dart or an Anti to have to worry about burning out either. But Mayhem gonna be playing the distance fight, have the overclock, unfortunately don't have the lead in the top of objectives, so Titans can just pick them up to choose, but Merit comes in with the overclock, denies the Ant Matrix, and Mayhem walk right through the rectangle and onto the members of Titans who were trying to use it to turn the fight around.
Can I just say, even though Titans lost that fight, I love how they're playing. You know, they're continually just getting aggressive no matter what situation happens. So Florida Mayhem, they're down. Look, all of their members here coming back from the spawn. So because of that, you know, Sana and someone are not able to take the advantage in terms of the meters, resulting in this fight either happening by their bridge.
Again, they've been able to just take control of the bot, and Mayhem, they don't have the overclock, they don't have the graviton, they don't have a Death Blossom, they don't even have the Ant Matrix. And they know that they're contesting an overclock on the other side, so they can't even really challenge the distance fight. If they step forward and try and challenge this objective, they walk into an overclock, which they have nothing to deal with.
Fire. With that overclock, able to just get so much done, like you mentioned, until Florida Mayhem disengage it. The Ant, oh my god, just hit your shots, Aspire, onto Sana, who came through that left side. But at the same time, you know, that's just one pick. They get that robot forward. Now a minute and 13 seconds left. Florida Mayhem do have a beat drop to engage, but surely Faith is going to counter it. However, oh my god, almost got picked off by Merit. The health bar going incredibly low, and they actually get the robot almost to where their checkpoint was before, while Sugar Free just in the low ground trying to get some damage. Vancouver Titans, do they want this fight? They do. They pop the amplification matrix just to sustain this robot here, and Florida Mayhem are trying to find it, but want to wait out the Ant Matrix. They commit beats on both sides, so both Lucio's using that ultimate as Rupel building that Ant Matrix. Sana the one to find Sugar Free as the immortality field of Rupel runs out. Chorong chases down Punk as well, and they will reclaim this robot with 30 seconds left.
Mayhem going to have to win another fight. Maybe even two if Titans are going to be able to recontest fast enough in time, and that means for Mayhem they can't just chuck in all of the ultimates they have available. The good news for them is that they are going to be able to have a lot of ultimates. Overclock, Death Blossom, Graviton, and Ant Matrix. They should have everything they need to be able to cycle this momentum through. The problem is, if they lose a pick, if Titans are able to take the agency of the fight with Punk's Graviton, Mayhem have to throw the ultimates in because they cannot afford to go back to the respawn room. We're about to hit into overtime, and they're not in control of distance.
Here he is, Sana with the Death Blossom connects onto Crimzo. Punk falls to Merit, so that's two. But they used what? They used Grav, Death Blossom, and Amp Matrix. But Moxie, I don't know if the Vancouver Titans will have time with overtime spawns to get a clean recontest.
And that's exactly what Mayhem are looking to put a stop to. It's going to be Sana holding up on that ledge, waiting for Titans to regroup. Crimzo going onto the Mora, knowing that he's going to be pressured. The second he tries to move for the recontest, has to use the Fade to be able to tap in. The Titans coming through with the ultimates might be able to find the means of keeping Mayhem at bay, but not if Mayhem have the bridge control. Someone is able to just lock them down. Merit with the overclock turns it on to Titans, and that is going to be Mayhem walking away with a match win. It was going to be such a hard-fought battle for Titans. The amount of ultimates that they were up against, the fact that they were respawning straight into the members of Mayhem who could literally just play Gatekeeper. That was a really, really tough challenge ahead of them. And for a second, they almost had it. But having to invest things like the Moira Fade just to break through that initial first choke, you have no means of sustaining and stalling on the point for a regroup to come through from your team.
No, they just don't. And, you know, I always love someone's reactions in the camera. Just always so happy to win a game of Overwatch. That's how you can tell. But player just loves the game. And, you know, for the side of Florida Mayhem Moxie. I mean, they'd made it. It was a little close. Vancouver Titans did actually manage to kind of come back at points on the previous map, but overall, Florida Mayhem just took control of everything at the end.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, Titans had a really good read very early on. They saw the game plan coming through from Mayhem, given the fact that Mayhem had literally used the same script on Lijiang Night Market, where it was, we're both going to have to step forward eventually, but we're going to have the better positioning when you do. You're going to be walking right into our brawl where our Reaper is set up. And all credit to Titans. They were able to adapt. They were able to turn it on their head. They were able to pressure Storm into using things like the Wraith Bomb early and take advantage of that absence that the Reaper had created to be able to push on to the rest of the team. The problem is they were going up against 5 ultimates in an overtime fight, and even though they pulled 3 of them in the fight before, they just didn't have the time to be able to regroup, to be able to challenge the rest of the others that were left.
That's a very good point because, yeah, at the end of the day, you're going against 5 ultimates, and really, you're relying on either Florida Mayhem to screw it up, or you have to, press the gas and really get that win. But, obviously, player of the match is going to be someone simply because this guy was spectacular on pretty much every hero he played, whether it be the Zarya, whether it be the Sigma, and people expect this guy to be a great Winston player, but do they expect him to be as good as he was on other characters?
Yeah, I mean, that's the first step on the road to full season MVP, as I'm sure the desk will agree. He had an absolute stellar showing. Like you said, having that flexibility, a lot of people were like, okay, Mayhem have to be locked in as a dive team because they have someone and he is just a Winston player. But having that flexibility, especially for these teams to be able to go through so many different compositions in one map, is just absolutely massive, because it means if you want to just turn around and throw a curveball into the mix for your opponents to have to try and figure out how to adapt around it onto the fly, you have the means to be able to do so. And look at the guy. Per 10 minutes, as a tank player, he died 1.8 times. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, like you see Tracer players with that same stat line, Moxie. I mean, what do you expect out of this guy? I mean, he's just doing so much at the current moment. You called that he's just so good at the current moment, and the entirety of Florida Mayhem as a unit just did so many things right, trying to pick off stagger kills, trying to engage at the right possible times. On the flip side for the Vancouver Titans, I think that they did a good job attempting to stop someone and the Florida Mayhem, but when the star power is too powerful, it's very hard to shut them out.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Vancouver Titans, like, this is a team I think a lot of people were maybe concerned with heading in. We were like, okay, well, are we really going to see Titans reach the highs that they've had in the past? But it definitely looks like, given time, they're going to be able to build into that synergy.
And they will, and whose synergy is still being built is our brand new desk. We'll have to see what they think about that match. I'm curious how badly the Titans are going to be poopied on by Jake.
Welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show, everyone. Here to wrap up day number 1 of the 2023 season are, of course, Danny, Jake, and Jonathan, and my humble self, Zoe. And we're going to put a bow on everything that went down today. But first things first, let's talk about the last match of the day. Florida Mayhem ain't messing around. They came here to play. However, starting on Havana, Vancouver really started to put up a fight there. Are you going to poopy on them?
No, I mean,
like Dogman just announced.
This is, I would say, it's a solid performance. It's what I expected, to be honest, out of the Titans. I thought they'd be able to put up a fight, and they did. They made it really close. I think they did kind of slip up, let Coliseum slip through their fingers. Who knows what would have happened if they had managed to send it to a map 5. So I think definitely signs of life for the Titans. An impressive showing against the team who has looked like one of the strongest so far in what we've seen this season of the Overwatch League and this iteration of Florida Mayhem's roster. So I have no complaints for the Vancouver Titans. Keep grinding. They're newer together. They got to build the synergy, but real signs of life and some impressive performances from the young rookie Sugar Free.
They definitely had their moments, but hey, Florida Mayhem, man.
Mayhem, man.
Mayhem, man.
Looking good.
They're looking clean.
Yeah, no, so I think it bodes well for both of those teams heading into the season. It's a great first showing, now reinforced heading into this match. You were talking about someone trying to, start his MVP campaign, or rather role star campaign. Like he was a little more far-fetched. MVP. You started small here with the role star campaign. Does he have your vote yet, or not impressed?
It was exactly what I wanted to see from someone, and I've been hyping him up since before the Pro-Am at this point. I really do think that this could be the breakout year for someone, especially for role star, because we don't truly have a super flex when it comes to tank. Being able to play Winston and Reinhardt at an extremely high level, combined with the Zarya that we saw someone come out with here. The Winston, of course, on Hollywood, it was spectacular. He's a fantastic Winston player. But then also we go over to Havana. We see someone playing Sigma at a really high level. We saw some fluxes come through, avoiding the accretion from Punk on the enemy side, of course. So someone with this flexibility, being able to play so many heroes at such a high level, it's extremely impressive. And I don't think there's like truly a counterpart, a former main tank player who now has picked up proficiency at these, who used to be referred as off-tank heroes, right? The more mechanically intense tank heroes. So someone, I think it's a great start to his campaign for Role Star. This is exactly what I wanted to see.
I love that for you, Jonathan.
So happy.
It makes me happy.
Delighted.
Delighted. You know what? We're in luck, because we have the man, the myth, the legend.
No way!
Bye for a winner's interview. So Jonathan, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Jonathan, this one's for you. All right.
It's him! Timothy!
Someone, congratulations on getting the win. Now, I do have to start this interview by asking you, because this is your second year with the Florida Mayhem. So I want to ask you, what was your biggest takeaway from your rookie year with the Florida Mayhem? 자, 오늘 일단 승리를 축하드리면서요. 일단 첫 번째 질문은 우리 서먼 선수가 이번에 이제 드디어 플로리다 팀에 이제 2년 연속으로 이제 다시 또 돌아오시게 되셨는데, 작년 첫 번째 오버워치 리그 시즌에서 제일 좀 크게 와닿던 거나 아니면 좀 제일 크게 배운 점이 있다면 뭐가 있을까요?
일단은 제가 컨텐더스에 있을 때나 이제 그럴 때는 잘 몰랐는데, 이제 리그에서 뛰어보니까 이제 저는 이제 살짝 제가 잘 못하거나 말렸을 때 그 복구하는 능력이 살짝 부족했다는 걸 깨달았고, 이제 말렸을 때 좀 더 해결하는 방법을 리그하면서 좀 많이 배웠던 것 같아요.
I think the biggest takeaway for me from my rookie years was, I actually didn't know this when I was in contenders, but playing playing in the Overwatch League for a year, I did realize whenever something didn't go the right way in talking about my, I guess, plays during a match, it was really hard for me to come back. So that was one of the biggest takeaways and biggest learning points that I needed to sort of find a way for myself to, I guess, fix coming back into the game whenever I make a mistake. All right. I also do want to ask you about sort of your tank plays as well. I remember during the Pro-Am, when you mentioned that, during the offseason, you focused on, I guess, deepening your hero pool. And it really showed today in today's match as well. So I just want to hear from you. What's your current, favorite tank hero that you play? 자, 일단 두 번째 질문으로 넘어가자면은, 저희 프로그램에서였죠. 저희 서먼 선수가 저한테 이제 인터뷰를 했을 때, 이번 오프 시즌에서는 좀 이렇게 다양한 탱크 영웅들을 다 전체적으로 잘하고 싶다라고 말씀을 하셨는데, 그게 좀 많이 오늘 경기에서 보여진 것 같습니다. 서먼 선수, 이번 지금 현 상황에서 제일 좀 재밌게 플레이를 하는 탱크 영웅이 있다면 뭐가 있을까요?
지금 현 시점에서는 솔직히 저는 아직도 윈스턴이 제일 재밌는 것 같아요. 그 이유는 그냥 이 다른 캐릭터는 좀 더 수동적인 게 많은데, 윈스턴은 수동적이면서 자기가 할 수 있는 것처럼 이제 유동적인 것도 할 수 있기 때문에, 점프팩을 이용해서. 그래서 제가 선택할 수 있는 게 많은 캐릭이어서 좀 좋아하는 것 같습니다.
I do have to pick Winston. I think Winston is a special hero because, with utilizing the jump pack or just the movements, you have a lot more mobility, so you have a lot more freedom to sort of maneuver around the map and inside the game as well. So I pick Winston as my favorite hero. Winston is my favorite hero currently as well. 저도 윈스턴을 굉장히 즐겨하고 있습니다. All right, I'm going to wrap up the interview here. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 승리 다시 한번 축하드리면서 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you, someone. Yeah, you heard it. What was that?
There was false in the back?
There was false.
They
had like a cardboard cutout.
Was it a cardboard? That's what I was wondering the whole time. Is that a remnant of a graphics, or is that?
They just beat the Titans, and they had a former.
They had them ready.
Why do they have a cardboard cutout of? When can we
You guys
Mysteries,
just jumped
we
in. I saw it and I was like, do I mention this or do I not mention this?
You get psyched up before the match, like, this is
I was like-
reported. Well, this year.
You gotta visualize the enemy, right?
Go ahead, okay. Next time Florida plays, I will ask them, like, what was that all about? What was that all about?
Right, Detective Danny's on the case for now. Let's just take a look back at what happened today. Looking at the scores of day number 1 and all the matches that we played. Feels like an eternity ago since we started the day. And also not, somehow. Weird.
That was a while ago.
Weird how
Great
this goes.
first day of matches.
Time is a strange concept, guys. Anyway, Shock and Defiant, the first one was a banger. That was the great opening of the day. Both teams showing that they came here to play, this season. Lots to look forward to. The second match of the day between Washington Justice and the London Spitfire went in favor of the Washington Justice with a 3-1 score. And the Vancouver Titans tried to clap back, but Florida Mayhem was just too big a Titan to topple over, and they did not quite manage. But that is just day 1 of
Many to come. How many?
hundreds, probably.
Is it hundreds?
Yeah, hundreds of days. So many great moments. And numbers are really not my strong suit. What I am good at, though, is talking about highlights. And there is no shortage of such things in the Overwatch League. Day number 1 is done and dusted, but we got some headlines here. Jake, what was the big shiny thing for you today?
For me, what I was most excited to see today was the performances from our rookies. So many young players coming into the league. That's something that I was expecting to see with Overwatch 2 and is continuing to bear fruit as time goes on. We've seen a lot of rookies coming in. Junbin here on the Shock, looking absolutely elite tier on the tank role in the Overwatch League. A very difficult task for a player with less experience at this elite level. I mean, I think this is one of the hardest roles to adapt to, this high pace of play. Lethal as well on the London Spitfire, proved as a great addition for the team, was producing really well on the Tracer, letting Sparker and Backbone stick with more comfort heroes. Although London didn't pick up the series, I do think he's a great addition. And then, of course, to round it out, we've also got Sugar Free, who's a player I think we've been all waiting to see. Really, I think he was the reason they were able to clutch up and take Havana, almost send it to a map 5 with great performances on Coliseum. So again, I think all these players are going to be exciting to watch. It's awesome to see new talent in the league.
Couldn't agree more. Now, Reinforce, I'm seeing a prediction diff right there. So I'm excited for this headline.
On, Johnny,
really?
Look, what can I say? Jake is hyping up the rookies. Well, not all rookies won today. Fella Jake here, bit of a loss here. The prediction game is hard. It's Ruthel out here on the prediction streets. Me and Zoe off to a good start. Fist bump over there. No, you can't.
I can reach. I will reach this.
Oh my!
We did it. Yeah, there you go. Starting off 3-0 this season.
We'll come back. We'll come back.
I'm so glad Costa's not here. Costa's out of the mix. Don't need him just like wreaking havoc on the desk.
There is definitely a chance that you completely fall behind and lose it all. So I think, this is a good opportunity.
Embrace it now.
Embrace it now. Celebrate what you can, because you really don't know what tomorrow brings.
We're so long.
We're gonna come back to this. End of the season, please.
This might not age very well.
We're gonna come back to this.
Let's get this recorded. Let's get the clips for now. I want all the Johnny gloating clips. We'll save those for a future segment.
Production and save them. That's for sure. Danny, what stood out to you?
Florida man.
Yeah.
Like I said, Florida man. They're just built different. Like everyone, we talk how great someone is, right? I mean, he is just fantastic player, but every single, player on that team is just phenomenal. Like I think what Merit, of course, was popping off, was Checkmate as well. On that Sombra, I think on Havana especially, he had some crucial hacks that really, I'd say, they lost that match, but I mean, at the same time, Checkmate was just popping off.
He was dropping good plays.
Yeah, he made some crazy plays.
It's a good team.
Overall, general, I know, going into this match, I was like, hey, can they keep up the momentum from Pro-Am? And they definitely did, and they are keeping the ball going.
They're so good.
Yeah, and they're fun to watch as well, because they come in with that aggression. Someone's aggression in the past has been punished, but I feel like the team is really on the same page, so they really enable that kind of play style for him, and that is just so much fun to watch. So more of that, please. Now, my headline of the day has to be the big announcement we made in the pre-show. That is, of course, that the Mid-Season Madness will be coming to you live from Korea, from Seoul. We are heading to Korea, and I couldn't be happier about that. So make sure to mark your calendars. That is you know, eyes on the prize has always been like the grand finals. But with $900,000 on the line and such a phenomenal location to celebrate, like that's the interim goal. Like that's where all the players want to be ending up at for this spring stage. So I am as excited as can be. Make sure, of course, to grab your tickets. They will go on sale on May 15th, which is soon TM. I don't actually have a watch, but I just...
You fooled me, actually.
Got him.
A month? No, less than a month.
That's not, no one said a month. I don't know where's this knowledge from. Literally no one said that. Again, time, strange construct. I only think as far ahead as tomorrow. And
Same.
that's yeah. So let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. Let's start there. Let's start slow. Great transition.
segue.
Love that.
wow.
You're a pro.
I'm a pro. Like, let's be
good.
real. You aren't we? But yeah, this is the schedule for tomorrow. We're going to start off with Atlanta Reign and the New York Excelsior. Atlanta Reign has been another giant in the Pro-Am. Let's see if they can get that momentum going. Yes will be my answer to that. Afterwards, Houston Outlaws on the Gladiators. And then the last match of the day will be Vancouver Titans and the LA Valiant. It's got to be the middle match here, guys.
Yeah.
That's the big one to look out for.
Jake, it's your match.
This one's tugging on my heartstrings. You know, I don't know. Like, of course, you guys know I'm biased for the Houston Outlaws, but I also gotta show some love to my man Dante. You know, we converted him to a tank player last season.
And last row?
He's been performing a lot last row as well. It's I got friends on both sides. This is it's going to be a tough one for me to watch, but of course I'm going to be glued to my screen.
I was just about to say though, do you have a favorite child just between us and everyone watching?
Just between us.
We're done. We're not live anymore.
Oh, guys, I can't. You have to watch. You have to see my prediction tomorrow. I don't know. I can't decide.
He's gonna cool all night.
Yeah,
it's gonna keep him up all night.
I don't know. I don't want to watch, but I'm gonna, and I just can't miss it. It's one of those games.
I did have, before we move on as well, I did have one more headline that just quickly happened on social media. Someone commented that this is, historically speaking, the most attractive Overwatch League desk in history.
Wow.
Which, you know, at first I took as a compliment, but then I was also like, the only thing that's changed is Jake is here. Just throwing Costa under the bus there. We upgraded in looks when it comes to Jake. So
Costa, that's all that is.
Thank you to that person. I appreciate it. Sorry, Costa.
It's rough out there.
We're better here now.
Today.
We're better.
But now he's Casta, and he will be with us as well, obviously, at one point or another. So don't worry, we get to see his lovely Australian face very soon as well, and I am excited for that. So many things to be excited for, and honestly, day one couldn't have asked for more. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me here on the desk. We will be back, of course, same place, same time tomorrow. So make sure to tune in. Thank you so much for watching. We see you again tomorrow.
Огонь по готовности!